Good morning everybody and a very warm welcome to our BRSCC race day, second day of our weekend here at Snetterton circuit in Norfolk. The cars are already coming onto track. What a day of fantastic racing we've got for you. Do not move from our channel here. We've got the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors Championship. We're going to grab a quick word with one of the drivers in a moment. We've got the senior Fiestas where some of these guys are going to move to. We've got the BRSCC ClubSport Trophy. We've got the modified Fords. We've got the Formula Ford Championship. We've got the CityCar Cup. Have I missed anything out? No, I've actually managed to remember everything today, which was a little bit of a bonus. I'm going to go down and grab a quick word with the man on pole position, which is Thomas Jack Lee, the first driver. He's got the window net in here as well. Am I allowed to open the door? We'll see if we can. And Thomas Jack, you're the first driver to grab pole positions at different circuits this year, so it must be a good start to the weekend.
Yeah, definitely. It's feeling positive now. We've had a good weekend all round, learnt the track quickly and just got to try and complete it from here.
What's the secret for this track?
Go fast, I guess.
Are you getting coaching? Which team are you with, by the way?
Race car consultants.
They're fairly local, aren't they?
Yeah, we're fairly near. They've done a good job with the car. It's been good all weekend, so let's just hope it stays that way.
Okay, thanks for chatting to us. I'll let you get on with your prep. Very good luck for the race. That's Thomas Jack Lee. Oh, and as if by magic, there goes the whistle. So we've got to get back into... Oh, let's see if we can open this up. There we go. The job of a cameraman, Jeremy, who's following me around, and also the presenter. We'll get that done nice and safe as well for the officials that are here. There we go, that's done. So the cars have got a fairly long lap here. It's 3 miles, just under, so plenty of time for the man in the commentary box, the main man, Scott Woodwis, to give you the grid and take you through the race. Over to you, Scott.
Cheers, RJN, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of our BRSCC live race weekend here at Snetterton. It's great to have your company, as you did yesterday. If you watched us yesterday and you're back for one more, it's great to have you once again. You can see on track here for the very first time in 2022 on live stream, it's the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors Championship, which is for 14 to 17-year-old budding drivers, and we have a grid for them here for race 1 of 3 today. So it's Thomas Jack Lee, points leader on pole position, alongside him Albert Webster and car number 2, but it's Luke Hilton and Archie Handy on the second row. Good qualifying results for them, as it was also for Lewis Hodgin and George Foxlow on the third row. Then Harry England in the new next-gen Mark 7 Fiesta Junior, we'll get to that in a second, and then Lexi Belk on the fourth row of the grid alongside him. Jasmine Shaw and Daniel Lewis then come next to round out the top 10, followed by Ben Mulryan and a big FJC welcome to Hadley Simpson, making his first appearance in FJC in last year's title-winning car driven by Jensen Brickley. Then it's James Pope and Lucas Hayden, the Jam Sport Scholarship winner for 2022, starting in 14th. And at the back of the grid is the man second in points, and that's Sid Smith, the son of last year's Fiesta senior champion Rob Smith. He starts at the back of the grid with a 10-second time delay due to a technical infringement found yesterday during practice and qualifying. So, as we mentioned, this is the first time we've had the Fiesta Juniors on stream this year, but of course the championship's been going since 2012, so technically it's its 10th anniversary this year. And you'll notice on screen that one of these cars is not quite like the others, and that's because the majority of the cars in the field are the evergreen Mark 6 Fiesta ST150s, but there's one car in the field that's a little bit different shape, and that's because car number 3 on the grid, which is Harry England, we'll hopefully get it on camera in a second, is the brand new next generation Mark 7 Fiesta Z-Tech S junior race car. This has been developed in conjunction with Josh Cook, yes, that Josh Cook of BTCC fame, and his Cook Sport Performance outlet, along with AST Suspension and Goodyear Tyres and SW Motorsports as well for the roll cage. They've worked very hard over the last few months to try and put this car together. Just on screen here in 7th position. So there it is. This car is a proper little touring car in terms of how it looks and how it drives. We've had a couple on track this year, and this is Harry England, who's been doing a full season in that car, run by 2010 Racing. The build for one of these cars to put all together is only right about all in, including the baseline donor car, about £15,000. You can either put one yourself together in an all-in-one encompassing kit that you can buy from Cook Sport that simply lands on your doorstep and you can put it all together, or you can buy ready-built cars for a couple of £1,000s more, and that can come straight directly from Cook Sport. And all the parts are controlled, they all come through from Cook Sport, the engine, suspension, all in one kit together, and therefore it makes it a really good, cost-effective way to go racing. And also these cars stick around in the championship for much longer. So if you're a young budding racer that wants to get into Fiesta Juniors, this is the car to aim for, because as the season goes on, the aim is for this car to have more and more join it on the field, have more Mark 7s in there, and for the evergreen ST150s to slowly start to naturally phase out towards over the next few seasons until we have eventually a full grid of standalone Mark 7s on there too. So that's enough about the Mark 7 for the time being. We'll talk about it more as the weekend goes on. In terms of the championship coming to the weekend, the main man meant to watch out for going to be Thomas Jack Lee, who has previously raced in Ginettas, and he's going to come across into Fiestas for this year with race car consultants. Good to have race car consultants back, who won the title in 2020 with Joseph Loke, who has been going on to bigger and better things in British F4 in the last couple of seasons. And in terms of drivers coming up through from Fiesta Juniors, look at some of the alumni that have come through. If you're TCR UK fans this year, you'll know of Lewis Kent, who's a double decent TCR UK champion, his brother Bradley Kent as well, and even new additions this year, Isaac Smith, who leads the championship despite having not won a race. He's been incredibly consistent. And Alex Lee, who was racing as recently as last year, and Aidan Moffat have come to the British Touring Cars, Jack Mitchell, who's been a British GT champion. All sorts of great drivers have come through, as well as domestically through the ranks, including last year's Fiesta Junior champion Jensen Brickley, who currently leads the senior AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship rankings as well. So watch out for him and many drivers. So these drivers are going to be coming through as some of the stars of the future for GTs and touring cars. And race 1 at Snetterton is about to get underway. Thomas Jack Lee on pole, Albert Webster alongside. And there's a bit of a jump start there for Luke Hilton. I think he went on the 5-second board going out rather than the lights going out. Lights now do go up as the revs rise for race 1 of the day here at Snetterton for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. We're underway at race number 1. It's not a good start for Lexi Bell. She still falters on the line. Hadley Simpson, who's one of our new drivers this weekend, has to kind of pause behind it before she gets going. Meanwhile, down towards turn 1 for the first time, a great start from Albert Webster on the outside line. He looks to go towards turn 1. Thomas Lee tries to keep his nose in through Richie's corner, and a great start from the second row from Archie Handy in the pink and white car number 41. Turn their way through Richie's for the first time. Hadley Simpson at the back there in last year's title-winning Fiesta ST150 as Albert Webster takes the lead here at Snetterton. Up the inside of Archie Handy goes Lewis Hodgin, making his second appearance of the season after he debuted at Croft. He's in Jake Maynard's car, which he regularly runs this season. Now as they come down towards Palmer for the first time, a couple of the cars also shuffling around in position. So Albert Webster then leads the way. Second place for Thomas Jack Lee, the points leader. Third place is Luke Hilton, but he'll almost certainly get a jump start penalty for going a little bit too prematurely when the 5-second board went out on the top of the gantry. And then it's Archie Handy fourth, one of his better performances so far. He's found some pace this weekend, so it's good to see that Archie's getting up there and finding some speed. Had a bit of bad luck throughout the last sort of few meetings, but he's starting to manage to find his feet now in that the Cole Truck Sport run car. Here's Thomas Jack Lee having a bit of a dart up the inside to look past Albert Webster, but Albert, whose car is run this year by Race Car Consultants, and has backing from AMD Tuning, which is Sean Hollenby's outfit. And of course, a few of these drivers have come through for the short ovals, including Albert Webster and including last year's champion Jensen Brickley. And amongst it, we've got some brand new faces of the Championship 2 this year making their debuts. One car running wide in front. Can't quite catch who that was. We'll see if the camera turns around. Looks like Lucas Hayden, who's trying to shake some of the gravel and the dirt away after he's run wide on the exit. But now heading in towards the complex of Brundle Nelson for the first time. So, Juniors up through to the end of lap 1, and it's still Webster who leads then. Thomas Jack Lee in second place, and there's Luke Hilton in third, but he will almost certainly get the penalty. And in the background there, you spotted Sid Smith. Now, he had to start at the back with a 10-second time delay because of a technical infringement found during practice and qualifying. They've thankfully managed to rectify that, and now he's having to charge through from the back of the field. So a 15-minute race here in the juniors. You see Hadley Simpson here, not hanging around in his debut. The yellow the square with the black cross on the back, that denotes that they're a rookie driver that's done less than 6 races or race weekends. And so those guys certainly, and girls, finding their feet quite rapidly. Good to see some new faces always cropping up through Fiesta Juniors. End of lap 1, Albert Webster leads the way then. Jack Lee still in second place. Then Hilton third, Handy fourth, Hodgin fifth. Dan Lewis running strongly in 6th, as is also George Foxlow in 7th. He's one of 2 drivers running with the Ali Rushforth Motorsport squad. One of their drivers last year was Alex Lee, who of course has moved up into TCR UK and been a double race winner already in the Hyundai i30N. So Lee now trying to hold station as they hold through. There's George Fox though. Good to see him making some progress too. He debuted last year at Donington Park, but has taken his time to find his feet a little bit, and then he joined the Ali Rushforth Motorsport squad a couple of meetings ago, and they seem to have found a bit more pace in that car, and he's in the same awning as James Pope. He also debuted last year. He's in his 2nd season of Fiesta Junior Racing. So they make their way in towards the Agostini hairpin for the 2nd time. Change for position there. That's for 6th position. That's a dive up the inside for George Foxlow. Good bold move for him. Does seem a lot more confident in that car now. Again, just was taking his time to kind of get used to the groove of Fiesta Junior racing over the last couple of meetings of last year and then through the first half of this season. I've noticed that the Harry England Mark 7 Fiesta AIRTEC Junior car has dropped to 12th, so after a promising qualifying, he's dropped towards the back of the field. And also James Pope's hit trouble as well, because he's now right at the tail of the order. I think we're also missing 2 cars as well. Who are we missing on the grid? We're missing 2 cars that either haven't come around or come through. Let's have a look. Who are we missing? I see Ben Ryan's come through. I think we're missing Jasmine Shaw. And we're also missing, I think, Lucas Hayden. So we've lost 2 of those cars, unfortunately. But the leaders make their way into Rundle Nelson for the second time. Still with Thomas Jack Lee hustling onto the rear end of Albert Webster. Now, if I'm correct, Albert hasn't won a Fiesta Junior race yet. He's come close with several podiums, but he hasn't actually won a race so far this year. So if he can pull that one off, I know that his parents, particularly his dad, Dean, who work incredibly hard to put those cars together, and they're quite big advocates of the championship, and I'm certain they'd be absolutely delighted if they and Race Car Consultants can take another race victory. It's looking good so far. In fact, it's actually a Race Car Consultants 1-2, ironically, but at the moment, it's which of these 2 cars will end up in front, if either of them, because, of course, I say Luke Hilton could be in contention. With that said, Luke Hilton, of course, I'm certain will get a jump start penalty for just getting away a little bit too quickly before the red lights came on. Impressive run so far for Archie Handy in 4th, and as I say that, up the inside looks Lewis Hodgin. And remember, it's only Lewis's second ever race meeting, and up the inside ever the opportunist was George Foxlow. He really has found some guts here. Great stuff from George. He really has woken up in the last couple of meetings. The work he's been doing with Ali Rushford Motorsport, a big dive up the inside 2 onto Lewis Hodgin. He looks to take 2 in 2 corners, doesn't make it stick. He goes a little bit too deep on the apex. Hodgin gets him back on the exit, but he's going to try and put himself alongside for Palmer, the left-hander. He's got the inside line. And as they come back into view, as Hilton goes through in 3rd place, George Foxlow has got through, so he's managed to squeeze past. Now, whether or not Hodgin's got the undercut on the exit to be on the inside for Agostini, we'll see in a few seconds. Top 2 go through the shot, then Hilton in 3rd, and actually Hodgin's been slipped down to 6th position. And now he's battling away with Archie Handy here. Handy goes back up the inside to try and retake what was 4th position. And now Dan Lewis in the black and red car, number 19, is getting involved too. Bit of a mischief there. I think he lost a bit of momentum as he was coming up off the corner. So onto the straight for the 3rd time. Short little shoot between Oggies and Williams. Just keep clear of the tyre stack on the inside. And these top 2 are the class of the field so far. Hodgins, Lewis Hodgin is still there in 5th position. You see there with the silver car, number 15. Oh, that's a shame. James Pope is off the road, and his car has pulled to a stop right at Richie's corner. Manages to run to safety. Hopefully, all is okay with that car, rather than just something purely mechanical. But unfortunately, now Lucas Hayden, I think we have got him back out. And Jasmine Shaw actually went into the pits on the opening lap, I'm afraid. So whatever problem she had has forced her back in. So unfortunately, that's not great for Jasmine. Lucas Hayden has gone back out, in fact, actually, so whatever problems that car was having. This is having 1 or 2 steaming problems, as that's Andy Simpson off the road. Well, welcome to Fiesta Juniors, Andy. That was a bit of run at the deep end, and he's managed to keep the car, I think, I'm about to say out to the barriers. I'm afraid he hasn't, unfortunately. And Andy Simpson having a bit of a baptism of fire in his first race in Fiesta Juniors. But as any rookie drivers will have in this championship, they're still finding their feet, and so it's understandable that they will make 1 or 2 mistakes, and so they will obviously keep learning on the fly in this championship. Now, there's a black and orange flag also going up for somebody in the background also for number 3, Harry England. So whether it's because he's got a piece of bodywork or trim that's hanging loose, or whether the car's making too much noise, he will have to come in and get that addressed before he can go back out again. Here comes Thomas Jack Lee with a big dive up the inside. Careful, don't make contact with your teammate, which is exactly what they do. And David Elsie must be looking through his hands watching that, because Thomas Jack Lee does get through. It might have been a tiny bit cleaner, but still, I guess the phrase Rubbins Racing, they're both still going, and I'm sure that deep down they're enjoying themselves out there between these 2. Now, I wonder if Jack's been setting that one up for the last few laps, because now that he's managed to get through, the question is going to be, can Webster stick with him, or is it now going to be the blue number 26 car that pulls away now by a few seconds? He is the championship leader, so he's looking to try and extend that advantage. As for Sid Smith, who we mentioned was 2nd in the points, he started at the back of the grid with a 10-second time delay, and he is back up to 9th place already. He's about 3 seconds or so away from Ben Mulryan, who's another one of the Race Car Consultants cars. He's in the car which both, I'm going to get this right now, Magnus Krickleby and Joseph Loke, who have both been champions in that car, have raced before, or at least it was the car which Joseph Loke drove in 2019 before he then went on to take the title in 2020, and the car he used for that was the ex-Isaac Smith car. So it's interesting that former champions and those that go on to higher things in Fiesta Juniors, their cars tend to stay around in the pool of available cars, and some also do move with the same ST150s into the ST150 class in senior level Fiestas. And the simplicity of that car, if you were going that route, although they are looking to put more Mark 7s on the grid, is that the difference between the senior ST150s and the juniors is that simply just taking the engine restrictor off, and also to put on a set of Goodyear slicks rather than the junior tyres that they have on these as well. So drivers such as Joseph Knight and also Thomas Horton, who's back here this weekend, first time we've seen him for several years in the Fiesta paddock, those cars are effectively the same cars they raced in Fiesta Juniors, only with a couple of small tweaks required, as I mentioned, in order to allow them to compete in the senior ranks. 5.5 minutes to go in this first of 3 Fiesta Junior races this weekend. Triple header. Across the line goes Thomas Jackley, followed by Albert Webster. The gap is now about 0.8 per second, I think, because Lee was about 0.8 quicker. Oh, it's actually only 0.461, because he did pass him on that one. Currently third is Luke Hilton, but if he gets a time penalty, which I think he will, because we've seen jump start penalties before in other championships for similar misdemeanors, I think the battle going on behind him will actually turn out to be the battle for third position, effectively, in the result. And Lewis Hodgins going up the inside to try and get past Archie Handy. It's been a good battle between these three so far. It's calmed down a little bit, but as Handy puts 2 wheels onto the grass, he's going to hold station to the inside line. He'll have the right line for the next corner, which is a left-hander at Palmer's. Meanwhile, Albert Webster's got back in front of Thomas Jackley. There's a change between the two race car consultants' teammates. Webster holds the apex through Agostini. And there goes Luke Hilton on his own in third place. He's the leading Jam Sport car. And there goes 4th, 5th and 6th. But again, this might turn out to be the battle of a 3rd, 4th and 5th if Hilton gets a penalty. There's a black and white flag for one of these cars in shot, and that's Archie Handy for track limits. So he's been warned. If he does it, he continues to do it again, he will get a time penalty. It's usually first of all a 5-second penalty, then a 10, then a 15, and then eventually if you keep on extending track limits after all those warnings, you can be black flagged for it. So you've got to be careful about that one. The Harry England's Mark 7 Fiesta has come into the pit lane after it was called in, having received a black and orange flag, so that's being tended to by the 2010 squad. As we bring our battle for 4th, 5th and 6th on track. This is some really impressive stuff that's been going on from both. It's arguably the best weekend so far in the championship for both George Foxlow and Archie Handy in terms of their pace that I've seen them since they joined the championship. Archie Handy joined last year, and it's his 2nd full season in the championship. Where George Foxlow, as I mentioned, joined right at the end of the season at Donington Park and did a one-off. That car is the ex-Joel Wren car that raced in 2019. Apologies for some of the breakup on the camera, it might be some of the temperatures. As up the inside again goes Thomas Jackley, but Albert Webster goes back around the outside. He really wants to take his first Fiesta Junior, doesn't he? There's a bit more banging of doors. They both clatter into doors again. Lee gets the momentum. This is brilliant stuff between the Fiesta Juniors. Proper door-to-door racing. It's clean, but it's fair. A little bit of rubbing, but they're not taking 7 bells out of each other. They're both racing quite respectively. A little bit of bumping and boring as you'd expect in these contests. That black and white flag, of course, is for Archie Handy, but the two of them go side by side back towards Richie's corner. Lee has the inside line. Webster's not scared to go round the outside. He comes to the world of short ovals, so he's done that move time and time again back in junior hot rods. See if we can hold on here. Back down the outside he goes. That little bit later on the brakes, but Lee will have the apex on the inside line. And Webster again tries to go round the outside at the exit of Wilson Hairpin, but there's just no room, so he'll come back at him on the exit. For Lee, it'll be another race win for him in the season. I think he's taken 2 so far this season, whereas it'll be a first ever Fiesta Junior win. It's his 3rd season in the championship, joined in 2020. He was one of the few new drivers that came in on the renaissance of Fiesta Juniors, and I know that Albert and his family and the whole team that look after him as well. His family, I think it's Dean and Annabelle, I think, who is mum and dad. They're massive advocates of the championship, and they're very, very helpful to try and promote it. So big thank you to them and to everyone in the paddock who supports the championship. And of course, going forwards, we've got hopefully the premise of more these Mark 7 Fiestas coming in. I should mention that, speaking of which, James Pope's car came to a stop. So Hadley Simpson's car, of course, was off at the Brundle-Nelson complex. Meanwhile, Thomas Jackley continues to lead now, but Webster was a little wide on the exit through Oggy's corner, so whether he's trying to go a little too deep and actually run out of road remains to be seen. So Luke Hilton still holds third, but again, I'm anticipating a penalty for that car at the end. So this could turn out to be your scrap for the final podium spot. And as far as I'm aware, neither of these cars have taken the podium. I know George Foxlow hasn't been on the podium. I don't think Archie Handy has either. So either of these two drivers could be taking their first Fiesta Junior podium if Luke Hilton does get slapped with a time penalty for a jump start. Still the top two, Lionel Stern. They're going to head on to the final lap of the race this time by. There's just under a minute left to go now. Meanwhile, looking back further in the pack, our second place man in the points, Sid Smith, recovering after his 10-second time delay at the back of the grid. He's now on the tail of Ben Mulryan. This is for 7th place. So a bit of damage limitation for him. He's darting one way then the other, but Mulryan throws the block into the bomb hole. But then on the exit, he finds himself running wide, and Smith will have the line to move up the inside through Coram. Meanwhile, onto the final lap will come Thomas Jackley and Albert Webster. It's a duel between these two for the victory. Has Albert Webster got anything left in the tank to try and take his first Fiesta Junior win? Would it be a third win of the season for Thomas Jackley? Down towards Ritchie's. The gap between the two of them is less than half a second. Webster just cocks a wheel through Ritchie's corner. You can tell he's pushing hard. Meanwhile, behind, Sid Smith has got past Ben Mulryan. So he's up into 7th place now. Down the pit straight they come. Sid Smith, of course, the son of Rob Smith, who won last year's AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship. Was the first ever ST240 champion. And hasn't had quite all the luck this year. He's had a couple of podiums, says Rob, and he's hoping to do more. Out of Palmer towards Agostini in the slipstream now down the short straight towards the hairpin. And I think at the moment, at this point, unless Thomas Jackley makes a mistake, I think Webster might have to push a little bit harder, given that it's quite high temperatures out there today. It might well be difficult. Up towards left-hander. Now the start's going to be investigated after the race, we've been told on the timing screen, so they are going to double-check Luke Hilton's jump start. Sometimes a jump start can be nullified if it's known that the driver made a reasonable enough effort to not compromise his own start and not purposely try and jump start the race. If you purposely jump start it, he would have gone straight away before the lights even went out, but we'll wait and see. Up towards the Brundle-Nelson complex for the last time. It's a decent exit from Albert Webster, but I don't think he's that quite close enough. Off to the side of the road and parking up, I'm afraid, he's Ben Mulryan, so he's out of the race on the last lap, I'm afraid, although he's carried on going. So if there was a problem, he's done a bit of a control delete and carried on again. Into the complex for the final time, and Albert Webster in the slipstream down the Bentley straight has gotten a little bit closer, and Thomas Jackley both runs wide. They're both run wide on the exit through Nelson. They're both pushing as hard as possible. Thomas Jackley was looking in his rearview mirrors. Meanwhile, we've got George Foxer battling with Archie Handy. He might run wide on the exit. This could turn out to be 3rd place in the final result, so it's going to be crucial who finishes ahead of who. But up through Coram for the final time will come the leaders. Nose to tail for 4th. Thomas Jackley comes up to the complex for the final time. He's Webster going to throw up the inside line. He has a bit of a look. He might get a sprint to the checkered flag. He might be close, but it might be too late. And Thomas Jackley puts his foot down, goes back up through the gears. Webster will be in the slipstream, but I think it might be too little too late. Up to the checkered flag for his 3rd win of the season in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Thomas Jackley wins race 1 at Snetterton, but only just from his teammate Albert Webster. The gap at the end was 0.338 of a second. That was a great duel between teammates at the front. Luke Hilton takes 3rd, but he might have it taken away afterwards due to a time penalty for that jump start. So if that does happen, 4th place man George Foxler might well be given in the result his first podium if there's a time penalty. That's the big word, if there's a time penalty. 5th for Archie Handy. He's delighted with that. One of his best results since he joined the championship. 6th for Lewis Hodgin, in only his 2nd race weekend. And it's 7th place for Sid Smith, who recovers well. That's a good bit of damage limitation after his problems in practice and qualifying that put him at the back of the grid. 8th place for Lexi Belk. She's made really good consistent progress throughout the season. Her consistent results actually put her in the top 5 coming into the weekend in Fiesta Juniors. And then Ben Mulryan does get going again. He looks like he might well finish either 9th or 10th, because Dan Lewis will come through next, and the other cars that will come across the line to finish will be Lucas Hayden, and then I think also Ben Mulryan on top of that as well. So cars heading into Parc Ferme after that one. It was quite an energetic race between the front two. A little bit of bumping and boring. I'm sure there'll be some friendly handshakes and hugs between them, and I'm sure that David Elsie certainly wasn't watching that through his fingers. But it's a 1-2 for the race car consultant squad. They'll be very happy with that. And of course Luke Hilton, who at the moment will be given third place. But if not, it will go the way, I'm certain, of George Foxlow if Hilton is given that time penalty for a jump start. They are going to investigate it after the race, so they will be investigating it shortly to figure out what the result was. Across the line comes both Daniel Lewis and also Lucas Hayden to finish the race, and they come across now in, I think, 10th. Will that be 9th and 10th? Because Ben Moore Ryan, of course, looks like he think he will make the flag, but only just. So he's just going to come through right at the top of the shot there through Murray's. And up towards
46 is credited with the 11th place.
As he comes, I'm sure that the race car consultant squad will get to work in trying to figure out what the cause of the problem, what the problem was, and get him back to. He's going to trickle across the line, and he will finish that race in 11th place. He'll get the points for that as well. It's quite a. Wouldn't surprise me if he even parks the car right at the end of the pit lane, so that the squad can push him back. But he does make it across the line and picks up 11th place as a result. Oh no, actually he's 10th. Sorry, forgive me, he's 10th because Lucas Hayden came in, had problems at the start, and actually came back out, but he was a lap down. So fortuitously, Ben Moore Ryan does keep his top 10. Despite having the problems that he did in race 1 just now.
Down there, Chris Dawes will be able to get hold of Thomas Jack Lee at least to find out what he thought of the race.
So, waiting for the results on screen. I can quickly run you through them just in case we need to. In fact, here we go. So, confirmation of the provisional result. It's Thomas Jack Lee who takes the victory, only just from teammate Albert Webster after a race-long battle at the head of the field. Luke Hilton is currently third, but that's a bit of an asterisk because he might get a time penalty for the jump start. So if that means happens, then George Foxlow will inherit that podium. Archie Handy comes next in the top 5 for Lewis Hodgin. Sid Smith from the back of the grid after his qualifying problems to 7th. And Lexi Belk, Daniel Lewis and Ben Moore Ryan with his technical issues crawls across the line in 10th. And Lucas Hayden had problems on the opening lap, and we lost Andy Simpson going off at the Brunton Nelson complex. Harry England had a black and orange flag. James Pope pulled his car off at Ritchie's, and Jasmine Shaw also had problems on the first lap. Right, time to our first podium of the day. It's down to Richard John Neal with our very exciting juniors on what was a thrilling first race here at Snetterton.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Scott. We're going to try and have a word with both the guys for P1 and P2 together. Thomas? Well done, mate. We had a quick chat with you in the car. I get Albert over as well. We'll have two in camera and we'll do the third in a minute. Chris is going to do P3. First of all, you two, I wanted to just check after the race that you were still talking because that was so close. That was a mega race. Third win of the year. Well done.
Yeah, it's a good year so far. We had a good race. There was a bit of contact, but it doesn't matter. It will rub out. So yeah, good.
Albert, from your point of view, I mean, obviously you traded the lead as well as a bit of paint. It doesn't really get much better than that as a training ground, does it, motor racing?
No. Best junior formula round. Such tight racing, literally bumper to bumper the entire race. What can't you love?
What were your thoughts on turn 1 because Albert got the drop on you?
I mean, it was a better start than I made last race at Alton, but I kept there, didn't lose. I only lost to Albert and then followed him for a few laps and then finally made the move, and we just kept trading from there.
And from your point of view, the next race is yours, I guess.
I hope so. It's too long without a win now, so need one soon.
Okay, well, cracking race between the pair of you. Very well done indeed, and we'll see you for race 2 a little bit later on. Okay, cheers guys, well done. Cheers. Good to meet you, Albert. Good to see you, Tom. We'll grab a quick word third place. Chris Dawes, our circuit commentator, very patient with me for grabbing those two up front. He's going to thank you, Chris, very much indeed. Luke Hilton, we'll get you over. Luke, great to meet you. And good third place. A little bit nervous off the start. Tell us a story about what happened on the line.
So, yeah, I was just very nervous. My heart was racing, and all I thought was what's going to happen for turn 1. I thought it could have gone either way, into the wall or clean exit, which it went the second way, clean exit. I got a good move over Archie Handy up the inside, and yeah, to be honest, I'm pretty proud of what I've achieved today in this first race.
We were all speculating whether the move was well before lights out, so there might be a penalty, we don't know. Hope not, because you raced well and it was a good podium. I
really hope there's not a penalty, because all I saw was me and Handy jumped a little bit, the slightest, because the 5-second board went out and we thought the lights went out as well, and we didn't see it, and I think a few other people might have jumped it or something, but hopefully they let us off with that one.
Fingers crossed, and we'll see you for race 2. Many congratulations on a fine podium. Well done. That was Luke Hilton, our top 2 having a great race. By the way, that's only I think the first time we've had a a driver setting a fastest lap for the second time this year. All of the other races coming into the meeting this weekend have seen different drivers setting fastest laps, and our second place driver there, Albert Webster, the first driver to get a second fastest lap of the year. That is how very competitive the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship is, and we'll have more of that for you because they've got a triple header this weekend. We'll have more of that for you later on in the day. Now though, we turn our attentions back to single-seaters. We saw the Formula Ford 1600 Championship yesterday, a fine race yesterday with Jordan Dempsey taking the win from Lucas Romanek. They will line up as they finished, and to talk you through the grid, let's go back to the BRSCC's very own Scott Woodwis.
We are indeed transitioning from junior racing to single-seaters, and the second race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship in equally beautiful weather conditions here in sunny Norfolk, here at the Snetterton 300 circuit. We've had great weather all weekend so far. Of course, the current temperature showing me about 23 to 25 degrees. Not quite the high 30s and even 40 degrees that we had at some points around the country. Thankfully, I was worrying a little bit about how the drivers and particularly the cars would cope if it was going to be that hot this weekend. I did even see a note on my phone yesterday that suggested it was going to be 31 degrees in Norwich today. So if it is going to be that hot, probably got that towards the midday, and hopefully everyone who's watching around the circuit, if you are here at the circuit, is keeping as cool as possible. A big shout out to all the marshals we should mention, because you have to remember the marshals are all in their sort of thick orange overalls, and these are not thin garments. So unfortunately, because of that, whilst they're doing their jobs, they get incredibly hot. They do have the cover of the marshals posts and some of the shady areas in the pit lane where they can keep it as cool as possible, and hopefully they're keeping as hydrated and as well as possible. And a big thank you to the marshals for all the work that they've done, particularly yesterday, of course, with the endurance race that we did and everything else. So once we get set for our second National Formula Ford race, then we can give you the grid heading up towards it. It's set by the results of race 1. So, in fact, that's the Fiesta Junior, in fact, actually, not the Formula Fords. So, but I'll quickly run you through what we've got on my screen here before we get them up on the screen in front of me. So Jordan Dempsey's result of his win yesterday takes victory in race number 1. So he starts on pole for race 2 in car number 3, the Kevin Mills Spectrum. And then we have Lucas Romanek, who started from 7th on the grid, charged his way through up to 2nd, and was able to pick up a front row starting spot for race number 2. Jamie Sharp and Morgan Quinn then come next on the second row of the grid. Jamie Sharp, of course, the Anglesey race winner and last year's Formula Ford Festival winner as well. Alongside him is Morgan Quinn for Team Dolan, who we talked about yesterday. Team Dolan having that really unfortunate workshop fire on the way back from Anglesey, but they've had to move into a new premises, which they thankfully have, and we're really thankful that they're here this weekend, having all the troubles they've had in the last few weeks. So great job by Bernard Dolan and his squad to get his guys on the grid. And Morgan Quinn drove a brilliant race yesterday, was so close to a podium, managed to pick up 4th place for his troubles. Andrew Rackstraw then comes next. He's our guest driver this weekend. He's one of 3 South Africans that Kevin Mills has out racing this year, and he starts 5th on the grid. Really good drive for him in the second Kevin Mills Spectrum. Alongside him will be Sean Rashid, who has made some very steady progress, one of the few American drivers who's come across, and his experience beforehand was a little bit of Formula 4 testing and some SCCA club racing in the US, but his first year racing Formula Fords of any kind, so he's one of the 4 drivers in the rookie class, and so he's up there in 6th position on the grid. 7th place for Brandon McCorkin, who was one of the stars of the star finds of last year's Formula Ford Festival, particularly in the historic ranks. He finishes in 7th place, so therefore he starts 7th on the grid for race number 2. And then Ben Cochran alongside him on the 8th position on the 4th row of the grid, ahead of Andre Lafond and David Maloney for BM Racing. Then it's row 6 for Gabe Test, a young American driver with Team Dolan. Alongside him is Tom Nippers, who's the independent runner. He's sort of Michael Nippers, who used to be a Formula Renault racer. And then Colin Queed, who had some dramas yesterday, some technical issues, I think, which put him back down to 13th position. And therefore he starts back on the 7th row of the grid, ahead of Bryn Kinch. Alongside him on the 7th row is his teammate for the Amelite Motorsport squad. And at the back of the grid, after his car stopped exiting the hairpin at Wilson, it's going to be Murray Shepherd, who is a former racer and champion in things such as 750 motorsport low cost. It's also a bit of historic Formula 4 2000, but in terms of Formula 4 1600, was also a rookie coming into this season as well. So even though they are experienced drivers, you can get rookies coming in. Case in point for another championship, we have Nick Grindrod, who was the last year's CityCar Cup champion. Has vastly experienced, has raced in multiple time pickup truck racing champion, but it's his first year, so essentially he's a rookie, so to speak, in terms of racing in the MX-5 Super Cup, who raced yesterday. Got some really good results at Alton Park yesterday, so good to see. Whilst speaking of Formula 4s, we should give a shout out to all the Super Classic Formula 4s that were out yesterday at Alton Park. As some of you are watching here on the live stream, well done to all of you for a great day's racing. 2 races for the Invitational Moose Trophy, which is named after a rather well-known person within Formula 4 circles in the northwestern centre of BRSCC. For reasons that I have no idea, his nickname was Moose, and therefore the trophy that was created was called the Moose Trophy. And yesterday's winner after both races was Callum Grant. So congratulations to Callum, who took the victory for the Moose Trophy. Super Classic Invitational. We had about 27, 28 cars there for that weekend for the Super Classic cars. So well done to all of them taking part. And hopefully we'll see more Super Classic races as the season goes on. As the season goes on towards it. Right, so we can go through the grid once again on screen for you, so that's a reminder of what we just run through. Jordan Dempsey then starts on pole, courtesy of his win yesterday in race 1. He starts alongside Lucas Romanek, one of his main rivals, who came from 7th to 2nd and starts on the front row. But it's Jamie Sharp and Morgan Quinn on the 2nd row of the grid, followed by Andrew Rackstraw, our South African guest driver for Kevin Mills Racing, and Sean Rashid on the 3rd row in 6th. Brandon McCorkin in the 2nd Oldfield Motorsport. Van Diemen comes next on row 4, alongside Ben Cochran in the Team Dolan Van Diemen. But it's Andre Lafond in the Ray chassis for Amalite Motorsport, and David Maloney for BM Racing in the Medina Sport BH 2022 car. Row 6 is Gabe Tesh, the young American for Team Dolan, and Tom Nippers, the independent in his 2001 Van Diemen. And then on to row 7, we find Colin Queen looking to make up some time from 13th on the grid after problems yesterday, and Bryn Kinch, his Amalite Motorsport teammate, in 14th. And after technical problems that put him out early in the race yesterday, Murray Shepherd starts in the Medina Sport car at the back of the grid in 15th position. So 15 cars for another 15 minutes in the blazing sunshine here at Snetterton. It is another meeting for the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship. This is a really good proving ground for young drivers to come through and learn their skills. Of course, those who know Formula 4 will know that it's come through the ranks of being a championship and being through a series that has a category of racing that has taught so many young drivers, so many Formula 1 world champions and great drivers throughout the years, the basics of racing a car purely on mechanical grip, because of course, as you can see, these cars don't feature slicks and wings. They're not like an F4 car or a Formula Renault car. These are really good cars for drivers to learn racing and setting up a race car purely on mechanical grip. And they used to say back in the days of the Formula 3 was booming in the UK, that you could always tell the good drivers that had come through Formula Ford when it was moved up to Formula 3, when it was a simpler run up the ladder, when it was simply just Formula Ford, then Formula 3, maybe a bit of Formula 2 or Formula 3000, and then you moved up into Grand Prix racing back in the day. But it's good to see that Formula Ford is still alive and kicking. Of course, the success of last year's Formula Ford Festival still is a bit, it's not a hangover, so to speak, but it's still continuing the buzz around the category, and hopefully there's more and more young drivers that are being inspired to take part this season. And as they make the way off to the formation lap, I'm not going to call it a warm-up lap because that would be quite ironic to do so, because it's quite warm up there, as we mentioned. My sort of phone is telling me the temperature here right now is 24 degrees, so not quite as toasty as I mentioned as it was earlier on this week, but still quite warm temperatures. And you can see the grass needs a bit of a water here at Snetterton as well. It's quite dry and quite yellow, so I'm sure that Dr. Palmer will be out putting in some new grass, I'm sure, or at least getting it watered once again to get some hydration back in there. So coming to the weekend, Colin Queen was the man in the lead of the points, ahead of Jordan Dempsey and then Lucas Romanek. And the story of the season really was Jordan Dempsey coming in late this year to start the season. It was a late deal to sign up with Kevin Mills Racing. Jumped into the car and straight away was dominant at Silverstone. Had a battle with Colin Queen at the front, and they had a really good scrap between each other at Knock Hill. They came together in the 2nd race in Scotland, and that then allowed a new race winner on top of that. Then they moved across to Croft, where Lucas Romanek's charge had a bit of a derailment when he was battling with Jamie Sharp and had a rather nasty incident at Croft where he had to have the car rebuilt, and he only really salvaged a few points from that weekend, but he was able to carve his way back through to get a strong result. And then last time out at Anglesey, he really got on form, managed to pick up 2 race wins, along with the other one being from Jamie Sharp in 3rd place. So Jordan Dempsey going back to winning ways for the first time, I think, since probably Croft, and he he's looking to try and extend that points lead even further. In fact, I think he probably would have even gained back some points, maybe even retaken the championship lead on overall scores. Of course, you get drop scores to play into the championship, and they'll start to become a factor over the next couple of meetings towards the end of the season. Of course, the Formula Ford Festival is back again this year, the 51st running of this classic Formula Ford event. Of course, started back in 1972, of all places, right here at Snetterton. So it started right back in 1972. They ran the first 4 Formula Ford festivals here, from 72 to 75, on the old original Snetterton circuit, when you had the long straight up towards the Norfolk hairpin and back down again the longer straight towards the end of the circuit. There's still quite a few parts of the circuit here that are relatively unchanged, despite the various amendments and alterations to the layout, including the latest one that took place right at the beginning of the 2010s. 2010, 2011, when the Snetterton 300 circuit came to life, and that allowed it to hold a Class 2 FIA license, which means that everything essentially short of Formula 1 can race here. So it is very much a much enhanced circuit. There are still some that prefer the more original layout, and some that enjoy the technical sections that the new layout has provided over the last few years, but ultimately Snetterton still has its own challenges. It's very much a circuit of two halves. You've got the long, fast straights and the tight technical sections in between, which means you've got a test of trying to find a balance between top speed down the straights, the acceleration and grip and handling through the corners. So it's a perfect circuit in many ways to learn how to set up a Formula Ford, to get the most out of it, because you've got to try and find the proper baseline setup. And usually with a Formula Ford, you find a baseline setup in the car and you only have to tweak it a little bit for circuits now and then, but you find the baseline that works all round as a general foundation for a weekend setup, and then you tweak it and fettle it, whether you need to extend some of the gear ratios or tweak the suspension a tiny bit to work with some of the longer or faster corners, or if there's more tighter technical sections. There's always some things you can fettle on it, but ultimately these Formula Fords are a great way, not just for drivers, but also mechanics and young engineers to come through to learn how to properly set up a race car. So all in all, it's been quite a strong run so far for them. Cars making their way onto the grid. Just quick colour identification for anyone watching who didn't race yesterday or watching for the first time. So pole sitter Jordan Dempsey is in the white and blue car on the left-hand side on pole position. It's the black and white car of Lucas Romanek for Oldfield Motorsport. The red car just at the left corner of shot is Jamie Sharp for BM Racing. And then we've got Morgan Quinn in Team Doe with Andrew Rackstraw behind him. So 4 different teams with, I think, 4 different chassis effectively in the first 4 positions. So all set to go then. 5-second board is up. No jump starts this time. And the red lights will come on, and race number 2 of the weekend for the Avon Tyres. National Formula Ford at Snetterton is all set to get underway. The revs rise, they drop the clutch, and they get away now. It's a good start from the front row for Lucas Romanek from the outside of Pro 1. They all get away cleanly, and I think Lucas Romanek has got the jump. He's going to go side by side with Dempsey down towards Ritchie's for the first time, but Dempsey will get the whole shot, and he leads into Ritchie's for the first time. So Dempsey leads. It's then Romanek second place, Sharp in third, Quinn fourth, and Andrew Rackstraw holding station in 5th position as they get away for 15 more minutes of Formula Ford action. Side by side into the hairpin, Romanek going round the outside as the Ammonite Motorsport cars going to combat with Davide Maloney. One of the Team Dolan machines as well, so they're getting stuck in. Now Colin Queen, of course, watch for him. He's car number 62. He starts back in 13th place and begins to get underway and up into a few more positions higher, a little bit quicker. Down towards the Agostini hairpin. There goes Jamie Sharp on the move, down the outside of Lucas Romanek, but the Oldfield Motorsport driver holds station. Top 6 trying to break away, and everyone else trying to be 7th. It looks like at the top of that field, I think it's possibly Sean Rashid. Strong start for Murray Shepherd. Where's he come from? Murray Shepherd's up in the top 10 already, so he squeezed his way up a couple of positions, not hanging around at all. He's up at about 11th now at this point, so this is really strong running from him early doors. Top 3 make their way out through the left-hander at Oggies, and now through Palmer's for the first time. Now, down towards the down the straight towards Brendan Nelson for the first time. Still Dempsey with Romanek on his gearbox as they come up to the end of lap number 1. Next Sharp in 3rd, Quinn 4th, Rackstraw 5th, and further back to a bit further back. There's Tom Nippers in the 189 with 2001 Van Diemen. And that's the thing we should point out is that the great thing about Formula Ford is that with these Kent engine cars, the more contemporary, what they call P-class cars in this Pro class, is that yes, you get some cars that are either built in the last 2 or 3 years. There still are 1 or 2 chassis makers that build new Formula Fords, like Ray and Medina Sport. But then you've got cars that are as old as, you know, into the early 2000s, if not back in the days of when Niall Murray raced in the championship, and it was 1999 that Van Diemen, and he won a title with it back in as early as 2016. So these sort of cars are relatively sort of tweaked and amended to the year on year, and those chassis were really sort of changed a little bit aerodynamically, very rarely as the years went on. Back at the front again as Jamie Sharp looks around the outside to do what Romanek tried to do to Dempsey on the opening lap into Wilson hairpin. No move there. The wide there for Tom Nippers at the hairpin also. Murray Shepherd, who was getting really stuck in on the opening lap, appears to have dropped back a little bit. Down the short straight towards the Agostini hairpin again. Still nose to tail. Now they head back towards Oggy's. Now kick up a dust there as he just dips a wheel on the outside to help maybe rotate the car a little bit. Now Colin Queen, meanwhile, starts at 13th, only up to 11th, so not quite the start he was hoping for, but it's still another 12 and a half minutes, 11 or so minutes to go to make up a couple more places. But I'm sure what he'll be trying to do is to try to get as high as he can within the top 10 so he can get himself a possible reverse grid pole. There goes Colin Queen, who shot there just a moment ago. And then you see towards the back of the field here, we've got Gabe Tesh, the young American, battling over with Bryn Kinch in car number 42, and then Murray Shepherd in the bright blue car just at the back in the Van Diemen, sorry, in the Medina Sport. Top 3 nose to tail again, top 5 in fact, because even though it is a top 5, Quince trying to go with them. See the Team Dolan cars running strongly after the troubles they've had recently. Switch for position, there goes Murray Shepherd past Bryn Kinch. He's up now to 14th position. He goes through the bomb hole as they swing through the compression right at the apex. Down the pit straight they go then. End lap number 2. Great shots, they flash past the camera as Lucas Romanek starts to set out his stall. He just fractionally takes the fast lap of the race and again attacks down towards Ritchie's. That's the 3rd time he's done that in towards turn 1. Good momentum off the corner. Now can he try and attack again down towards Wilson, or is he going to try and keep his powder dry a little bit longer? He does look towards the inside line again, but he's now going to be hoodwinked, I think, by Jamie Sharp, who this time again, because Romanek tried to go down the outside, he's opened up the door for Jamie to try and stink past on the inside line. But, oh, Tom Nippers there. Either he sort of, I don't think he expected Gabe Tesh to squeeze his way through, so he had to back off quite severely to try and make sure he didn't make contact. Romanek now this time going defensive. He's having to basically play a bit of a catch-22 game here. He's having to keep one eye on Dempsey in front to keep close, but also one eye behind him for the seething mob of cars that are trying to get past him for 2nd place, because JB Sharp's there in 3rd, then Morgan Quinn, then Brandon McCorkin, and then also Andrew Rackstraw's in there as well. In fact, just ahead of the 2nd of the 2 Oldfield Motorsport cars. Colin Queen, meanwhile, still 11th, so really hasn't made very much more progress, not into the top 10 yet anyway, so hopefully he can try and do that a little bit more, possibly either a legacy of some of the problems he had yesterday. And now just there he is, car 62, Colin Queen. Multi-time race winner this year, came into the weekend leading the point standings after the previous round at Anglesey. Now as they come up towards the end of another lap, this will be lap number 3 they'll complete. Top 5 practically line astern. Brandon McCourt was trying to go with them in 6th position, the young Northern Irishman. Spent quite a while testing Formula Fords last year, and then made his debut pretty much in the UK at least at last year's Formula Ford Festival. Made the podium in the historic final for the Ryan Jones Memorial Trophy. And this year managed to find himself a deal with James Oldfield's outfit. It seems to have worked a treat, because Oldfield Motorsport cars have been on really good form this year, and I think having Lucas as a teammate has certainly helped Brandon, and it's rubbed off in terms of some of the pace he's found as a result. And the case in point, there he is as I talk about him. He sets the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 1.873, and that's faster than anyone else in front. That must have been the mega tow he got from all the cars in front, because of course with a big slipstream he punched quite a large hole in the air. The more cars that are in the tow, the bigger hole they punch, and therefore the bigger tow you get, and therefore the faster you go in that complex. Meanwhile, there goes Colin Queen. Now he has got past Davide Maloney. He's got through onto the approach, exiting. I think he actually up Davide going, look, let's not fight. He was actually waving to give him the signal. Let's go. Let's work together. Let's try and catch the cars in front. Because the next target that Colin Queen has to try and catch now is 9th place man, Andre Lafond. So onto the hairpin they go. The left-hander at Hamilton, named after Sir Lewis Hamilton, and then into the right-hander at Williams, named after Sir Frank Williams. So on the Benton Straight they come. So there's the Lafond 7th, sorry, Rashid 7th, Ben Cochran 8th, Andre Lafond 9th. This is a battle that's developing here outside this top 6 scrap. Just gone past half distance. If there is a safety car at any point, on the first safety car, the race director does have the ability to add an extra 5 minutes to the race time at his discretion. So we could end up being a 20-minute race if you include the time on the safety car. But at the moment, it seems as though, touch wood, everyone is behaving themselves a little bit spread out towards the back of the field. You see Tom Nippers chasing after, looks like Gabe Tesh. He's made a little bit of good progress through the order. Carter to overcome a cancer diagnosis, but thankfully he managed to fight on. He's kept his racing dream alive, and he's come across here to the UK to continue that and to continue his education via Formula Ford. And of course, it's a fantastic way to do it. Romanek sets the new fastest lap of the race this time. 0.3 of a second still between the top 2 as they come back down towards Ritchie's corner. There goes Jamie Sharp. And still, because Romanek is just harrying the back of Dempsey, just staring at the gearbox of that Spectrum, trying to find a way through if he can. Hasn't quite managed it just yet. Turning out of the hairpin. There's Colin Queen sliding his way through. I think the request of Davide Maloney to help him pull him along has been rather inadvertently ignored, because he's pulled away by a couple of seconds, and Colin Queen thinking for himself clearly on this one, and why not, because he's battling for a championship and trying to find as many points as he can. So that he's looking at his lap times now. He's not lapping any quicker than the cars in front. He needed the benefit of a tow, or just for Rashid, Cochran and Lafond to start fighting amongst each other. Either way, or something needs to happen to any of them in front. Otherwise, I think Colin Queen looks resigned to be in 10th. His only hope is going to have to be, if he does stay in 10th, that the reverse grid draw that gets done after race 2 miraculously pulls out number 10. That means there's the top 10 reversal, and he gets a reverse grid pole. But he needs that to happen if he stays in 10th position. But he'd ideally like to get a few more points to try and keep himself closer to Jordan Dempsey. Black and white flag has gone out for Sean Rashid for track limits, so that's a warning for Sean to not do that again, otherwise he will get a 5-second penalty for that by the race director. And you think Lucas Romanek is starting to go with Jordan Dempsey and starting to drop Jamie Sharp a little bit. Across the line, they're about 6.5 tenths ahead of number 89. Morgan Quinn is a further second or so back in 4th position. In fact, he was, because there goes Andrew Rackstraw. Just noticed they came through the long right-hander at Coram, that Andrew Rackstraw's found a way through. This is really good stuff from Andrew Rackstraw. Shame he's not able to score points or doing a full season, because I think if he did do a full season, he'd certainly be in contention for a good score at the end of the season. Maybe this could be a precursor for next year if he decides to enter the National Formula Fords with Kevin Mills. Side by side for 4th. Morgan Quinn wants that P4 back and tries to get the undercut on the exit, but he's not quite far enough alongside, heading out of Ritchie's to put himself level with the South African down towards Wilson Hairpin. He thinks about the outside line. There's Brandon McCorkin meanwhile. He's been caught by Sean Rashid, and also I can see that Andre Lafond has got past Benjamin Cochran, so there's been a change for position there. Now, last lap for Colin Queen, again, did a 2-minute 3.0, as everyone else in front is doing 2-minute 2s, and even a 2-minute 1 for Sean Rashid. So they're not lapping there on the same pace. Jordan Dempsey, meanwhile, has set a new fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 1, and that, I'm afraid, is Bryn Kinch with problems in the 42 car. Also, Murray Shepherd in the pit lane, also with issues too. I don't think it's related, but 2 cars not having the brightest of weekends so far, particularly Murray Shepherd having retired from race 1 yesterday, having to come back for race number 2 and try and do better. So out through the right-hander at Williams. Here's a battle developing here, because Benjamin Cochran all over the gearbox of Andre Lafond. This is going to be over placed at the bottom of the top 10, just outside the top 10. That's going to be, no, sorry, for 8th and 9th, because Andre Lafon's ahead of Cochrane now, so he's going to go to 8th position. And Rackstraw now that he's got Quinn on his tail, that's starting to bring both McCorkin and Andre, Sean Rashid back into play here. This could be a bit of a tasty scrap going on for what could well be a change in 4th position. Romanek is still going with Jordan Dempsey. Of course, Romanek knows all about these Kevin Mills Spectrum cars, because for half a season last year he was part of the Kevin Mills outfit, so he knows all the tricks of the trade when it comes to the Spectrum chassis. And having since joined afterwards the Oldfield Motorsport squad, he knows that car for about roughly a season and a half now. So Romanek fully ensconced in that Van Diemen chassis, as is also Morgan Quinn in his. Really hustling the back of Andrew Rackstraw now, looking for a move down towards Wilson again. Also that scrap between Lafond and Cochrane still going on. And McCorkin fancies to get involved now. So we've now got 2 Van Diemens, a Ray and a Spectrum, 4 different teams, remember, running these cars, and they're all very evenly matched. Let's see who can come out on top of this one. The Oldfield Motorsport cars are on the march, particularly this one, as he's still crawling all over the back of Jordan Dempsey. And this is not the dominant race victory we saw from Jordan Dempsey yesterday, because he got out in front and just charged away from everyone else and won by about 6 seconds. So more than that, it's about 9, I think, in fact. So Jordan Dempsey not having the simplest of races. He's being kept very heavily under pressure by Lucas Romanek. Sharp in 3rd place is in a little bit of no man's land. He's not losing time to the cars behind, but not gaining time on the cars in front. So he's done that kind of period where both the cars in front and behind are kind of drawing away from him. So he's in his own race at the moment. Not long to go, in fact, either. Next time they'll start the last lap of the race. This scrap for 4th might not be done until the checkered flag, because these 4 are still together. And a tow here from Morgan Quinn down the Bentley straight will give him a chance to make a pass for Rackstraw for 4th. Now remember, Rackstraw's a guest, so even if Morgan Quinn does pass him, he will still get the points for the equivalent of 4th place, because Rackstraw is invisible for scoring this weekend. So even if he does pass, in fact, no, there's been a change of that, because Brandon McCorkin's got past. So McCorkin gets past Morgan Quinn, and it's Quinn then that now has to try and do the chasing again. He's going to charge and chase 2 cars, but he might get a bigger tow down the pit straight if he stays close between the 2 cars in front, and hopefully he might try and get through. So last opportunity down the pit straight before they come to start the last lap now for Lucas Romanek at least. He's still 0.3 per second away, just hustling the rear end of Dempsey's car as they come down the pit straight again, still together as they come towards it. Their lap times were only 100th of a second different. That's how evenly matched they are right now in this race. As the last lap board goes out, there's a black and white flag going out for Morgan Quinn for track limits. That's the least of his concerns now, as Brandon McCorkin is watching in front of him, trying to make a move, trying to do the move that he couldn't do. Whoops, Rand's gone Gabe Tesh in 48, exiting Murray's corner. And whether he jumped or if he was pushed, I don't know, because we caught the end of that. For 4th place, though, they're all over each other. Rackstraw holds the apex on the inside line. McCorkin goes back round the outside and says, "Get back, Morgan. I'm holding on to 4th place if you don't mind." And then we come up towards the end of the first half of the last lap, and Romanek now decides, right, it's now or never. I'm going to start pulling the pin here and trying to find a way through it. Now he's putting Dempsey under big pressure to try and steal the lead away if he can. It might well be a photo finish towards the end. Meanwhile, there goes Brandon McCorkin steaming round the outside into Agostini, but again, Rackstraw holds firm. He puts McCorkin back out onto the curb. The Oldfield Motorsport car slots back in behind the Spectrum and says, "Not on your life, sunshine." That's not going to work any time of the day, so I think McCorkin might try him again up towards the inside line. Meanwhile, on the gearbox of the Spectrum comes Lucas Romanek. Can he make it through on this last half of lap to try and take another race victory? Through goes Sharp, then this battle for 4th. It's still Rackstraw, McCorkin, Quinn and Rashid all together. 4 different teams, equally matched cars. It's a brilliant scrap between them. And McCorkin wants 4th place on the road. They're side by side for the lead also, as we saw Romanek trying to get up the inside for Brundle, tries to get the undercut for Nelson, but can't squeeze through there. Gets a little bit better traction. Dempsey's not going defensive too much here. He might have to possibly try and move across to prevent a Romanek drive off the corner at Murray's. And nothing doing either for 4th place, because they come up through the bomb hole. They're still all 4 of them together up towards Core Most for the last time. Romanek is looking for it. Is he going to dive up the inside into Murray's? Yes, no, he's not. He was very, very close. He might win the sprint to the flag if he stays in the slipstream. He's going to be close for 4th also. I think Rackstraw might hold on. Here there comes the checker flag. It's going to be a second win of the weekend. It's going to be very close. Romanek darts out, but he can't do it. And up to the checker flag, Jordan Dempsey takes his 2nd win of the weekend in the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship. Not as dominant as yesterday. Meanwhile, for 4th across the line, and it is Rackstraw who only just beats McCorkin by 53 1,000th of a second. What a battle that was between these 4. And that right there, once again, is an advert for why Formula Ford Racing, after 50+ years of existence, is still a mega formula for young junior drivers to come through and learn their race craft. Because of racing, like we saw at the front just there, and that four-way scrap for fourth. It's brilliant close racing for single-seaters. What more could you want? Fantastic stuff. So Jordan Dempsey then, again, taking another step closer back towards the National Formula Ford title with that victory. But again, Lucas Romanek also taking more valuable points away from Colin Queen too. So he's also climbing further towards him in the point standing. Colin Queen, for the record, finished 9th. So he'll get a couple of points for his troubles there. I think he'll get 10 points for that compared to the 27 that Romanek, so the 20... Right, I'll work something out in a second for the fastest lap, because Jordan Dempsey takes the victory from Lucas Romanek in 2nd place. Jamie Sharp is 3rd. Then Rackstraw, McCork and Quinn Lafond in that order at the end of that frantic battle for 4th position. Ben Cochran is 8th. Colin Queen finishes up 9th after starting 13th. He's got work to do in race 3 in hopes that the reverse grid will benefit him. And Davide Maloney finishing 10th. And Sean Machine, Tom Nippers and Gabe Tesh after his spin. And we saw both Murray Shepherd and Bryn Kinch. Now, also should mention, the fastest lap of the race I think it goes to Jordan Dempsey because he might have set it first, but ironically, both Jordan Dempsey and Lucas Romanek set exactly the same fastest time, 2 minutes 1.028. But I think courtesy of Dempsey getting it first means that it's Dempsey that actually takes that victory, takes that extra couple of points as well on top of that. So the cars will make their way around. They've already made their way into Parc Ferme, so we'll have a chat to our top 3 very shortly once Richard and co are down there. We're getting ready for our next race of the weekend, which is the 2nd of the meeting for the modified Ford series. It's the runyourfeet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety cars moved into position to head the field off. That's a rolling start for them, and they're already heading onto the grid. So we might have to possibly try and, if we can, have a chat to our top 3, because it's quite close. There are quite a few cars. Then we spend a bit of time to grid them. So we might have to have a very quick, brief interview with at least the winner. And we'll take you to the grid for race number 2 for the modified Fords when we get a moment. And as they trickle forward onto the grid, I'll prepare the modified Fords grid in a moment. But hopefully we can have a chat. I think we can now, so we can quickly hand over to Richard John Neal. He's got our top 3 from the National Formula Ford down in Parc Ferme.
Just the top 1 at the moment, Jordan Dempsey. I tell you what, Jordan, you look like you've been in a race.
Yeah, it was more of a race. Lucas, he wasn't letting me away. I could just tell from the first lap that wherever I went, he was trying to follow me. But I think in the car we still had the pace that he could just stay with us, but he couldn't really make an attack. Now my tyres near the end, because of the heat, they started going off a bit, so that's why he was able to get back into me, because I made a few mistakes. But yeah, last lap was a bit frantic, but we held on.
It was a different complexion from yesterday, because you made a great start yesterday and you got away and you continued to build on that, and maybe helped a little bit by the guys squabbling amongst themselves behind you.
Yeah, well, I think yesterday they were kind of napping, they were fighting amongst themselves, and they should have been looking at what was going on ahead of them. But yeah, no, I knew it was going to be a different story today. I knew Lucas he has the pace, so I knew he was going to try and chase me down and not letting me get away. But we got away for a little bit, but then he just started eking me back in again. So great drive by him. Just want to say big thanks to all the guys at Kevin Mills Racing and MCP Engines for putting such a great package together, and thanks to all my sponsors.
That's great, a 6th win of the season and another fastest lap to boot, so it's all going the right way for you right now.
Yeah, I didn't know I got the fastest lap. I thought Lucas might have got chasing me down, but yeah, get another fastest lap, it's more points, so yeah, I'm happy with that.
Well done, Jordan. Hopefully we'll see you a little bit later on. Congratulations. We get Lucas over as well, and I think we've got time for a quick one here. Lucas, that was really taking the battle, wasn't it, to Jordan, and he was saying how difficult you were to shake off, and he couldn't.
Yeah, I know, he was so quick, just in the pinnacle points of the corner, and then I couldn't really force a move. In the end, he defended really well, and yeah, I tried everything, but he was just too quick today.
What's in the tank for race 3 coming up?
So yeah, I've been in that similar situation before, like, you know, starting 7th, so I think hopefully just try and push through again, and yeah, just try and make some clinical moves and try and get to the front, really.
How much of a workout for you is Snetterton? Obviously we see the long straights, which you've just got to floor it, I guess, but there's some very technical sections as well. Do you prefer a circuit that's completely technical, or do you quite like the breaks that you get here?
Yeah, I don't mind this track, is quite good. I think the infield bit is pretty hard, and also like corners like Coram, they're just awesome. Yeah. But yeah, I like Knock Hill as well, so it's a mix between the both, really. I like any track.
It's great to hear that you love any of those. Well done, fine second place, great drive, Lucas Romanek, well done. Don't know whether we got Jammer Sharp around, I don't think we have. We did try and get him over. So tell you what we'll do, we'll look forward to the next race. I think Modified Ford's out on circuit next. We'll hand you back to the man on a mission in the comms box. It's Scott Woodwis.
Just call me 007 RJN.
Well done, fantastic job. Well done, Jordan. Great.
Just call me 007 RJN. Not really. Anyway, moving on to our next race, which is the second of the weekend for the incredible grid that is the Modified Ford Series. Great spectacle they put on yesterday. Some 30-plus cars on the grid of 4 models of all shapes and sizes here. From Escort Cosworths, V8 engine Capri, Sierras, got Mark 1 and Mark 2 Escorts. There's more Fiestas, there's Pumas, there's a couple of different cars. There's even if it's hopefully down on the grid, a Ford Focus Estate. But that's not that's not me misspeaking. It is a Ford Focus Estate. It's an X-Time Attack car. Hopefully there's a couple of cars that didn't race yesterday are also on the grid here today as well, who had some problems. But if they are on the grid, hopefully we'll be able to see them. So, onto the grid for race number 2. It's a direct result of race number 1 that will start this race. So, from pole position, it should be Dave Cockell who will start in his flame-spitting Ford Escort Cosworth. And he will start from pole position alongside Simon Light on the front row of the grid in his V8 Cobra engined Capri. And it's Ashley Shellswell and Steve Scott on Woody in a pair of Sierras, the V6 engined Fiesta Sierra XR4i and the proper Ford Sierra Cosworth RS500. Steve Scott and Woody, that's a flame splitter too as well. Row 3 is Dave Mattias in his Ford Sierra Cosworth as well. I think if you see the grid, it will say Sapphire Cosworth, but it's definitely a Sierra RS500. And then it's Neil Jessup in the Ford Escort Mark II Zaxpeed. It's the beautiful wide-bodied black, red, yellow and orange car that you'll see on the grid here, hopefully in 6th position. I hope it's there. I can't see it there, I'm afraid, so unfortunately might not be a start unless it's from the pit lane. So instead we've got Paul Neville, who is the man who's the brains behind the Modified Ford Series. He starts what will be 7th place in his Ford Escort Mark II RS2000. Next comes then Tony Paxman and his blue Mark 1 Escort Mark 1. And then Wayne Crabtree in the Gulf-coloured Escort Mark 1 comes next, 9th in the grid ahead of Nigel Craig in his Mark II Escort. Row 6 is the Fiesta XR2 of Nigel Craig, and the the John Edwards Parkin is the Fiesta XR2, I'm getting confused. And Caitlin May, who's making her second appearance in this series in her new ST240 spec for Fiesta Mark 7. That car will be out in the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship later on as well. Malcolm Wise comes next in the Ford Escort Cosworth, the bright yellow car. And Club Racing UK's Rob Lewis, who started from the pit lane yesterday, charged his way through to 14th, so he's managed to get himself on the 7th row of the grid in his Focus ST170. Next is the Smiths, car number 128 in their Mark 1 Escort, and Tim Sandu in a Fiesta ST150. Row 9 is Kevin Hatfield in the first of 5 Ford Pumas in the field, so he's in car 76 alongside Jason Stone in the Ford Fiesta ST150. And then Piers Warwick will then come next in the should be Piers Warwick in the Escort Mark 1 and Mark Hadfield in another Ford Puma, Richard Sanders in the Fiesta ST150 and Anton Martin in a Mark 3 Escort RS1600i. Then Robert Tinto comes next. He was the last classified finisher in his Ford Puma. Then we get some of the cars that didn't finish yesterday. Mike Thurley in his Mark 1 Escort Zaxpeed. Jack Gadd, who in his Mark 1 Escort RSR, if it's there hopefully, the space frame chassis car. Ben Cochran, I don't think it's that Ben Cochran, I think, in the Fiesta Mark 2. Lloyd Jameson in his Escort Cosworth. Then it's Harry Hardy in a Ford Puma. Justin Fuller in his Ford Puma. Dave Barrett in his Mark 4 Fiesta Z-Tech. And Gurpreet Sandu in a Fiesta ST150. So I count on that grid, that should be 31 cars for this race. And as they start to form up 2 by 2, they start to get into formation and crawling towards the grid. Hopefully everyone can get together. Their rolling starts, once they're all together, will be a massive explosion of power and noise down the grid. There is a wonderful array of cars. This genuinely has been one of the favourite additions to the championship, to the BRSCC roster, particularly for me at least, and for many people within the club, because they've been a fantastic addition ever since they joined last year and had an amazing 2021 season. Lots of growth, lots of new drivers coming in, lots of new faces this season taking part. And they bring some amazing cars, whether it is, you know, Escorts, Fiestas, Focuses, Pumas, Capris. Even Wayne Crabtree's racing this weekend, started the season last year at Donington Park in, of all cars, a Subaru-engined Ford RS200. It looked like it should be a cross between a Time Attack car and something that looks out of Pikes Peak, but it was a brilliant car. I hope he brings that car out again soon, because that's one of my favourite cars that's appeared in this series. But I have to admit, personally as a commentator, I have a bit of a soft spot for a fast Ford, and there are 31 of them on this grid here. Big thank you also to SHP Racing Motorsport Engineering for their sponsorship of this round as well. Sonny Howard's company that looks after pickups and etc. And of course to Scale Electric, who is supporting the season as well. So get strapped in for 15 minutes of race number 2 of the modified Ford series here at Snetterton. I'll get the word out eventually. It's going to be the front row of the grid. The red lights go out, and it's now Escort versus Capri down towards Ritchie's for the first time, and a better jump initially from Simon Light in the Capri as he goes toe-to-toe with Coquel's silver Ford Escort Cosworth, looks to the outside line, but Coquel holds the inside through Ritchie's, and through he goes into the lead. So it is Escort leading, Capri second, Sierra's to the 4th, 3rd, 4th and 5th at the front of the grid, and then Paul Neville will be in there as well too. Had a really good charge yesterday from the back of the grid to 7th after he qualified late in the order. The rest of the pack goes through. There is a number 14, Malcolm Wise. Now, that's Malcolm Wise, but he's in a Sierra, so that's not Escort Cosworth. So that's where I was getting a bit confused, I think. Battle going on there between two of our Fiesta and the Focus. That's Rob Lewis scrapping away with Caitlin May in her ST240 Championship spec Fiesta ST1 Mark 7. There goes two more of the Sierras going into combat. The V6 XR4i of Ashley Shelswell having a battle with one of the two RS 500s in the field. That, of course, being I think Steve Scott Dunwoody's car, I think, in there too. The other one, Dave Matthias, in his Ford Sierra Cosworth is in there, and a good start for Paul Neville, as I mentioned. He's now up with a couple of positions. Is now, I think, Spits of Flame from Shelswell, from the Scott Dunwoody car. He looks up the inside of Shelswell. There's the better grunt on the exit of the corner, and through he goes. So the high turbo boost on that Sierra RS 500 working overtime, and so is also Dave Matthias' one as well. Meanwhile, we've got the top two as they were yesterday, nose to tail. Dave Coquel and his Escort Cosworth being chased down by Simon Light's V8 Capri. The rest of the field are really getting a little bit strung out. So that, as we say, there's different Fords of all different shapes and sizes and power outputs and engine capacities, and whether they're turbocharged or supercharged or naturally aspirated, there's all sorts that need to be accommodated in this series. It's a wonderful mixture of cars. There's so many drivers come and race it for so many different series across the spectrum of club racing, all come together in this kind of series. It pretty much is, as long as it's a Ford that is at least 10 years old, you are eligible to compete, and there's always a class for something in this series. And there are more complicated regulations on top of that, or more intricate regulations on top of it, but the baseline is, as long as your car fits the regulation of being at least 10 years older, I think, then you can take part. There are some invitation classes also too, which are cars are now at the discretion of the organisers in the series that are within the spirit of the rules. And they look to try and press on. Caitlin May looking in good form. She's up to, I think, 13th place as she now looks to try and chase after the XR2 of John Edwards Parton. And as for the leading two, looks like Dave Coquel's decided to turn up the boost a bit more on the Escort Cosworth. He's now started to pull away. The gap was 0.8 of a second. It looks a bit more than that now on the straights. So he is going to try and pull away. And typically, whenever Dave Coquel turns up in a modified Ford Series race, you'd be rather foolish to bet against him, because unless something bizarre happens or a problem occurs with his Escort Cosworth, which is quite rare these days, particularly he's got a very well sorted car, which I think, touchwood, doesn't really pick up many technical problems, just I hope it doesn't, then he tends to kind of come out on top pretty well. I think also that car doesn't always run at full boost. I think when it has full boost, it runs something like 700-800 horsepower. As whoops, that was 14. That was Malcolm Wise almost getting onto the outside of the circuit, possibly some cement dust, I think. Either that, or it was a lock-up going into Hamilton. But he misses out on that one. Come onto the back straight once again. Caitlin May has now got herself up into 12th position at the expense of John Edwards Parton. But that Fiesta XR2 has got some mumbo in a straight line. Look at that, he's coming back at her now. And that's a 240 brake horsepower Fiesta ST240. And look at the little Fiesta XR2, that's amazing. That's one of the best. I've seen cars that are sort of that diminutive, like an Fiesta XR2. It's not tiny, but it's quite a small car. But I've seen them go up against big and powerful machinery in other series before, and I've always been quite amusing to watch it happen. I've always been wanting to kind of cheer them on a little bit. And John Edwards Parton's Fiesta XR2 was one of them, and he really was going for it, trying to get back past Caitlin May. But I think once the turbo kicked in on that Fiesta ST240, he couldn't really live with it. Bit of a battle developing here, though. We've got Malcolm Wise in that Sierra Sapphire Cosworth at the head of this pack, although looking a bit wayward at some of the corners, but he's battling away with Nigel Craig in the Escort Mark II. And then, of course, got Caitlin May and then John Edwards Parton behind them. So look at this, 4 different cars you could see that. It's Sierra Sapphire Cosworth, an Escort Mark II, a Fiesta ST180, and an Fiesta XR2, and they're all scrapping amongst each other for position. This is how good the Modified 4 Series is. There's so many different cars that are allowed to come in here. So it's so evenly matched. Behind them is another Fiesta Escort Mark II in there as well. I'm getting so excited. I'm mixing up my words because there's so many good Fords in this category. Up towards the hairpin they go again. And that car chasing in, I think that is... Who's that behind them? That is the 27 car of Martin Reynolds, I think. I don't think he raced yesterday, so I think he did some 3 laps to get himself on the grid. So his car back up to full strength, it seems. But look, all 5 together now. And there'll be some position swapping in a minute. And even though the turbo on the Fiesta is quite potent with the amount of power it pulls out, it's still having to put up quite an effort for Caitlin May to try and keep up with these Escorts, particularly that one of them has just passed John Edwards Parton's Fiesta. The next one is going to come up to put a move on her in a second, up into the left-hander at Hamilton. I think he was going for it just there into the next corner, and he has got through, so he's up into another position. So Martin Reynolds then, I think for the back of the grid, after he didn't race yesterday, he is now going to try and get through it. A bit of a mischief there for, I think, Malcolm Wise is through. Up the inside goes Nigel Craig in his silver Mark II Escort. Slightly wide-bodied car is chasing after him in race number... in the second race. As they go down the pit straight. Just for the record, checking with our race leaders, Dave Cockell has decided this is the race he wants to go ahead and dominate, because he's now leading by, after 3 laps, nearly 9 seconds. So I told you that Escort Cosworth has had some bit of poke under that bonnet, and he's certainly using a lot of it in this second race. Simon Light holding station though in second in that Capri, and then Stephen Scott Dunwoody in the Sierra Cosworth RS 500 is holding into a very sturdy 3rd place ahead of Dave Mathias in his RS 500 example. But it's Sierra's 3rd, 4th and 5th, because Ashley Shelswell in his V6 Sierra, which on its day is also quite a formidable car, when the cars like Dave Cockell's Escort and the Capri and the other Sierras in the mix, is usually, and as it is now, a relatively front-running car quite regularly. Paul Neville's doing a good job in 6th in his Escort Mark II as well. Down the pit straight comes this battle, still watching on. Malcolm Wise has lost that position to Nigel Craig, and now he's going to lose another one, as up the inside goes the Martin Reynolds Escort Mark II. It's in the colours of the Ukraine flag, of course supporting the Ukraine country in their times of strife, shall we say. As we watch our race leaders coming into the complex for the 4th time, it is Dave Cockell who is pretty much dominating, as he tends to do when he's allowed to run away with the lead. Simon Light though still entertaining the crowds with this beautiful engine, V8 Capri, this beautiful Cobra engine. It sounds like a V8 supercar. It's a wonderful car to have on the grid. I've seen that a few times in the last couple of years on this grid. Sierras are holding station in 3rd, 4th and 5th. Just seeing Paul Neville though is putting in a good fight. He might be on course for a top 5 finish if he can find a way around Shelswell. Quick checking with the class leaders. Dev Cockell, of course, leads the race overall and is runaway leader in Class A. Class SA, or Super A, is Simon Light in his V8 Capri. Leader in Class B Plus then comes next. That's Paul Neville in 6th overall. Next will come the... Oh, that's one of the Sierras that's pulled off to that right-hand side of the track. And that is... I've got to work it. That, I think, is Steve Scott Dunwoody. So I'm afraid the number 45 Cosworth RS 500 has come to a stop. That's not what we want to see, particularly with a car as legendary as that. I'm afraid we are down a Sierra because the Scott Dunwoody car looks like come to some kind of mechanical problems and has pulled the car off onto the grass just before the pit entry. So it's obviously a problem which was so significant we couldn't even get it into the pit lane. So this now means it moves Dave Matthias's Sierra up into 3rd place. Actually, Shellswell now goes up to 4th, and Paul Neville, who still leads his class, is now up into 5th position. Just finishing off the rest of the class leaders, the Class C leader is John Edwards Parson. He's up in 14th place, just as we see on screen here, scrapping with Malcolm Wise. And I think that's the only other class leader we have, because, no, I correct myself, we've also got Jack Gadd as well, who I think he did start that race, but then for whatever reason, I'm afraid, had to retire from on the first lap with problems, and he was the sole Super B class car. There's Dave Cockell, still dominating out in front here at Snetterton. So the ST150s towards the back of the field. That is car number Gurpreet Sandhu's car, I think. There is Dave Matthias in his Sierra RS 500. Of course, that evokes memories of the mid to late 80s and very early 90s of touring car racing, when those cars were outnumbered anything else in the main Group A category, about 10-1 in some cases. Particularly the British Touring Car Championship, you'd have old cars like a Holden Commodore or maybe a Toyota Supra or a Mitsubishi Starion, and then you'd have about 10 or 12 of these these Sierra RS 500 Cosworths that would just spit flame and be sporting several hundred horsepower, and drivers like Andy Rouse and Tim Harvey and Steve Soper on the occasions that he raced the Eggenberger Texaco Sierra, and other guys like Rob Gravitt, who won the championship in 1990, and Mike Smith and Jerry Marney and Carl Jones and Graham Good, all those different names. Chris Hodgetts as well, of course, was another one that raced too. As I say, that's not a healthy looking RS 500 though, I'm afraid. Steve Scott done Woody's car with the bonnet up, so whatever the problem is, it's definitely something to do with the engine. Drivers are perfectly okay, so you just have to, he's probably obviously a little bit frustrated. He would have wanted to get himself a strong result today. A bit further back, we've got a Ford Puma against a Mark 1 Escort. That is car 76, I think, and let's see if it matches up with what I've got on screen here. I think that is possibly the 128 car that's on the screen. Yes, it is. Yeah, so that's 2 Pumas that are now sandwiching a Ford Escort Mark 1. I think that's Kevin Hadfield has got past the Smiths in their number 128 car. Then just behind them is the other car. I think it's Mark Hadfield in his yellow example. I saw there also through the shot. That was, I think, that was Robert Lewis has just, I think, lost a position, or battling with the Lloyd Jameson Ford Escort Cosworth. Now, I don't think that's the same Escort Cosworth that he's raced all season so far, because the Escort Cosworth that he's raced has been an ex-Group A rally car, unless that is the same car. He's made some modifications to it, but whilst Rob Lewis can get close in the corners, the straight line poke of that turbo from the Escort Cosworth just seems to drive away on the straights, and so Rob Lewis was a bit frustrated, thinking, come on mate, let's have a battle rather than pull away like that. And the next car you might have to try and battle just behind them is the Ford Puma that's coming up quite rapidly, and that's number 97, and that is the car of Justin Fuller, who retired from yesterday's race, but he's run a strong drive so far from the back of the field, and he's now up into 17th position at the moment, so he's looking for possibly a top 15 finish if he can pick off both Rob Lewis and subsequently then Lloyd Jameson, although I think the Escort Cosworth might have a bit too much power for him. And past goes Fuller. I know that Rob Lewis is here simply just to enjoy himself, so he wasn't going to get involved in too many battles. He just wanted to get out there, just to race again, to break in the mods of the tuning that he's done to that car, and just get himself back on the racetrack and simply have some fun out there. So I don't think he's too bothered about battling. He's just enjoying himself on track, I think. Good to see a regular shaped Mark 1 Focus out there. You don't see very many in this series. You see a couple of Mark 2s like Rory Jose, and also we did have a James Allen's Time Attack spec Mark 2 Focus RS that also raced this year at Silverstone, but unfortunately that car had some problems in qualifying seemingly, and therefore couldn't actually make the race. So there's Dave Cockell putting a lap on the Kevin Hadfield Ford Puma. I'll have one more lap after this. That looks like, well, that was Malcolm Wise in the number 14 Sierra Cosworth. Now, I think that's a car which regularly Dave Matthias does race, I think, if I recognise it right, but Malcolm Wise is in that car, and we normally see Malcolm Wise, when he's not driving that kind of Sierra, he's normally in a white and sometimes white and yellow Escort Cosworth with a WRC style body kit on it. It seems to be the different one this time. Simon Light, meanwhile. Now, what's intriguing is that Dave Cockell's had his chance to pull away and create a gap, but now Simon Light's come back towards him. So I think it's more Dave Cockell simply just not only going as fast as he needs to, rather than just pushing the car at 10 tenths and pulling out a massive gap when he doesn't really need to dominate so much, if that makes sense. Whoops, off the road's got one of the ST150s. That's Tim Sandu. That's a bit not quite wise when you've got a Sierra RS500 parked off to the right-hand side by the barrier, and something more extreme could have happened. But there goes Dave Cockell, and you'll get one more lap around the Snetterton 300 circuit. And as they turn in up toward Ritchie's, and that gap has come down a bit. Cockell's best lap of the race was 1:58.566, whereas Cockell's been a bit more leisurely over the last couple of laps, and his last time was 2 minutes 7.8 compared to a 2:04.6, a personal best for Simon Light, who I'm sure will see the back end of Cockell's car and use it as a bit of an incentive. And the fact that he was more than 3 seconds quicker on that first lap than the last lap suggests that Cockell will have to turn the wick up a little bit more just to kind of get the job done. As he sprints past Rob Lewis's Focus and then past one of the Ford Pumas in quick succession into the Agostini hairpin. And then as they come towards the end of this last lap of the race for up through Williams now for the final time. On the back of Justin Fuller's Puma. Looking back at some of the cars that have been battling race long, particularly these two, Caitlin May and John Edwards Parton. Also in there is one of the Ford Pumas just behind them. I think that's Harry Hardy's car. One of the Super Tune Motorsport cars. That's the outfit run by Colin Tester. He also runs quite a few Fiestas as well, amongst other cars. Seeing the top two making their way back towards the checkered flag. Another race victory in the modified Ford Series seems to wait for Dave Cockell. As he comes up through Coram for the final time, in towards Murray's. And as he comes up onto the pit straight, puts his foot to the floor, maximum turbo boost, and up to the checkered flag. It'll be a second win of the weekend and another race victory to his tally in 2022. Dave Cockell heads across the line and takes race victory in race number 2 of the modified Ford Series. Second goes again to Simon Light and the V8 Ford Capri. And then it'll be Dave Matthias and his Ford Sierra RS500 who will come across in third place. It's also class wins for Dave Cockell in Class A and Super A in Simon Light. And here is Dave Matthias there, just being chased and followed in by the Smiths in their Mark 1 Escort. And not far away was Paul Neville there in 4th, so a good drive from 4th. Started at the back of race 1, got up to 7th, then from 7th to 4th in race 2. So good drive from both Matthias and Neville. Across the line goes Matthias, that's a podium for him. A class win in B+ for Paul Neville. And for 5th position, it's Ashley Shelswell comes across the line there in the V6 Sierra as well. And that's a second place in Class A for him behind Dave Cockell. So a few more cars, of course, to come across the line. In terms of the other class winners, it looks like John Edwards Parton will be Class C winner. And all of the class winners that finished will do so inside the top 12. So it's good to see a competitive run from everyone that's winning a class here this morning. Still one more race for the modified Ford to come up later on this afternoon. So if you enjoyed that, stay tuned. There's more of that where that came from. And we still have, I think, a couple more races to go before we get towards a lunch break. And I'm certain the next one, I think, should be the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup, I think, for their second race. The rest of the modified Ford field trickles its way across the line. That's unfortunate for car 58 that came to a stop. Car 58 was, I think, that one of the Gads, I think, is it? Yeah, that's car 58, which was, I'll bring up my result sheet from yesterday. That was I think David Gadd, I think his name is. Possibly if I got that wrong. But one of the Gads, it's not really been a great day for the weekend for the Gads so far. Jack Gadd's car pulled up with a mechanical issue in race 1 on the pits, just at the end of the pit straight on the grass, and then the other Gadd sibling has had problems in his more regularly shaped Mark 1 Escort, and that's car's pulled up with a problem of its own at the Wilson hairpin. Just the cutting, the cut-through road, which essentially joins the exit of the Wilson hairpin onto the Bentley Straight to become the 200 layout, or the more historical layout from what we've had before at Snetterton, when it was just Ritchie's down the right-hander at Steer and then down the Revit Straight again towards the S's. So another great race of modified Fords. Again, big thank you to SHP Motorsport Engineering for their sponsorship of the Modified Ford Series this weekend. Be sure to go and check them out on their website and on Facebook as well. So big thank you to Sonny Howard and his outfit for supporting the Fords. And we'll give you the rundown of the result very quickly once it comes up in a second, if we get it on the screen. If not, at least a quick run through of at least the top 10 positions and all the class winners before we get Richard John Neal down to have a chat to some of our modified Ford leaders, which I think we can now. So let's quickly head down to Richard, who has the Fords trickling in. Let's see if we can find in Parc Ferme possibly our race winner, Dave Cockell.
Right, down here in Parc Ferme, Dave Cockell, what another great race, a superb car. And we'll get you just, oh, we've got you on camera anyway, which is all right. Congratulations, 2 great races. We didn't get to see you yesterday. Fairly untroubled races, so I'm going to ask you maybe tell us a bit about the car and what's underneath.
There's loads to the car. It is quite a powerful engine, but it's still running an H-pattern standard gear, standard type H-pattern gearbox. Pretty much the rest of the car is fairly standard. Differentials, drive shafts, all that kind of stuff is standard. It's got British touring car brakes on the front.
What's your history with the car?
I bought it as a shell. It was an ex-tarmac rally car, and I bought the shell 2005, and I built it like a track day car to start with. And then 2009 it got out of hand and I started racing. And it's just been a constant development.
And you're still developing it?
Yeah. There's still bits I'd like to do.
You don't really need to do a lot more.
It's a heavy car. It's a heavy car.
Well, it's driven well. Congratulations on the 2 wins. We're going to try and grab a quick word with Simon Light. But for me, it was like watching the old Thunder Saloon days, so very good. Thank you very much. Well done, mate. And we got Simon still being your turn next with Chris Dawes, who's doing the circuit com. We'll maybe get, is that Dave Matthias over there? We'll get Dave over. Dave, 3rd position in the Sapphire. Well done, Dave. We'll get you on camera and we'll catch up with Simon in a minute. 3rd position. Tell us about the car.
Yeah, it's proper second meeting that it's done.
Cool.
We built it from a motorsport shell and built it as close to a Andy Rouse RS500 that you can get. Yeah, so it's done all right really for its second proper weekend.
It's great to see in this series that obviously a lot of people do build their own machines, and there's no championship pressure, is there?
No, that's it. It's just really good fun. And just go out and just race whatever you want, really.
And what have you found this weekend that maybe you need to do?
There's a few little tweaks we need to rectify, but nothing much. It's been really good. It's been really good.
That's great. Thanks for chatting to us. We'll see you for race 3. Simon Light, get you over as well. Simon, the Capri. I was just saying to Dave, our race winner, that it's like watching the old Thunder Saloons for me back in the day, and that was a mainstay of BRSCC racing. And you've got this awesome Capri. Tell us about the technology in that.
Well, it's a modular V8, 32 valves, so yeah, it's luckily all aluminium, so not too heavy. Basically, it's evolved really from when I started racing in 1987 in the road saloons, and just gone through various championships, and we've two of us just worked on it, all our own work. And
the road saloons, basically, for those that don't remember, was where you could actually, I think the original regulations where you drove to the circuit in that car.
And hopefully home, yeah. It was, but yeah, that was good fun racing, Capris and Rovers, and did that for 5 years. And then super road saloons, mod prods, and yeah, the car's just evolved over the long period. And
absolutely mega to watch. And is there more you want to do with it? How much further can you go? Because is it Cobra engine, Scott was saying?
Yeah, there's always more. Could put some better heads on it, get a bit more, dry sump it. But yeah, I've just changed to a sequential gearbox, so I'm just getting to grips with that really still at the moment. But no, it's gone well, 2 second places, so yeah, it's great.
Hopefully we see you on the podium for race 3. Simon, great to catch up with you very briefly. Okay. Sorry to cut it brief, but well done on the racing, and superb car that we've seen there. And I think we just got time to hand back to Scott for the results.
Yes, thank you for that, Richard. Just confirmation of the provisional result then. So Dave Cockell does win his class and wins overall in the Escort Cosworth from Simon Lyes in the Ford Capri and Dave Mathias in the RS 500 Sierra. Then it's Paul Neville 4th, Ashley Shaswell 5th, Tony Paxman 6th, then Martin Reynolds, Mike Thurley, Wayne Crabtree and Nigel Craig rounding up the top 10. Plenty of Escorts in that top 10 along with the Sierras too. Caitlin May 11th in her ST240 spec Fiesta. Then it's John Edwards Pardon who wins his class as well, followed by Harry Hardy's Puma. Then it's Malcolm Wise and Lloyd Jameson, Justin Fuller, Rob Lewis 17th in his Focus ST170, Jason Stone, Tim Sandu and Kevin Hadfield round out the top 20. Then the Smiths in their Mark 1 Escort 21st, and Richard Sanders, Mark Hadfield, Dave Barrett, Anton Martin, Gurpreet Sandhu and Rob Tinto rounding out the 27 cars that finished. And we lost Steve Scott and Woody and both Dave and Jack Gadd at the start of the race as well.
Maybe got a break a bit earlier and not quite as much speed to carry through.
So with cars from plenty of horsepower to cars with not very much but plenty of excitement in their racing as we go to the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup Championship for their second race of the weekend, their second visit of the season to Snetterton after they visited earlier on back in May. And we've got some more, hopefully, top racing in store from these little pocket rockets. These, of course, are all the same cars underneath in terms of the mechanical underpinnings. They're the Citroen C1, the Peugeot 107 and the Toyota Aygo, all mechanically the same cars. It's just the bodywork and badges that are different. So here's the grid then for race number 2. Directly as a result of race 1. So Richard Bliss starts on pole from race 2 alongside Andrew Dyer in the Citroen C1. Stuart Bliss and Elliot Lettis on the second row of the grid. They were the top 4 in the rest of these race. They might run away with it in race 2 again. Christopher Mackenzie starts in 5th on the grid from Andy Burgess 6th. He's also the top Student Motorsport Challenge car on the grid in his Peugeot. Then Dan Selleck in the Toyota and Adam Reeves in his Auto Bliss Toyota starts in 8th. Ben Craner, who took a brilliant second for Octa Brooks yesterday in his first CityCar Cup race, takes 9th on the grid for the Student Motorsport Challenge, and John Booth in his 4G racing car starts 10th. Then Richard Snuggs and Patrick Booth in the second 4G racing car starts on row 6, followed by George Palozzi and John Nicholson on the 7th row of the grid in 13th and 14th positions. Then we move into Charles Mackenzie in 15th place alongside his Bitcoin racing teammate Liam Browning in 16th place. Now another pair of Citroen C1s. Row 9 sees Peugeot 107 and Gary Coburn, and Dan Lockett, who took 3rd in the Student Motorsport Challenge for colleague Went Blaynow in 18th place. Then it's Bradley Porter and Brandon Savage to round out the top 20 in Citroen and Peugeot respectively. Following to 21st on the grid, Alex Blees making his debut in the championship this weekend, just starting outside the top 20 for race number 2, alongside Paul Martin in his Student Motorsport Challenge car in 22nd on the grid. Leon Wild also for Student Motorsport Challenge in his Toyota, 23rd. Bob Bannister 24th in his Toyota Aygo. Then Andrew Payne and Paul Savage, whose race ended on its roof at Nelson, but thankfully that car is back out, a little bit patched up and ready to go. Also George Jones is back on the grid. He retired later on in the race. He starts for the Student Motorsport Challenge, as does also Alexander Walker in 28th, Dominic Fletcher, who ended up off the road after contact with another car up at Ritchie's, and therefore his car was stationary at the first corner and got back underway again. So 29 cars in the group. We had 31 enters, so a couple of cars have dropped off, sadly, from mechanical issues throughout the weekend so far. But still 29 strong here for the CityCar Cup. It's its second full season as a championship, and these cars are very cost effective. You can pick one up for around about ready built for about £6,000 or £7,000, if not a couple of grand more. And as I say, all these cars are mechanically exactly the same underneath the body shells, because they're all built in the same factory in the Czech Republic, if I'm correct. Or they were when they were being built. All these cars, I think it's 2005 to 2013 model year cars for all these three. So you might see for one or two of these cars, particularly the Citroen C1s, different front bumpers and front end facelifts. There's about 3 different front ends that those cars went through in the first generation before they went to the second generation sort of C1 or equivalent to that in Citybug car circles. And in terms of the pace setters, it's definitely been the Auto Bliss squad, who I should mention does not feature Andrew Dyer. I got told off for that yesterday because he runs the car underneath the awning, but he's not run by Auto Bliss, so in the sort of system a little bit. So Andrew Dyer, apologies for that, he runs, essentially has got Auto Bliss stickers on his car, but I think it's just because he just has his car underneath their awning, but simply runs it separately to anything else. So it was a battle at the front yesterday between the two orange and grey Auto Bliss Toyota Igos of Stuart and Richard Bliss, the two brothers, who have been doing most of the winning this year in CityCar Cup. We've also had race wins for Elliot Lettuce and I think Andrew Dyer as well, as we come on to the second half of the formation lap. And it's been quite an epic battle at the front of the field between these guys. Lots of close racing, lots of jostling for position, and some other teams also trying to get up there and make some progress. We should mention also as well, for those who weren't here yesterday, the benefit of those who need it, the Student Motorsport Challenge. So what is that? Well, that is quite simply a contest within a contest for the CityCar Cup. And what that is, it's a fantastic initiative that's been put together by John Paul Latham. We'll have a bit of a video, I think, just after this race to explain more about it, which was recorded yesterday. And it essentially is an incentive to give motorsport programs for colleges and universities around the UK the chance to allow their students who want to become mechanics or engineers or designers or whatever they want to be in motorsport that are mechanically minded, the chance to develop their skills in a real motorsport environment on a real race-prepared car instead of the CityCar Cup. And it's also because these cars are quite small and they're quite cost-effective, and because parts across the board are quite inexpensive and quite cheap. I'm not using the word cheap, but you see what I mean. And that doesn't cost them too much to put one of these cars together, if not buy one second-hand. It means then that the teams can do it on a budget, and it means that they can learn on the fly, and it will help them surely to get better grades and enhance their skills all the way through when they're working on these cars as part of the challenge. There are 7 Student Motorsport Challenge teams here this weekend, and you've got outfits from the likes of Met Motorsport, which is the Metropolitan College. I need to double check I've got a document somewhere which is the information. But Met Motorsport, at least the points. We've got East Surrey College, West Suffolk College, Oxford Brookes University are involved as well. There's Sheffield Hallam University have their karting team in the race. There's 2 campuses from Coleg Gwent, which is Blaenau and Newport involved as well, amongst others. And there are other squads that are also getting involved. And there's even been talk, whispers around the paddock of potentially, if it continues growing at this rate, not yet, but if it continues growing, to even one day have a standalone grid just for the student motorsport teams. That would be magnificent to see a second bunch of city cars all run by motorsport programs by colleges and universities. That would be an amazing initiative, an amazing series to allow them to kind of just develop on the fly and to really become the next generation of top engineers and mechanics. So watch out for some of the teams in here. Just to the left there is the car in 6th on the grid. That's the top car in the Student Motorsport Challenge on the grid, and from yesterday's race, East Surrey College taking a victory from Oxford Brookes, who have taken 4 second places in the first 4 races they've driven. They were second in all 3 races with that car in the hands of Paul Toole at Anglesey. It's now in the hands of Ben Craner, and in his first ever weekend in CityCar Cup, stuck the car, I think it was 8th or 9th on the grid, and he was second in the Student Motorsport Challenge. He picked up a top 10. So watch for the red and silver car, along with the black and yellow car, which is starting in 6th on the grid. Also watch out for the red and silver car, which is Ben Craner's car, that will start back in 8th position. So, waiting for the lights to come up then. It'll be a 5-second board on the gantry, and then it will be red lights on and then off again for our second race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup Championship. It is Richard Bliss and Andrew Dyer on the front row of the grid, but watch for Stuart Bliss, Elliot Lettuce and Christopher Mackenzie and the Student Motorsport Challenge guys as we tear off the line for race number 2 in CityCar Cup. Strong start from everyone so far, down towards turn 1 for the first time. Decent start from the outside of the front row from Andrew Dyer. They might not be the fastest things out there, but look at them. Huge pack of city cars down towards Richie's corner. It's a wonderful sight as they turn in through the right-hander for the first time. And Dyer's going for it on the outside line of Richard Bliss as they pour their way through, all 29 of them. All Citroens, Peugeots and Toyotas all jostling for position as they come back down towards Wilson. Later on the brakes are Richard Bliss. Turns into the apex. It's side by side for third between Stuart Bliss and also Elliot Lettuce in the silver Peugeot. A little bit further back you can see there Ben Craner's car has dropped a couple of spots off the start, so not as high as he was. He's battling with Richard Snuggs. He's just behind also John Nicholson, so not a great start for Ben Craner. But he'll start pushing on to try and see if he can get closer to the cars in front. Got a gaggle of cars forming already at the head of the field as we now see Richard Bliss heading down towards Agostini. He leads the way. Andrew Dyer in second place. Elliot Lettuce is up to third. He's past Stuart Bliss. And also looking for a move is also Christopher Mackenzie in the first of the Bitcoin racing cars. It's side by side between Dan Selleck and on the outside line of him, Andy Burgess in the East Surrey College car. He, of course, is one of the, by far at the moment, at least the leading student motorsport car in the field. And they've also got Adam Reeves in there too, in the number 8 machine that wants to get stuck in. He's the third of the Auto Bliss Toyotas. That's the grey and orange cars in the field. You see there we've got them first, fourth, and about 7th or 8th. So heading out of Oggies and onto Williams for on the Bentley Straight for the first time. It's then Bliss from Dyer, and side by side behind them, Adam Rees making big progress. Selleck runs wide on the exit of Williams' corner, gets no shot chopped off by Andy Burgess. He slots in between them, so he'll catch the toe. And also look at behind them, it's the 2 4G racing cars getting involved. That's both Patrick and John Booth. They're latching onto the tail as well. So a breakaway quintet here at the front of the field as Lettis darts out to hold on to 3rd place. He's right on the back of Andrew Dyer as they turn him through the left-hander. As they come back through, Brundle Nelson again wide there for Adam Reeves over the curves. And here comes a good momentum run from Andy Burgess. He's up the inside in the Peugeot. As they come back through for more of the college, student motorsport cars. Just one of the Colin Gwent cars, car number 9. So look at the Met Motorsport car getting stuck in with it on the outside line. That's Richard Jepp in the 65 car. Don't think he had a very good race. I don't think he either didn't qualify well yesterday or didn't start race 1 yesterday, but he's out there today and making up for not an ideal start to his race weekend yesterday. Meanwhile, leaders back down the pit straight for the first time. So across the line, watch them flash past the camera here. Richard Bliss leads the way. It's then Bliss, Dyer, then Lettis, Stuart Bliss, and then Christopher McKenzie. Next group headed by the leader in the Student Motorsport Challenge, which is Andy Burgess, forgive me. And then Adam Reeves, Dan Selleck, Patrick Booth, and John Nicholson rounds out the top 10. John Booth 11th. And it's George Palozzi 12th. That's for Ben Craner. He's dropped to 3rd in Student Motorsport Challenge behind Dan Lockett for Colin Gwent. So the Colin Gwent Blanau car is up into 2nd place in that contest. Whoops! Up the curb goes Christopher McKenzie. Thumps the sausage curb and gets straight into the side of Stuart Bliss. You won't have appreciated that too much. There go the 2 4G racing cars into combat. I think that was been John Booth past Patrick. So they come down towards Palmer for the 2nd time. George Palozzi there in the white and blue car just behind him there, just holding station in 12th place. And Christopher McKenzie after that small little bump in the rear of Stuart Bliss's car has dropped a few car lengths because of that. He's lost a bit of momentum. And in these small cars like this, momentum is absolutely key, because some might joke and go, oh, you can probably hold the accelerator through the entire lap and not have to brake. But the thing is, keep the momentum through the corners, particularly if you've got such a low-speed car. And all these cars are pretty much identical specifications, same amount of power, same amount of grip from the tyres, same suspension, same tyres, same all key elements in this car that you need to kind of put together a City Cup car. It means it does all come down to driver and also race car preparation by the teams for what they've got. And it's crucial to make sure that you've got to find the driving style for these cars, and keeping the momentum and the rhythm up here is absolutely key, because if you fall out of the rhythm, you've got to spend an extra half a lap or next few corners trying to pick it up. Someone went very wide on the exit of the Williams corner. I think it was possibly one of the cars in the first couple of positions higher up. I saw Dan Selleck there going right, but I wasn't sure if it was him or not, whether it's the wind carrying the dust from the exit of the circuit that was causing the problem. So once again, as it was yesterday, it's this top 4 that are breaking away as the class of the field. And they did this also, I think, relatively at the last time we came to Snetterton back in May. It was these 4 once again. So they are, at the moment, the cream of the crop in terms of the CityCar Cup at this point. The 2 Bliss brothers, Richard and Stuart Bliss, of course, made their first appearance last year in the Toyotas. And it's good to see, even though the majority of the field is pumped for the Citroen C1, it's good to see that we have got that mix of Peugeots and Toyotas in there as well. And all 3 manufacturers represented, and we have had victories from all 3 manufacturers. We've had, of course, quite a few Citroen victories last year, by courtesy of last year's outgoing champion Nick Reinrod, who's now in MX-5 Super Cup this year. The Toyotas, of course, by the Blisses, have been doing the winning for the Japanese mark, and of course Elliot Lettis has taken a victory or 2 for the Peugeots. So each of them have had a championship race win. As we see here, Richard Jepp having a scrap with 101. That's one of the Savages. And he makes up another position as he comes down the pit straight. And that's now another move done for them, I think. And I'm going to bring my timing screen back up again, because I was looking at the seeing who's where at the moment. I also do want to bring up some of the results from yesterday just to make sure. So around the outside goes Richard Jepp, sweeping through into Richie. Little sideways as he chucked the car into the right-hander. Just got it gathered up quickly enough. So we now go back to our leaders. Now there's possibly a bit of a change here, because Andrew Dyer is side by side with Richard Bliss. So it's Toyota versus Citroen, but the Peugeot of Elliot Lettis is getting in there as well, as is also Stuart Bliss. There's 2x2 into the Agostini hairpin. Richard Bliss goes back up the inside. Lettis thinks, remember me, Andrew, I'll come back up the inside and get 2nd place, if you don't mind. But he can't get the momentum on the exit, and he has to sit back for 2nd. And just watching back in 5th position after the contact he made with Stuart Bliss is Christopher McKenzie. And that's, again, talking about momentum. He clipped the back of the car, had to try and fish around for gears and get the speed back up. And by the time he'd done that, because Stuart Bliss had taken the ideal line through the corner, Christopher McKenzie's now spending the next couple of laps getting that speed back up. And by the time he's got it back up to speed again, the top 4 are still in the group and they've pulled away. So that's how crucial it is. You cannot afford to drop speed or drop momentum at any point in these CityCar Cup cars. You have to keep it up as high as possible. Oh, that's a shame. That's the Ben Craner Oxford Brooks car into the pit lane. That's their run of podiums over, I'm afraid. They will not be scoring on the podium on this second race. It's still a lead for Andy Burgess in 6th place overall. What a great drive that is for a student motorsport car. 6th overall so far for Andy Burgess in the East Surrey College Peugeot. As they make their way through it, and let's exploring the track limits there as he goes wide on the exit of Nelson, just in front of a rather bemused Stuart Bliss. Further back, we look at the 4G racing cars. There's 53, which is John Booth ahead of George Pelosi. Watching last time at Anglesey, George got reverse grid pole for the 3rd Anglesey race, and on the warm-up lap, and he won't thank me for slightly mentioning this again. Unfortunately, was so vigorously weaving his tyres that he spun in front of the entire pack, which he was a bit gutted about, but hopefully he can laugh about it later, because it was, even though he shouldn't laugh, it was a little bit funny. But nonetheless, he's looking good form at least, 11th place at the moment, and he's certainly hoping to get himself a good result here today, particularly a top 10 if he can manage it. Now, I should also give a mention to the number 24, Paul Savage, because remember that car, if you watched yesterday's race, ended its race on its roof at Nelson, but that car's been rebuilt pretty well. He's driven a storming drive from the back of the field, essentially, to get up to 20th position, so really good stuff from him so far. He's on the back of Charles McKenzie in 19th, so that car's certainly well put together, and they're quite sturdy machines, these little city cars. They can take, to a certain extent, quite a pummeling, but not that we intend to kind of damage them like that, to that degree, of course, but they can take a bit of a hefty whack and still be repaired fairly simply. And again, as I mentioned, because all these cars have exactly the same mechanicals underneath all the body parts and external body panels that are all OEM manufacturer designated, particularly whether it's a Toyota, a Citroen or a Peugeot, all the mechanical parts, which is the engine, the gearbox, everything else, and all the kit stuff that you need is all exactly the same. So it's a bar anything else you need to put in, like the gas shock suspension or anything like the Powerflex bushes or anything else like that that's mandated by the regulations, any OEM manufacturer parts are all the same across the board, regardless of what make of car that you have or what badge it sports, whether it is a Toyota, a Peugeot or a Citroen, they're all the same. So that's what makes it so cost effective and really good fun. A really good way to get involved for your first series of racing, because you haven't got to spend very much when it comes to spare parts if you need things. Rather than having to get a specific manufacturer part, you can simply go to somewhere that sells Citroen C1 parts or Peugeot 107 OEM parts or Toyota Aygo parts and get the part that you need, regardless of what you've got on the front of your car. So that's the key thing for this championship and why so many people have been inspired by it and enjoy it so much. Now looking at the top 3 here, Elliot Ness has fallen back, so he's had a bit of a drama there. And we ran wide on the exit of the Brundle Nelson complex, which they're coming through now. But he's dropped back in this half a lap. Meanwhile, just in front of them, he's got a grandstand view to watch Andrew Dyer put the manners on Richard Bliss. He tries to put the move on him. As they come up through the complex of Brundle Nelson. More battle going on here. That's the battle for 6th position backwards. This is a great scrap going on here between Andy Burgess and the student motorsport car. He's been passed by Dan Selleck, so Selleck is up to 6th. Behind them was Adam Reeves in the 3rd of the Auto Bliss Toyotas in car number 8, and the pink car of former regular short oval racer John Nicholson. So we've got all 3 marks represented here, I think. No, 2 of them, because we've got 2 Peugeots and 2 Toyotas in here. So it's Toyota, Peugeot, Toyota, Peugeot. A bit like Le Mans a bit like Le Mans in 2023 when the hypercar regulations kick in, I'm sure. Or like it was for a brief time at Monza in the World Endurance Championship when we had Toyotas and Peugeots together. Past the pits they come. And still 4 minutes on the clock still to go here. So see, here comes Adam and Andy Burgess. Thought about a move, but again, there's so much grip in these Nankang tyres that you can stick it round the outside line, provided the outside line is not too dirty, with all the dust and marbles that gets kicked off these cars and around the edge of the circuit. And now, whilst Burgess tried to look down the outside, or at least Selleck tried to defend the outside line on the exit of Ritchie's, he's now put Andy Burgess on the back foot, because here comes Adam Reeves and the Toyota down the outside. Meanwhile, our top three are still in line astern. It's still the order it was in the podium yesterday, so Richard Bliss from Andrew Dyer from Stuart Bliss. So the two Auto Bliss Toyotas that lead, the Bliss brothers, are being split by Andrew Dyer's black Citroen C1, which in many ways has a paint scheme very similar to Jimmy Broadbent's helmet. I noticed it's got quite a similar paint scheme of that, so I'm sure if Jimmy was going to give CityCar Cup a go, that'd be the car he wants to drive, I think. Although whether Andrew Dyer would give it up or not, I think remains to be seen. Now then, fancy some three-wide action, because we've got it here. We've got Adam Reeves plus, oh, that's very close. That's Adam Reeves, Andy Burgess and John Nicholson. I don't know if they all survived that, but we'll have to wait and see in the background if they did. They're all still going. There's no dust kicked up and no cars seen spearing off in the background, so they did all manage to get out in one piece of that, I think. As the top three make their way down the back straight once again. They're going to get, I think, one more lap after this one. It's quite a long lap for these city cars. It's 3 miles, so it's quite a long one for them. But they do make the most of the battles, particularly on these long straights where they can make the most of all the battles that they get. So now towards the right-hander at the bomb hole for the second to last time. It's been a bit of a spread out between. That's interesting. Where's John Nicholson got to? I thought something might have happened with those 3 or 4 that are battling. I think it has. Right, there's John Nicholson. And his car is, I think it looks like it's touring on the inside of the circuit. So there was that whole set of cars that were battling, and I figured 3 into 1 might not go. Meanwhile, Andrew Dyer might be listening on the comms here, because he's got to the lead now past Richard Bliss. Now, he's now got one more lap to hold this if he can, but I know the two Bliss brothers are going to work together here to try and get back past if they can. They're actually going to go side by side for second place as they come across the stripe. So one more time around then in the CityCar Cup, race number 2 at Snetterton, and the two Bliss brothers are side by side, and that is absolute gold dust for Andrew Dyer. He needs them both to fight to pull away. So Dyer turns in, and there has been a change, I think. Yes, Stuart Bliss is in front of Richard now. So from Richard Bliss has gone from first to third. Dyer's gone to the lead, and Stuart Bliss goes to second. So now, can Stuart Bliss chase after Andrew Dyer, or is it going to be a victory for the man behind one of our support sponsors for this series, which is remapping the way? There's a lot of van conversions and remapping, so to speak. So be sure to go and check him out. Big thank you to him for his support of the series, as we have our other sponsors, including Run Your Fleet and also Nankang, of course, the tyre supplier, and all the others, Essential Racing, SW Motorsports, and so many others, plus, of course, Student Motorsport for their support of the championship via their Student Motorsport Challenge. And I know that they're very grateful for the support they get from the championship too. So it's one big love in the CityCar Cup for good reason, because there's a really buzz around the paddock with these cars, and you know, they've got buzzy little engines, buzz in the paddock, and yeah, some people might look at them and think they haven't got very much power, but they're big fun when you get behind the wheel of them, I've been told by several drivers that have gone in front, and they really enjoy the fact they feel like proper little race cars, because they have got that great combination of gas shocks. It's a CityCar Cup specially made gas shocks kit for these cars that you buy and purchase, and then you've got these Powerflex bushes that go with them as well, and that combination sorts out all the negative characteristics of these cars that kind of see the rear ends bouncing around and kind of being a bit wayward. And it means you could really throw these cars around to an extent, but couple that with the Nankang tyres, and you've got quite a grippy little race car that kind of sits really nicely low on its suspension. Now, Andrew Dyer is not comfortable here. He's trying to weave to try and break the toe, but Richard Bliss has got a run on him down towards the complex of Brundle and Nelson. The timer has hit 0, so we will get the checkered flag this time by. Elliot Letters is still trying to close in on them, but he's still quite a way back in 4th position, so they have to settle for outside the podium spots, but up towards the bomb hole for the final time. And Andrew Dyer then, who picked his moment to hit the lead, is only 2 corners away now from taking race victory once more in the CityCar Cup. But if Richard Bliss has anything to say about that, or Stuart Bliss in fact, he might well snatch it from him. Through Coram, nose to tail. Richard Bliss watches on as Stewart might go for the lead here down into the complex at Murray's. He's thinking about it. Is he too late on the brakes? He's not close enough. He's too far back. As they come out of the final corner, put their foot to the floor and accelerate towards the line. Stewart's got a good run here, in fact, actually. I was about to say Andrew Dyer's about to win, but it might not be that simple. Up to the checkered flag they come. It's going to be quite a close photo finish. Up to the checkered flag, might be side by side, but no. Neither of the Blisses can unsee Andrew Dyer as he takes race 2 victory here at Snetterton. A great run, and the top 3 recovered by only 0.6 of a second at the end. Great stuff from all 3 of them. Elliot Lettis again looking very solid in 4th place, and now we wait for 5th place backwards. Andy Burgess was up to 5th, so not sure what happened to Christopher McKenzie. He dropped right back down the order, but he's now down to 5th. So it's actually, no, it's Andy, who is it now? Andy Burgess does get 5th. Adam Reeves is 6th. And then Dan Selleck in 7th place, and they're still scrapping towards the line. That was Richard Jepp, I think, battling away with the 23 of Dan Lockett, and that's 2 cars battling for the student motorsport contest, and that would have been for, I think, 2nd and 3rd place. And at the end of it, it was, well, Richard Jepp's car, I don't think, crossed the line properly with the transponder. Yes, it did, and it beat him by 0.3 of a second. So the winning Student Motorsport Challenge for the record is again a 2nd victory of the weekend for East Surrey College and Andy Burgess. Meanwhile, Richard Jepp takes 2nd. That's a really strong drive to take 2nd and 14th overall towards the back of the grid for Richard Jepp. Really well done from Richard. And that's 2nd for Met Motorsport, the championship leaders in the challenge. And Dan Lockett again gets another podium for Coleg Gwent. The Welsh students will be very delighted with that. And across the line they go. Paul Marston also takes 4th for his student motorsport squad. And also we should mention the penalty of 5 seconds for Dan Selleck, I'm presuming for track limits. Nothing on race control on the TSL timing, but that must be a track limits penalty. So that means that I think, that's why I got confused. So I think Adam Reeves did finish it, Dan Selleck did finish ahead of Adam Reeves just on the road. However, the time penalty means that he gets put behind Adam Reeves in the results. So Adam Reeves held on. No, actually, no, correct me, sorry. Dan Selleck was ahead of Andy Burgess and Adam Reeves, but because he got the 5-second penalty, that then drops him behind both of those cars from 5th to 7th. That's the reason why I got confused, because he looked like Selleck was ahead of them, and he was, but that penalty's put him back in the result, so that's what to look for. Let's look through the final result then, or the provisional final results. Andrew Dyer takes another race victory in the CityCar Cup, back on the top step of the podium. And number 2, Bliss Brothers, Stuart ahead of Richard this time. Elliot Lettis 4th, Andy Burgess 5th, and winner of the Student Motorsport Challenge. Then Adam Reeves, Dan Selleck with that 5-second penalty, George Palozzi, and then the Booths, John and Patrick in 9th and 10th. Richard Snuggs is 11th. A really good drive from Alex Blees. Excellent stuff to see him 12th. That's a brilliant drive in his first weekend. Charles McKenzie 13th. Richard Jepp is 14th and 2nd in Student Motorsport Challenge, just ahead of Dan Lockett for Coleg Gwent. 15th, then Gary Coburn, Brandon Savage, Paul Martin, and Payne in Martin 20th position. Then Payne in 24th, Leon Wild, then Alex Walker, Bob Bannister, and George Jones. And we lost Dominic Fletcher, John Nicholson, Christopher McKenzie, and sadly Ben Craner, who was yesterday's podium finisher in 2nd place yesterday for Oxford Brooks Motorsport in Student Motorsport Challenge. So we'll have a throw down to our top 3 and hopefully touch some of our Student Motorsport guys as well if we can. We're going into the lunch break now, and we'll learn more about that in a bit of a video as we go into the lunch break. So we're down to Richard John Neal, who has more information on what happened to our top 3 down in Parc Fermé.
Thanks very much indeed, Scott. And well, the same 3 drivers on the overall podium, but not necessarily in the right order, as Eric Morecambe would, if I'm paraphrasing him. But Andrew, congratulations, a great win. How much is it about timing?
To be honest with you, I was going to wait a little bit longer before I tried attacking Rick, but he's starting to, not he was slower than me, but I think the toe helps massively around here. So I was starting to get backed into Elliot and Stu, so I thought I'm going to have to make my move a bit sooner. So yeah, once I got ahead, it was a good move, but then I hit the same problem Richard had, where the wind is so bad, everyone starts catching you. So yeah, I think Richard had the hard work to do today, and I just kind of stole it at the last minute.
You've got to be there at the right time, and as well as place trading, that first place, you traded fastest laps. You had it earlier on, I think it went towards the end, but what a fantastic formula this is.
Yeah, like, I don't know what it's like to watch outside, but inside it's just absolutely mega, just so, you know, we went on quorum side by side, like me and Elliot being side by side, me and Stu, me and Richard just side by side as close as you can get, not touching, just all mode you on, just fantastic really.
I think this is one of the meetings where we have 3 races, so we've got the reverse grid. How does that get drawn? Is that after the podium?
I'm not too sure. I keep pestering Greg to find out what's going to go on. So yeah, we done the bit of a switch around at angles, and it turned out to be really good. So yeah, I think now we just got to not damage limitation, but just get as high up as we can in the last race, just to try and make sure we can bag some points for the overall.
That sounds fair to me. We're looking forward to that. Andrew, well done.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Congratulations. We'll catch our 2nd place driver, Stuart Bliss. Hey Stuart, we meet again.
How are you doing, all right?
I'm very good, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Excellent. So I was just saying to Andrew, you know, a great race for you guys, trading places at different times and fastest laps. And you got fastest lap in that one, by the way.
A winner, that's one to rub into them boys. We've been fighting for that all weekend. No, it was great. I say the racing's so close, and I got bad start again. I need to work on them. Dropped back to 4th, managed to get past Elliot. Then we had a right little tussle. I thought I was going to take the lead at one point, but they held each other up, so it was great to catch back up. I love the racing. It's brilliant. It's so close, and it's so good with all the guys. So yeah, we get on really well. Hopefully first next time.
Yeah, is it reversed today?
I have no idea. I don't worry about things like that. I let everyone else worry about it.
Just get out on track, go where you're told in the holding area.
That's it. Go where I'm told, and then make it to the front and hopefully win. I mean, it was close with my brother. I don't think I'm glad he backed out at the first corner, because I don't think I was going to. So that would have been a hard trip home.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so much prep to do for race 3. I mean, it's the cars are, you know, all cars are technical, and is there much to sort out?
I had a little knock on the rear, so I need to do the. I'll just stringline it, make sure the wheels are straight, and that put some fuel in, check the oil, and away we go.
Brilliant. That's what we want, isn't it? That's why we should get more people out in there.
It's brilliant. I say, as a full motorsport, it's really fun, and it's not crazy expensive, which is what it's about really at the moment. In these.
Do you know what? It's great to watch as well.
I say it's so close, and the cars are all close. Probably all down the grid. It's probably you get clumps of cars that are all so close. So I'm really happy. So.
Brilliant. Well done, Stuart.
Cheers, thank you.
Let's go. Richard in just rehydrating himself, which you need to do in these conditions. It's pretty hot out there. It's important to keep the bodily fluids up, isn't it, mate? After that.
Definitely. I think I've lost them all in my suit, so I need to definitely keep hydrated.
So win yesterday and third today, and we got another race coming up later on, and just to be at the front. And you three actually, despite squabbling with each other, broke away from Elliot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what to say about that. It was quite hard at front, especially with Andy constantly on me. Yep. He got me in the end, but there's so much wind going down this track at the moment. The car just at front, when you're in front, it just feels like your car's got like 20 brake horsepower less. It's insane. But it was obviously we're quite good at the moment. We got quite a nice setup, so it helps.
What would you say to someone looking at this, maybe seeing it for the first time and wanting to come in? What sold it to you?
It's just the competition. Realistically, being in the same car as everyone else, and in such a big grid, it's just such a buzz when you're out there with 30 cars. It's really cool.
It's great to watch, and well done that you're part of that. Congratulations. We might see you on the podium a little bit later on.
Hopefully.
Hope so, Richard. And then finally, we just need to catch up with our student car, Andy Burgess. Andy, can we grab you? That's all right, don't apologise, you've got to have a chat with her. Andy, congratulations. Now, Andy Burgess is the winner of the Student Challenge category, so your car being tended by East Surrey College, that's Red Hill Tech as we used to know in the old days, is that right?
I'm too young to obviously remember that, so it is indeed, yeah, good bunch of guys, and they are spot on with it, they really are. Give me a good car all the time, it's mega.
So how does the tie-up with them come? Is it, did you have the car, did they approach you to drive the car, or is it your car? How does that working?
Yeah, it was just by chance. There was a friend of one of the lecturers who's a good friend of mine, and he knew what I did because I do instructing and I've raced for a number of years, and he said they want someone who's kind of reliable that ain't going to throw it off, and so I said, well, you're not looking at me then, it has to be someone else. And yeah, that's how it all kind of started really.
So it can work all ways, can't it? It can work in terms of maybe the students bringing somebody that they know in, or it can be an experienced driver like yourself. It's such a flexible concept.
Well, what I'm trying to do is obviously try and make it reliable for them, bring it home every time, get it up the front, but also teach them how to set the car up. You know, what I'm doing with the setup is to tell them about it, you know. Yeah. Obviously I don't want them to go and tell anybody else, but yeah, so it's good for them to learn off me as well, with my little bit of experience I've got.
Are you based down that way, by the way?
No, I'm Sussex based.
Not too far away from Red Hill?
No.
And do you go to the workshop and talk to them in the workshop during the week?
Yeah, try and get down there sort of once every week really, just to have a chat with George, who's the main lecturer down there. But yeah, the guys today, Richard, Bill, and all the guys, just spot on. They were.
My son's just starting cars at Croydon in September, so we might try and get the Croydon boys to give you some local rivalry.
Yeah, bring it on, yeah.
Andy, congratulations. Thanks very much for chatting to us. Andy Burgess, there's a little bit of an insight. Someone picked up on the live stream comments yesterday to chat to the college boys, which is why we managed to get Andy over. We're a little bit pressed for time normally, but because we're in the lunch break, we're able to do that today. So I hope that's given you a little bit of insight, a little bit more insight into the Student Challenge. And I think we've got a video coming up later on, which you'll see with JP Latham, who's running it. Anyway, that's our podium for another splendid Nankang Tyres CityCar Cup race. Let's hand you back to Scott to lead into our lunch break.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, we are heading into a lunch break now for our second day of racing here at Snetterton, and that video is coming up just in a moment's time to lead into the lunch break before we head to a bit of a break before we get back underway. Racing should be back underway roughly, well, we've got a qualifying session for the ClubSport Trophy coming up, so racing will start again at about 1:45 or so we've got an extended break here for us on the live stream. So we're going to have about 40 minutes break before we get that track action underway. We've got 2 races from the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship, 2 more races from the Fiesta Juniors, 1 more for the Avon Tyre National Formula Fords, and also on top of that as well, Modified Fords and CityCar Cup, and the ClubSport Trophy race right at the end of the day at around about 5:30 this afternoon. So for us, for the moment, we're going to step away and take our lunch break, but to lead into that, we're going to have a video which was recorded yesterday, and Richard had a chat to the man behind the Student Motorsport Challenge, Richard John Knows. So if you've got anyone that's a student or anyone that has it on a motorsport program that wants to get involved in this championship, being involved in the challenge, stay tuned and watch this because you'll want to find a bit more information. So here's what Richard found out when he caught up with JP Latham yesterday, all about the Student Motorsport Challenge. And we'll see you after lunch for racing for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiestas.
JP, I want to start with a very open question. What is Student Motorsport?
It's an online network that connects students, graduates, educators and professionals in motorsport, and we also run a racing series for colleges and universities.
How many entries have we got? Obviously you're married up with the Nankang CityCar Cup, which is fantastic, and a really great presence, but how many cars and people involved?
There are currently 7 colleges involved in the challenge. There are officially 10 that have signed up. We've got 7 here this weekend, and that joins a grid of an extra 23 on the CityCar Cup, so I'm seeing a grid of 30 cars here this weekend.
How do these teams get set up in the first place, though?
They have to effectively sign up to the challenge. We support them in a range of materials and challenge that they have to, and tasks that they have to carry out in order to compete in the challenge, one of which is to find a donor vehicle, so find the parts that they need to supply and build the car with, sponsorship, find a driver, plan the team. There's a whole range of things that they need to do in order to go motor racing, but effectively they start with a donor vehicle.
What's your role? It sounds like there's an awful lot to do.
There is a lot to do. My role is to organise the championship, to make sure the cars get to the circuit, to bring new participants to the challenge, to support our website and a whole range of things. Really, it's a bit of an octopus role. Really, you're juggling lots of things. As a team grows, it becomes easy, But I effectively coordinate the championship and bring new entrants to it, support them while they're at the track with any questions, any safety concerns, make sure they need to be in the right place at the right time. A little bit what you'd see some of the BRSCC staff doing at the race circuit. I take that role on as well.
How did you come to the CityCar Cup? Was it something you personally were looking at?
During lockdown I was looking for designing a racing series that connected education and motorsport, made it more sustainable, easy for tutors to participate in something. Why I came across the BRSCC and the CityCar Cup, well, I know some of the guys from the BRSCC, and I noticed that the CityCar Cup was coming out. That particular series was interested in getting anybody to racing that might not have raced before, making it again sustainable, cheaper racing, but a good level of racing, good quality, highly regulated. It sit really well with the mission, if you would, of Student Motorsport, which is to make sustainable motorsport for our colleges. There are colleges racing in different championships, spending different amounts of money, teaching different levels of racing at different levels, different numbers of students and so forth. So it's about bringing the standard up, allowing bigger participation, and not just benchmarking students and colleges against each other, but against the public as well. So it made sense to work with a championship like the BRSCC and the CityCar Cup, but also to allow them to participate against the professionals as well as just as colleges. There's a lot of reasoning behind it, but sustainability, raising the game, raising the bar, and the camaraderie is fantastic. It's never been done.
It looks really good. It pulls together really well. You mentioned 7 teams here this weekend. What's the geographic spread for us?
The geographic spread, unfortunately, most of them are down in the south. We don't know why that's happened, but we've got teams joining us in the north come 2023. Accrington and Rosendale College, for example, near to where I live, they're going to be joining the challenge. But most of them, you've got West Suffolk, East Surrey, 2 colleges in Wales. You've got the South Coast, Brighton, Chichester. Chichester, sadly, are not here. They've managed to build a car, but they lost some tutors over the summer period, so they're going to now enter into the new series in 2023. So you're looking at a mainly southern entry, barring Wales, but you're going to see the north catching up with the south come 2023.
It seems to be great. As I say, the presence is absolutely superb, and I admire the way you've pulled it all together, got everybody under these awnings, and it looks absolutely superb. And the guys must, and the girls must feel that they're part of something that is valued and growing.
You know, I was a tutor in motorsport. I've been a student in motorsport, and I've worked in motorsport industry till I'm 41 now. So with those collective experiences, I wanted to bang everyone's heads together. Look, tutors, what do we need to teach for students to be ready in motorsport? Students kind of moan about not being able to get the jobs. Industry saying the students aren't ready. So we're going to bang everyone's heads together with an online network. We're going to create a series that teaches them not just about bolting a car together, but about analysis, about media, about sponsorship, about the value and the highs and the lows, the dangers of business and motorsport, and the good side of it as well. You know, we just really needed to design something that brought it all together and allowed tutors to embed it into their curriculum for the good of the sport, really. You know, these are the next generation. It's our tagline, the next generation of motorsport professionals. They need to be ready when they've left college or university. Work readiness is one of the key things that everybody talks about, and I think the challenge is perfect for starting with a blank canvas, a blank car, you know, a production car off the road, turning it into a racing car, and thus building a team. You know, we're biased, but I think it solved a gap in the market, really, for everybody's benefit.
What's the advice to someone who catches this video clip, sees the interview with yourself and thinks, actually, yeah, I want to get involved with a college, or I work at a college, or I can nudge somebody at a local college to get involved? How do they do that?
Well, they can contact Student Motorsport at studentmotorsport.com. There's the plug. We're all on social media. But if they want to, you know, for example, you've got colleges here that don't teach motorsport. How did they get involved in it? They don't need to ask us. Speak to the customers directly. But it's effectively, you don't have to be teaching motorsport to get involved in it. Automotive courses, media courses, marketing courses, business courses can be bolted onto this. And you know, anyone between the campus can pull a team together. But if you wanted to get involved from a non-college aspect, you know, contact us. There's lots of ways you can get involved. We're looking to grow, modify and change as we need to. We're growing it organically, and it seems to be ticking the right boxes.
JP, thanks for your time. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome back to our live stream here at Snetterton, the second day of the British Racing and Sports Car Club action here. Well, you probably don't need me to tell you what's coming up next, because you can see right behind me we have the senior version of the BRSCC Fiesta Championship coming into line. We've seen the juniors. We'll see two more races from the juniors a little bit later on. We've got a stop-start afternoon. This race, then we've got a qualifying session, so we'll go off stream, but stay with us, don't flick, because we've got some great racing. I'm going to go over and see if we can have a word with Jensen Brickley, who's in the 246 car. Jensen is the reigning champion of the junior form. He's got the gold roof on the car, and nod, I think, to a small oval background. Is that right, Jensen?
Yeah, that's right. Back in my days of short oval racing, yeah, that's what they used to do when you win the world, so that's what we did, was a little thing for winning the junior championship.
And winning the junior championship, and indeed just competing in the junior championship, has given you a fantastic grounding for this senior series, because you're leading the standings and you're on pole position.
Yeah, it's a fantastic ground, and it gets your eye in for car racing. Obviously I've done car racing since I was 10, so it's not a new thing to me. When people come from karting, obviously it's new with gears and everything, but yeah, happy to be on pole and see what we can do.
So Alistair Kellett alongside, obviously a man with a wee bit more experience than yourself in terms of senior racing, and how are you finding racing against him? Because he's a long traveller as well, isn't he?
Yeah, it's all right racing. We had a little come together last time out, but yeah. I think we've agreed on that. It was just a racing incident, and we'll just be fair with each other and see how it goes.
We look forward to that. Good luck for the race. Thanks for chatting to us. We're going to whiz across. We'll carry on talking until the whistle blows, which hopefully give us time to have a quick word with Alistair Kellett, who's here. Alistair, one of our furthest travellers. Wonderful to see you. Welcome along. Great to see you here. I was just chatting to Jensen. We've got experience versus youth here.
Yeah, experience went very, very quick. I think he's showing us all how to drive.
Well, apologies for the small audio cut there. Of course, one or two technically possibly with the heat that's inclement here at Snetterton. But as I'm sure Richard was going to throw across, welcome back to this afternoon's coverage of the BRSCC live race weekend here in the beautiful sunshine of Snetterton 300 in Norfolk. And as he mentioned, it is the first appearance of the live stream of this season for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship. Of course, having the title sponsor this year. Big thank you to AIRTEC Motorsport for being title sponsors of the championship this year. So you can see it's a 23 strong field of Fiestas on the grid, and we've got 19 of the rather rapid accelerating ST240 cars on the field, plus also 4 of the evergreen ST150s. For those who haven't seen this championship before, it's, of course, the Fiesta Championship has been a long-standing stalwart of British saloon car racing for quite a while, since the 80s, but of course in its current format there are two classes. The main class, which was introduced 2 years ago, is of the thunderous ST240. These are Mark 7 ST180 generation Fiesta STs, and they run with an enhanced ECU remap, which puts them to 240 brake horsepower. So let's go through the grid then. It's points leader Jensen Brickley on pole position alongside his main rival Alistair Kellett on the front row of the grid. Alongside the row 2 is going to be Marlo Cordell in car 27, Zachary Lucas in car 111. Stuart Robbins, one of his best qualifying results in the ST240, puts him 5th, alongside Rob Smith, the defending Fiesta ST240 champion, in car number 1 in P6. And it's John Cooper in number 88, Spencer Stevenson in car number 12, and on the 4th row of the grid. Row 5 sees last year's ST150 top finisher in the championship, Ethan Rogers, in his second weekend in the ex-Luke Pinder car, and Motorsport boss JP Going on the 5th row of the grid in P10. Welcome back to Sean Reynolds in his first ST240 race alongside prominent Irish Fiesta racer Barry John McHenry for AIRTEC Motorsport. Morgan Kidd makes her first appearance in the championship this year in the GRW Motorsport prepared car, and Aaron Walker, who made his debut in the Fiesta Juniors at Brands Hatch on one of the Mark 7 cars, now switches to 2010 Motorsport in the ex-Dominic Bush car after he had to take a sabbatical earlier this year. Connor Blackburn and the Italian, London-based Italian Marco Ricci start on row 8. Luke Bannister and Caitlin May in her first race Fiesta Championship race in her new ST240 starts in 18th on the grid. Not a great qualifying for Simon Horriman either. He starts back in 19th with some work to do from the back of the grid. Then it's Joseph Knight who starts on pole for the ST150s ahead of Nick Moore, who's the top placed ST150 in their class in the overall point standings. And then they're followed by Thomas Davis and Matt Chambers. Now we were supposed to have, I think, Thomas Hawken on the grid as well, but it looks like unfortunately he hasn't made it, so he didn't seem to qualify or have any ability to get on the grid. So if that's the case, that's rather unfortunate. We're looking forward to see him back out once again. So hopefully, if he is able to get onto the grid, we'll be able to see him for race number 2 when it comes up. So as I mentioned, these front-running cars are Fiesta ST180 Mark 7s. They have an updated ECU map which puts 240 brake horsepower. They have an upgraded air intake, they have an AIRTEC Motorsport intercooled, and I think AIRTEC as well, a Miltech Sport exhaust system. On top of that, you also have Goodyear slicks, as well as a Quaife differential on these cars as well, amongst other things. And when I tell you that these cars are absolute rockets in a straight line, believe me, because they are so quick, these Fiestas, and they really have revitalised the championship ever since they came in as an invitation class in 2020. There was about 4 of them to start off with, whilst the ST150s contested the main point scoring championship. Then they came in as a proper class last year for their first full season, and it was Rob Smith, who of course has got lots of experience racing sports cars in British GT, and in particular racing even at Le Mans in the GTE category, and in the LMPs at one point managed to pick up the first ever ST240 title. You can spot Rob, he's the black and bright green car there, number 1, just going through the shot in the front of the view. And of course the second class is the evergreen ST150s. Of course those cars have been around for quite a while, almost 2 decades, or coming up to 2 decades, so to speak, in their existence as a road car. And the ST150s, of course, pretty much the same spec as the junior cars. Only difference is these cars don't have a restrictor, and they also have the Goodyear slicks on top of them as well. So a few cars in there, and it's a good entry point for people, drivers getting into the Fiesta Championship, to kind of get used to the paddock and get used to the atmosphere. And then once racing gets, which you're confident enough, as drivers like Caitlin May have done, they've moved off into the ST240 category. The cars make their way around onto the formation lap here. In terms of the point standings, it's Jensen Brickley who took his first 2 race wins of the 2022, his first senior race wins at Alton Park last time out. Took a pair of victories there. Also had race wins for Alistair Kellett on top of that as well. And also, Simon Horriman took 2 victories at the opening rounds at Brands Hatch. They've been to Brands Hatch for their opening rounds. They've also been to Croft as well, and to Alton Park. It's only their second visit in so many years that they went to Alton Park. And now they're here at Snetterton. And it is a pair of races for them, 2 20-minute races for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship. There's Simon Horriman, 3rd in the points. He's a stalwart of Fiestas, as are quite a few drivers in this field, including Jamsport Boss Jamie Going and Alistair Kelly, who's been a former champion back in 2016. John Cooper's been around for quite a while in the paddock as well. Jamie Going, of course, is the Jamsport team boss. And some of the newer drivers coming through, like Ethan Rogers, who was top ST150 runner in the points last year. He's into the ST240s for the 2nd time this season, because he debuted back at Alton Park. But also younger drivers coming with the Morgan Kidd making her debut. Aaron Walker, who is part of the 2Cs Motorsport and Ollie Rowland Motorsport junior driver program, making his debut in the senior level racing. Well, it's his debut in this senior championship racing. He also has done some modified Ford racing back at Donington Park, and also did begin the season as a junior in the Fiesta Junior ranks in a Mark 7 Fiesta. So what's going on for them? So the front runners then pull up to the grid. You can't. The rear sort of trim on the back, and also the fluorescent yellow grille on the front to watch for him. As the Kellett's car, it's the silver and blue car on the front row of the grid. The black, green and white car is Marlo Cordell in 3rd, and then it's the dark British Racing green metallic number 111 car is Zachary Lucas. And Stuart Robbins also having a good run in 5th position. So, getting set then for 20 minutes of Fiesta action here. It's the first time they've been on live stream for 2022. So if you haven't seen them before, welcome to the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship. There should be some hot and fast saloon car action here. 19 ST240 turbos and 4 ST150s, a 23 car grid for action here in Norfolk under the blazing sunshine. 5-second board goes up, revs will rise, and we'll see who can get the sprint down towards Richie's corner. It's either going to be Brickley, Kellett, or somebody else from behind. Lights go out. It's a decent jump from the front row for Alistair Kellett. Really good start. Wasn't quite a good getaway from Brickley as he holds on to second place, now trying to defend from both Zachary Lucas and Marlo Caldell. He goes to the inside line to defend. Zachary Lucas on the outside, but it's Alistair Kellett, former champion, who turns into Richie's corner in the lead. It's in second place for Brickley. He's holding on just ahead of Zachary Lucas. And there were two Jam Sport cars behind them are Marlo Caldell and defending champion Rob Smith. Into the hairpin for the first time. All bunching together, trying to find some racing room here. The ST240s all packed together, and then just in the ST150s, you see Nick Moore, who's taken several race wins in that class this year. He is at the front of the pack already, so even though he did qualify on pole, he's straight into the lead once more, looking for another victory in the Misty Racing prepared car. Down the short straight towards the Agostini hairpin. I told you these cars were quick in a straight line because they are rocketing down towards it. And some of these cars where you'll see some of the hazard lights going is because these cars hit the brakes so hard, these drivers hit the brakes so hard, but it activates the hazard lights that come on. Usually we have to hit the brakes that hard if you're trying to stop because of an accident. So that's how hard these guys really do push the pedal on these cars. They've got EBC brakes as well, which is a full set of discs, pads, and even calipers as well from EBC brakes. So thanks to them for being one of the sponsor suppliers. Now Jensen Brickley's managed to find a bit of pace. Now he's got the car up to temperature and the tyres, and he's already on the back of Alistair Kellett as they turn out through Williams for the first time. Line astern, the pack makes its way through. There, 53 is Caitlin May, Morgan Kidd, making her first appearance in the championship. One of 6 cars that are being run by Jamie White, the former double Fiesta champion, running his own outfit, and that would regularly be a livery that he would run in, the bright green car with the black roof. Meanwhile, Jensen Brickley, wasting no time, points leader goes to the lead of the race. So into the lead goes Jensen Brickley, and now for second place, Zachary Lucas has got to run on the inside line. Quickly further back, you see the ST150s. There is Nick Moore in the black car number 22, running a little wide over the curbs. Now he's ahead of Thomas Davis, who's second in that contest. And they've also got in that battle Joseph Knight, who was one of the recent Fiesta Junior graduates, in the same car he ran in the juniors the past 2 seasons, and also Matt Chambers, who also is running with the JLW outfit too. Up the straight for the first time then. So Brickley leads the way at end of lap 1. It's then Kellett second, Lucas third, Rob Smith fourth, ahead of Marlo Caldell in 5th position. Stuart Robbins is 6th. I think looks like one of them, possibly, I think Marlo Cordell's transponder's not kicked in just yet, but it does now. So Smith 4th, Cordell 5th. It's then Stuart Robbins having a good run in 6th. He's taken a few races since he debuted last year to get up to speed in that ST240, but now he's properly got it working this weekend, and so showing some good pace in P6, although he's just about to lose it because up the inside goes Spencer Stevenson in the red number 12 machine, and he might lose another position because here comes John Cooper in the 88 car. He's someone who's got more experience in these ST240s than anyone else, because when these cars were first being developed, he was the first man to do all the testing mileage in that car, and so no wonder when they got to the first round of 2021 at Croft last year, he won both races quite comfortably because he had more experience in those cars. But now everyone else has managed to find the trick in the setup with these machines, and they're starting to pick their way through. Now, as for one driver I want to look for, I think, is Simon Horrigan. He started back in 19th at the back of the ST240 field. He's just there to left a shot, the grey car with the orange trim, and that is him up to 12th place already. So he's picked off 7 cars already from the start of the race in about a lap and a half. Jensen Brickley then, former Mini Stocks champion, last year's Fiesta Junior champion, so he take it to these ST240 turbos like the proverbial duck to water. And Kellett, meanwhile, coming under threat from both Zachary Lucas and Rob Smith. Good to see Rob in some good pace here this weekend. He's been not quite on the same pace as the absolute front runners, but then again, at times, but then again, last year in the championship, he only won, I think, 2 races in the Fiesta Championship, but it was the consistent results that he was putting in that allowed him to take the title at the final round at Campbell Park. And I think what happened prior to winning the title that weekend, on that same weekend, probably well, we didn't talk about, because of course he had hit some oil or hit some fluid on the first race. It went to the barriers along with several people. He climbed his way back up to 7th place and then got a benefit of a reverse grid starting spot, which helped him get out into the lead and take the title as a result by getting the race when he needed. So back in 4th place, just falling back a little bit. In fact, has he dropped back a little bit more? Where's he got to? Well, Rob Smith has dropped back in there. I just noticed that Marlon Cordell's come through in 4th. So what's happened to Rob Smith? Did he ever either have some contact, or has he got possibly a problem developing? No problem for Jensen Brickley though, 2:11.736. The first proper flying lap puts him onto the fastest lap of the race. Now, there's Rob Smith's car, just the right shot. Excuse me. And I think possibly he's had maybe some contact or an off somewhere, because he's still going, but he's lost a position to Ethan Rogers. So I think he's possibly either made a mistake or had some contact somewhere. There's no evidence to show that he's had a large enough whack, if so, that there's any bodywork trailing. But at the same time, he's coming under attack from a lot of people here. He's just been passed by Ethan Rogers. He's now under threat from, it looks like, both Jamie Going, his JamSport team boss, and also Sean Reynolds in the 777. Just behind them is also Simon Horrobin, and Simon himself has been a championship contender in Fiestas for years with his specialised motorsport squad. And first in the ST150s, now of course in these ST240s, and he's one of these old hands in the championship that really has taken to these cars very quickly. And you talk to the likes of Simon Horrobin and Jamie Going, and those who run the cars in this championship, particularly Jamie White as well, and even Alistair Kelly, and they'll tell you that these cars have been a real refresher for this championship. They've put a brand new car, they've managed to bring the Fiesta Championship back to life. It really has brought something new into this championship with these cars to revitalise it, bring it up to date, and to bring a new generation of race car into this series to really help some different cars come along. And these cars are quite up there with the likes of other championships if you want to compare them, like Civic Cup, maybe even Clio Cup in terms of straight line speed, in terms of their speed and also their ability. And it's great to see not just some of the older experienced drivers that are veterans of the championship getting involved, but also some young drivers coming in to give these cars a try, because of course they're looking to try and move up into the ranks of maybe Mini Challenge, or whether it's the touring car ranks, whether it's TCR UK or BTCC. This is a great starting spot for them, of course, particularly if you've got the juniors coming up through in the ST150s. They can then move up into, using the same car at the moment, into the ST150 class, and then when they're ready, they can, or if they want to jump straight in, they can go into the ST240. It's a brand new car, and it's got some really great performance and handling, which means they can use it to the maximum, develop their skills to get them ready for proper higher level saloon car racing as their career progresses. Still all 23 cars running so far, all 19 ST240 turbos. Seeing a flash past the pits. I told you there were absolute rockets in a straight line, and these cars really are that quick. You see Stuart Robbins darts out from behind Spencer Stevenson trying to make a move. That would have been for fourth position. Fifth position, because Marlon Cordell is fourth. I think his transponder's not quite working as well as he was hoping it would. Going to come back through the hairpin. There's the 88 car of John Cooper. Back with our leaders. Now, looks like Jensen Brookley's pulled away a little bit, but he's now leaving Alistair Kellett to be in the clutches of Zachary Lucas in that metallic British Racing Green 111 car. Marlon Cordell's could come on quite strong. He started his Fiesta racing career in an ST150 last year, moved up to ST240s. He's also taken up a role with JamSport as one of their official test drivers for their TCR team, because that runs with the likes of Ant Morton-Eels and their Subaru Impreza. I believe Ant Morton-Eels is taking part in the ClubSport Trophy race later on this afternoon. He'll be out very shortly, I think, in the qualifying session coming up after this race. It's good to have Ant Morton-Eels on the ClubSport Trophy entry list. One or two late additions, because JamSport wanted to get involved and enter a couple of their Fiestas. Battle going on here. This is now currently, as I say, for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. So Cordell in the white, green and black car 27. Spencer Stevens' car is the red number 12. The blue car with the orange tiger stripes down the side, that is Stuart Robbins. And the all-white car, that's John Cooper in car number 88. Running in 2010 this year. Hop through Brundle Nelson. Over the curb and that wide a little bit for John Cooper, but runs on. Looking a bit further back, there's Caitlin May, and also further back we see Rob Smith. So whatever problem he had, it's either still lingering or he doesn't have the same pace he had at the start, which is disappointing. There's Marco Ricci just there with the number 15. Also in there, we've got some battles going on. We've got 664, which is Connor Blackburn, one of the other younger drivers coming through the order. We've also got in there Luke Bannister, who's experienced in the championship before. He used to race what was used to call Class D for the old ZTEC S Mark 7s, but of course he's come back now with, I think, 2010 racing. In these new ST240s, really loving life in that championship. There's also in there number 5, which is the silver and grey car, which is Barry John McHenry with the green accents. And that there is Aaron Walker, who is connected to someone's rear bumper or something. It's hanging off the front of the car. I'm not quite sure whose bumper it is, but he's still going on that side. You'll have to hope that falls off, otherwise you might well get a black and orange flag for a piece of bodywork flapping around and getting stuck to his car. Because Aaron Walker, as we say, started the season as a Fiesta Junior in the Mark 7 ZTEC S junior race car, and then he did a couple of modified Ford races later in the season at Donington Park, and now this weekend with 2010 in the car that Dominic Bush had driven up to a point, He is now moving into making his first Fiesta Championship, Senior Fiesta Championship race debut. Currently sat at the moment in 18th place. He's just ahead of Caitlin May, who's having her first Fiesta Championship race in her ST240, but she has done a couple of races already, including this weekend in the Modified Ford Series. She also took the car out at Brands Hatch as well. So lots of younger talent coming through and enjoying these ST240s. Good battles going on towards the back. It's good to see these new cars are spawning battles regardless of where you are in the field, whether you're at the front, in the mid-pack or towards the rear. You've always got somebody to try and race with, so that's all good to see. 20-minute race just gone past the half-distance point, so still 9.5 minutes still left to go in this first of 2 AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship races. Still Jensen Brickley leads the way by 1.7 seconds out in front as we go back to our scrap that's going on for 4th place. There go the top 3 in the front of shot. Still Brickley from Kellett with Lucas on his tail by 0.3 of a second. Then we see that 4-car scrap for 4th position. Simon Horrigan, meanwhile, has managed to climb up to 11th place. He got as high as 12th on the opening couple of laps, but hasn't really gone any higher. So not quite the momentum up the pack he was hoping for. Rob Smith seems to have found a bit more pace in that possibly limping number 1 car. He's just on the back of Morgan Kidd, who's having her first race in the championship. And Luke Bannister runs wide. I wonder why, maybe Barry John McCain was being a bit cautious on the exit of that corner. I think the reason is because Luke Bannister decided to go do a bit of grass tracking on the exit of Nelson, so it's going to be a bit more cautious, and that now allows, I think, Aaron Walker to get back into the mix. Oh, safety car's been deployed. Now then, safety car's been deployed, but I have to be honest, we don't know for what, because unless there's been an incident somewhere which we haven't spotted. There's the problem. It's the 777 car, Sean Reynolds. And looking at the steam, I think that car's overheated, so it's in a precarious position on the back straight. So because of that, I think it is possibly for the first time this weekend we've seen the appearance of the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car, which I'm trying to say that fast 10 times, but of course supplied by our partners at Run Your Fleet, so massive thank you to them, of course, and do be sure to go and check them out at RunYourFleet.com. If you have a business that has any vehicle fleet management needs, then it will certainly be able to help you out with all manner of different programs and services that they can do to help. So 7.5 minutes or so to go in this race then, and this now means that we neutralise the race at this stage, and it'll have to be hopefully a very quick recovery of Sean Reynolds' stranded ST240 Turbo. So the race order underneath the yellow flag there, it's still Jensen Brickley who leads, but what this will do, now that's interesting, because the safety car has picked up arguably the wrong, it's like it picked up the wrong competitor. It's picked up Ethan Rogers, I think, by the looks of it. So I think they're going to have to let these cars through very quickly in order to try and gather up the right leader, because the first few cars, it's down to Ethan Rogers in 7th. So the first 6 cars had already gone through by the time the safety car picked up Ethan Rogers and car. I think it's Ethan Rogers. Yes, it is. So Ethan Rogers in the number 11 2010 car. Then you've got Jamie Going, and then Simon Horrobin, who's crept up to 9th. So he's been a couple of places since we last saw him. But the order under the yellow flag then, Jensen Brickley then looking for his 3rd race win of the season in the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship. Now the top 6 have seen that there are safety car boards and flags out. They just haven't seen, at least yet, in front of them, the safety car. And so I think it's going to be a bit tricky. It's going to be a bit of a tricky situation, because these guys are going to have to pretty much go around. Either they're going to have to let everyone else from 7th place by, or they're going to have to basically try and get the top 6 to slow up and try and have the safety car catch them in order to be able to get them back in the right order. It would make more sense for the leaders to go through, so for the cars from 7th place backwards to go through behind the safety car, and then to let the top 6 catch up the safety car. But then by the time we do that, we might not have very long left to go. It says we've got, still 22 cars running. I saw 21 for a second, but this is a bit of a tricky situation then. So we have to see how the clerk of the course is going to play this one, because the Jensen Brickley's doing himself a decent job of essentially holding pace under the safety car, as you're meant to do. And he, of course, will want to try and obviously have to work this way out on the fly as to how they get them to form up behind the safety car, because this might well be, if that's the case, if it takes a lap or so to do this, it may well lead us to a situation where we have pretty much a one-lap shootout for the end of the race. So, we've lost Joseph Knight as well, unfortunately. So Joseph Knight's car's come to a stop. That's on the exit of Palmer on the straight down towards Agostini. So I'm afraid one of our ST150 runners has hit a little bit of mechanical strife. So he has retired from the race. He's retired from, I think, what was he, the second or third. Now there's the rest of the queue, which is headed by Ethan Rogers. But this is the tricky point in terms of, essentially, the safety car, ultimately either, it's a tricky one to call because it's a difficult situation that I appreciate for the race director, and I do feel for him at the moment, because he's got to work out how we do this, because either, as I say, the safety car is going to have to let everyone through quickly, but then it relies on everyone else to quickly go around and catch up the end of the train, or somehow they're going to have to slow these 6 cars down if they can and let the safety car catch them up and pass all of them so they can get the right leader. Because at the moment, Jensen Brickley and co are quite wandering around the circuit and wondering where the safety car's got to. In fact, it's the top 7, in fact, which are up there. So we've got Jensen Brickley, Alistair Kellett and Zach Lucas, and then Marlo Cordell, Spencer Stevenson, Stuart Robbins and John Cooper. So got to watch out for them. And in fact, the red flag has been thrown. The race has been stopped. Now, I wonder if this is because the safety car had picked up the cars from 7th place backwards, so they're going to have to try and regroup the whole grid and get them for a restart. Whether or not they'll restart it at 4 minutes to go, because we're actually technically past 75%. So I wonder if that will mean that whether they've in the situation where they can declare it as a result, which would be a shame if they did, but ultimately I can understand the situation that the race director's in, because obviously they've got to work out either how they would have tried to get all the cars together, or they're going to try and either declare a result there or re-grid everyone and then restart them with like a 5-minute restart. So it's like a 2 or 3 lap shootout to see who wins the race. Given the fact lap times are about roughly 2 minutes 11, 2 minutes 12 for the ultimate pace, you could just about squeeze in possibly 2, maybe 3 laps. So it might just be a bit of a 2-3 lap sprint to the end. We'll wait and see what the race director does then to see what the course of action is. For the record, as I say, just going through the order we had. So at the time of the red flag then, so it's Jensen Brickley who is Soda's race leader. They are bringing the cars into the pit. They're showing the checkered flag now. So that might well be actually a race declared, I'm afraid, if that is the case. It's still not showing as a checkered flag on my timing screen. It shows as a checkered flag on the top left of the screen you're seeing here. So if they are declaring a result, that's a shame, but I guess slightly understandable given how there was a bit of a confusion around the safety car. So in that instance, if we are declaring a result, it means Jensen Brickley takes the race win then, from Alistair Kellett and Zachary Lucas on the podium. Marla Cordell takes 4th, ahead of Spencer Stevenson, Stuart Robbins, John Cooper, Ethan Rogers, Jamie Going and Simon Horrobin, rounding up the top 10. Jensen Brickley also taking the fastest lap of the race. And Morgan Kidd takes next 11th for her first race in Fiestas. Good job for her in the Jamie White prepared car. Rob Smith back in 12th with some mystery problems, I think. Then Marco Ricci, Connor Blackburn, Barry John McHenry, Luke Bannister, Caitlin May finishing 17th. And then Nick Moore, who got amongst 1 or 2 of the turbos, and he finishes 18th and top of the ST150 class. Then it goes to Thomas Davis and then Aaron Walker in 20th, and we lost on that one. Joseph Knight and also I think Matt Chambers, who in the stop had a problem, but he was showing classified in 22nd, I think. And then Sean Reynolds' car, who pulled off, that was the cause of the safety car after he dropped off on the Bentley straight due to engine overheating. Right, down to Parc Fermé. Richard O'Neill has our top 3 from, I'm sure, a rather bemused end to that Fiesta Championship race. That was not one.
Thanks, Scott. Let's go and have a quick word with Jensen Brickley. Not the way you want to take a race victory, but Jensen,
thank you.
Nice to have a chat. I need a box or something to stand on. Congratulations on, and obviously not the way you want to win a race. Probably not the way you want to start either, because Alistair got the leap on you.
Yeah, Alistair got a better start than me, but I'd done him going under the bridge on the first lap, and I think I had a decent enough lead anyway, so it's not the way I would have liked to have won it, but either way I won it, so yeah, I'm happy. We'll see what race 2 brings.
Had a fair few laps there. It wasn't quite the full 20 minutes, unfortunately, but obviously the organisers concerned about driver safety and anybody else may be going off as well.
Yeah, I don't think we were far off the finish, but yeah, I would have liked to have gone all the way to the end, but it's what it is.
And plans for the rest of the meeting? I mean, have you got much to tweak on the car? Is it all okay?
To be honest, with the weather, the car started to understeer everywhere, but I think it's probably the same for everyone, so we'll probably see what the weather does. If it cools down, we'll leave it, maybe make a few adjustments if it stays hot like this.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you for that. Well done again. Good to see you. Let's go and have a word with Alistair Kellett, as long as we don't get run over. Jeremy's getting caught behind the cars coming into pit lane, so sorry to run across. And Alistair, we get to see you without the crash helmet this time and have a chat. Second position, great start though.
Mega start. Couldn't believe it. I think Gentry didn't get a great start. No, I got a mega start. And got into the lead, and he caught me by the back straight, and he just past me in the back straight, and he got underneath me, and it was side by side, it was clean, and he got in ahead of me. And, look, I don't have the pace from him. He seems to be quicker everywhere. So fair play to him. Zach, great race with Zach. It's always good to race with Zach. So we had a good battle, and pity it was red flag, to be honest. So it was going to run to the end, so it was.
When we were chatting on the grid, I sort of cut you a little bit short. We were talking about you travelling over from Ireland, all the travelling, and you went, oh. And you know, it's a lot of effort from you guys.
Yeah, it's huge effort. Like I've Barry John over as well, and he hasn't raced in any of the tracks, and he wants to go test, and fair enough. But we end up going on Thursday morning, arriving here on Thursday afternoon, or Thursday evening normally. And then we leave this evening. We get the boat at 2:30 in the morning, Holyhead, and they get home at 7:30 in the morning tomorrow morning. So
then you got to go work.
Yeah, have a shower, have breakfast, and go to work. That's what happens. Yeah. So
we appreciate you coming over and racing. It's always good to see you guys over.
Yeah, well, it's great. And I raced before at AIRTEC S's and stuff, and we had great times. And then we missed a few years with COVID and stuff, and then this class came along, and why not? The cars are brilliant. Like, you know what I mean? They're brilliant. They're quick. Cars are all even, good racing, you know what I mean, you couldn't get better, so yeah, it's good fun.
And the final rounds this year are the Formula Ford Festival weekend, so we'll have all the compatriots coming over in the Formula Ford as well?
Yeah, plenty of Irish over to hopefully maybe win the championship, but it's not looking that way at the moment, so but things can change, so look, we keep plugging away and see what happens at the end of the year. That's all we can do.
Alistair, exactly, keep going, mate. Thank you very much for chatting to us. We'll see you for race 2. Zach Lucas was third. Now I don't know Zach by sight, so we'll go over to Zach. Hopefully we'll get a signal. We're going to interrupt here. Zach, are you all right for a quick word? Zach's car's that one there, which, sorry Jeremy, I was just to point out, lovely standout livery there. It's just getting his water. And Zach, first time I met you, great to meet you, well done. Obviously, as we said to the other guys, you don't really want to get a podium position on a red flag, but you'll take that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take it. It would have been better if we could have had one last scrap at the end, but it all happens, doesn't it? So, yeah, I mean, I'm happy with the result anyway, and we go and see what happens on the next race.
Car looks absolutely mint, and real credit to you, as always. All your cars have been. You've been with the championship a few years.
I have, yeah. I think I started in 2018 or 17, one or the other, in the AIRTEC S's, and then I went on to the older SCs, and then I've obviously went into these AIRTEC Fiestas, which are great. Really enjoying them at the minute. Much better power, and handling's much better, and it's just a lot more fun to drive, to be fair.
Seems to be really popular.
Sorry?
They seem to be really popular.
Yeah, oh definitely, yeah. I mean, more and more of them are showing up all the time. Every race meeting, another one, someone else turns up, which is brilliant. I think it's always better having a bit more competition on track instead of like less of us, so yeah, I'm happy about that, it's good.
Is this a championship that you see sort of growing your experience? You've been in a few seasons. Where would you go if you had the key thing is always the budget, isn't it? Is it touring cars? Is that the obvious one?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the obvious one, isn't it? But, I mean, yeah, pockets aren't quite deep enough yet. Yeah, hopefully one day, you never know.
But this is a great substitute for that, isn't it? For the working man?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, they're still quick cars and really good fun, and the people racing in it are all really actually quite experienced and really good racers as well, so it's real good competition in the championship, so it's great.
Much prep to do between the races, or do you leave that to the team?
Yeah, I leave that all to the team. I just go out there and drive it. But no, it seems pretty good, so I'm thinking it'll be all right. It's a little scrub on the tyres and we'll be back out.
Excellent. Well, we'll see you for that, and well done. Thanks for chatting to us, Zach. Well done. Third position is Zach Lucas. Alistair Kellett, who took second position, and our winner Jensen Brickley, the championship leader of the reigning Fiesta Junior champion. Of course, we'll explore that link between the senior Fiestas and the juniors throughout the rest of the day, because we've got 2 more races for each to go, which is absolutely superb. Whilst the clearing up goes on, or the recovery goes on, I think an opportunity to look forward to the next race once again with Scott Woodwis.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. Again, not quite the ending we were hoping for with the Fiestas, but we'll see another race for them later on this afternoon. I think we're taking a very short break now, after our lunch break from before, just for the qualifying session for the BRSCC ClubSport Trophy. So just keep an eye out for that one. So racing will be back underway in about roughly 25 minutes' time or so, once I think 1 or 2 Fiestas that we need to clear from the circuit have been cleared, and then the qualifying session gets underway. There are also 1 or 2 of the Fiestas that raced in that in the race just gone that are also qualifying for ClubSport Trophy as well. So they're going to have to hotfoot it out of the Parc Ferme area and straight back around to the assembly area for the qualifying session. So in about roughly 20-25 minutes time, I think, roughly maybe half an hour or so, we'll be back with our next race. I should bring the timetable up so I can remind myself of exactly when that is. But of course, we've got more racing coming up, more of the same from just about everything that you've seen so far this weekend, bar the Fun Cup, which was racing yesterday. So we've got more from the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiestas. We've also got the Fiesta Juniors for 2 more of their races, 1 more race for the CityCar Cup, and for the National Formula Fords, 1 more modified Fords race as well, and of course the ClubSport Trophy 45-minute pit stop race coming up right at the end of the day at around about 5:30, all things being good. So. Another quick refresher for you, and we'll be able to get back into racing underway. So stay tuned. More action coming out for the session underway whilst we let the ClubSport Trophy get out for their qualifying session in a few minutes' time. Join us then.
Welcome back to Snetterton. Racing action about to get underway once again here. The reason for the break, qualifying for this afternoon's final race of the weekend. That's the BRSCC ClubSport Trophy. That was full of a little bit of drama. We had a fire in pit lane. The coin car caught fire, very swiftly put out by the marshals, which was terrific work in pit lane, and you'll probably see the remnants of that once we go into pit lane. Sadly, on the last lap of qualifying, a car hit the barrier, so driver being attended to, and the barrier is being sorted out as well. So I think we're around about 5 minutes behind, I think they're telling us, on this afternoon's racing schedule. So if you're wondering why we had a qualifying session in the middle of the day, well, the ClubSport runners, basically their races at the end of the day, and it afforded them more time to get to the circuit, get through scrutineering, rather than do something at the very beginning of the day when you normally have the qualifying, and then you've got to sit there basically all day till the end of the day and have the race. So nice bit of planning by the BRSCC for the ClubSport Trophy runners as they look forward to their, I think, second outing here at Snetterton this year, because they were with me on my first live stream a few months ago, and I hope you enjoyed that one when we saw it. We've got another cracking race in prospect today. Talking about cracking races, we've had a superb morning of action, and we're about to get into lap 2 of running through the set of races that we've got. We've got 2 more races coming up for the Fiesta Junior Championship. Now, somebody asked me earlier on whether the Fiesta Juniors were catching up from the race that was not run at Alton Park last time round. And the answer to that is we do have an extra race, but it's not that race. That race, I think, is going to be run at Cadwell Park. Scott, I know, will correct me, or the championship coordinators will correct me if that's the case. But this one was always a 3-race meeting. So we've got another 2 races from the Fiesta Junior Championship coming up a little bit later on. We've got one more CityCar Cup race to go as well. They had a race with us yesterday and have had one this morning. Now, when I was checking out the grid for race 3, because when we were doing the interviews for race 2, those of you who were with us, on the podium, I was talking to the drivers about the possibility of them having to maybe have a reverse grid or a partially reverse grid for their 3rd race. And they weren't sure about it, and I had a quick look at TSL, and the grid was actually fastest off the front, but I saw the guy we interviewed from East Surrey College, and he said he was just going to the draw. So I think there will actually be a partially reverse grid for the CityCar Cup race. What else have we got for you? We've got the Senior Fiesta Championship race still to come. They're on a 2-race schedule this weekend. The first race was red flagged. Hopefully, fingers firmly crossed, that race will go the distance, and we'll see Jensen Brickley, Zach Lucas, who was in 3rd place, and Alistair Kellett, who was 2nd, go the full distance, and maybe wheel to wheel. Simon Horrobin managed to get up from the back. He's the other main championship contender, into 10th place, I think. So we might see Simon Horrobin knocking on the door of a podium in that race. So that's something to watch out for there. What else have we got this afternoon? I think that pretty much calls all of it. The 2 junior races are going to be squeezed in. I forgot the Formula Fords, and they're coming up next. They will be coming out of the holding area imminently, and I'm hearing that they might actually be on their way out of the holding area now. Now, again, the Formula Ford Championship race, a little bit special. This is the 3rd race of the weekend, and this is where we get into another partial grid reversal. And that means in this particular instance we've got the top 7 cars from race 2 joining us on the grid. So you'll see them coming onto the circuit from the holding area. Here they are now. Now, so far it's been a double weekend. A double winning weekend for Jordan Dempsey. Had pole position and 2 race wins, so he's got to start this race from 7th on the grid and overcome the guys who have been hassling him throughout the course of the weekend so far. It means that on pole we've got the African-American Andre Lafond in the Ray and Morgan Quinn alongside. I'm going to see if I can grab a quick word with Andre. Nice traditional plain white crash helmet here from Andre. We'll grab a quick word as ever already. Andre, great to see you. How are you feeling before the race?
Feeling pretty good. No, some solid pace in the car. Just need to get a clean couple first laps, and will set us up well for the rest of the race.
Okay, we wish you well with it. Is there much pressure having a reverse grid starter? You were 7th in the race, and does that put more pressure on you, or are you just going to grab the opportunity?
Just grab the opportunity. It's just that simple, isn't it?
Fair play. Good luck to you. Thanks for chatting to us. I'm listening out just to see whether we're going to get the whistle. We're getting the green flag from towards the back of the grid. I'm going to go very quickly and have a word with Morgan Quinn if I can. Morgan, good to see you here. How are you feeling before the race?
Yeah, good. Just a bit hot. That's all.
Okay. I wish you well. Sorry, the whistle's gone. I need to clear the track. So Jeremy and me are going to disappear. Green flag will be waved. Back to Scott in the commentary box.
It's not supposed to challenge Annika, it's challenge Richard, isn't it, in this getting off the grid there. But yes, welcome back to this afternoon's action as we head off for the formation lap for our third and final race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres National Formula 4's partially reverse grid. Puts Andre Lafond on pole position for the AIRTEC Motorsport Ray. Alongside him, Morgan Quinn of the Team Dolan Van Diemen. Brandon McCorkin, Alford Motorsport Van Diemen, and Andrew Rackstraw on the Kevin Mills Spectrum starts in fourth on the grid. Then our podium finishes from race 2 in reverse order. So Jamie Sharp starts fifth for BM Racing. Lucas Romanek, who was second in race 2 in the Alford Motorsport car, in 6th. Jordan Dempsey, double winner, back in 7th on row 4. He starts alongside Ben Cockram. Colin Queen's had a bit of a tough weekend so far, hoping for more better fortunes back in 9th alongside Davide Maloney in 10th. Then it's Sean Rashid and Tom Nippers on the 6th row of the grid. Tom Nippers the only independent runner in the field, alongside I think Murray Shepherd. Then it's Gabe Tesh and Murray Shepherd on that 7th row of the grid, and then right at the back of the field, memory escapes me as to who it's going to be. I think it is Brinkage in the 4th of the 4 AIRTEC Motorsport Ray chassis. So yes, it's a top 7 partially reverse grid. I think by the random grid ballot, I think the top, so I think it's either numbers 6 to 10 that get pulled out of the draw bag, so to speak, and it was number 7 that was pulled out, which means that it is Andre Lafond who heads the field in the AIRTEC Motorsport Ray. One thing I should mention, which I was reticent to mention, reminiscent of mentioning in the second race, and I do apologise for that, is that the second race actually had a very special trophy up for grabs, and it was the Henry Rillet Trophy, or Rillet Trophy, and that trophy was in honour of a long-standing chief scrutineer of the BRSCC East Anglian Centre, and it was typically awarded to the winner of a specific single-seater race, such as Formula Ford, or the times when we had Formula Jedi or something similar. And so the second race actually saw Jordan Dempsey not only win the second Fashion Formula Ford race of the weekend, he was also given the Henry Rillet Trophy for 2022 for winning that race as well. So congratulations to Jordan for getting an extra little trophy, little cup on top of that from his main accolade in the National Formula Fords. So the heat, it continues to rise here at Snetterton. Looking at my phone, it's now hitting 30 degrees here. Of course, it's not as high as we had earlier in the week, as I mentioned earlier on, when we had temperatures into the mid to late 30s, even into the 40-41 degree range, which is absolutely roasting hot. You think that the late 20s and early 30s is hot, then you get into the 40s and it's just unbelievable. But thankfully, the drivers are keeping as cool as possible. I did think, obviously, with the heat coming up, as I worried this weekend, that the higher temperatures might play something to do with the possible cooling of the cars out there. And of course, the higher temperatures brings a difference in having to adapt the cars for setup, because of course not only do you have the possibility of having to try and rework your tyre pressures, but also as well to keep the car as cool as possible, because the heat of the conditions can give you different levels of grip, it can give you different levels of engine power, it can do all sorts of different things. It can also play havoc with the cooling, trying to keep the engine as cool as possible. And so therefore you're really going to try and manage the temperatures as much as possible. And then also on top of that, the drivers have to cope with that too. Now in these open top single seaters, not so much of a problem, of course, because they've got 39 million miles of headroom above them. When it comes to the closed cars like the Fiestas or the modified Fords or city cars or anything in the ClubSport Trophy, they're in a closed car, so the temperatures naturally are going to be higher than that. And of course, while the air temperature might be about roughly sort of 28, 29, 30 degrees, the track temperature is going to be about typically anywhere between, I'd say, 10 to 15 usually in these sorts of conditions, 10 to 15 degrees hotter. So that's going to be a nightmare for the tyre technicians and for anyone tweaking the tyres and tyre pressures and tyre setups to get the most out of them, because if you put the pressures too high or too low, it could mean whether you're overheating the tyres too much or just getting no grip. You have to really try and find the sweet spot when it comes to tyre setup, and difference in conditions can make it tricky. When it's cold, you have to try and heat that up as much as possible. When it's hot, you can get the temperatures up, but of course there's the real danger of overheating those tyres at the same time. So there's a lot of things you have to think about when it comes to setting up a car in different weather conditions, particularly in the heat as well. Of course, we talk about different weather conditions in the sense that if you're doing it in either dry or wet, but of course it can be either hot or cold, because a cold track can give you minimal grip, a hot track can give you minimal grip. You have to try and find the bit in between that works best for the car to optimise the setup as much as possible. And particularly in Formula Fords, when they're sliding around a lot on these ACB9 or ACB10 Avon tyres, these treaded tyres, because the blocks move around quite a lot on them, it means that they can get hot quite quickly. So trying to adapt the tyres as possible. Maybe one or two of the drivers like Colin Queen or so, which have been further back, just struggling with the tyres of the setup to get it right in order to cope with the hot weather we've been having over this past couple of weeks. So Andre Lafond then in the red and white Ray chassis will start on pole position, as we said. Morgan Quinn in the dark blue Team Dolan car with the yellow and green striping. alongside the front row. I can hear the revs rising already, waiting for the 5-second ball to go up, which he does now. And the third and final National Formula Ford race of the weekend at Snetterton, all set to get underway. Red lights come on. Who's going to win the sprint towards turn 1 for the first time? They go out. It's a decent start from Brandon McCorker with the second row of the grid. He gets away strongly in a shooting start, I think, from Andrew Rackstraw. That was from fifth on the grid. They charge down towards Ritchie's for the first time. It's 3 abreast of the lead down towards turn 1. Andre Lafont gets the whole shot. McCorkin looked round the outside and thought about a move for second on Morgan Quinn, but he couldn't make that one stick and had to sit back and look for an opportunity later on around the lap, like possibly in the next few corners. Down to the first big bite point at Wilson. They're all going to squeeze their way through. Out wide is one of the Avon Motorsport cars. 3 abreast on the exit, and there's contact in the background. I think it's one of the Avon Motorsport cars and one of the Team Dolan cars involved. That I think's Ben Cochran, I think, involved. I can't see which of the Ammonite cars it is that's in the mix, that's had the strife at Wilson Hairpin, but we'll find out when we end the first lap. Meanwhile, it's action stations all the way down towards the hairpin. Jamie Sharp with a lightning start. He locks up into the apex at Agostini and just gets his nose in front to pass for second place on Morgan Quincy. He's immediately charging his way towards the front, taking full advantage of starting ahead. Now that's a car off the road. That is a... And that's another of the Ammonite Motorsport cars off the road. My heart sank for a second because I thought for a moment it might have even been Colin Queen, but we'll have to wait and see. It looked like it may or may not have been his helmet, but I can't quite tell the helmets in the Formula 4 drivers too clearly at that distance, so we'll see what it happens. Usually we'll find out when we come across the stripe to end the first lap, and then we'll see who goes tumbling down the timing screen. That hasn't come through just yet. Of course, Ben Cochran got going from that, and there was a Team Dolan and a Ammonite Motorsport car involved, but which Ammonite Motorsport car, we need to find out. Meanwhile, to the front goes Jamie Sharp, the Formula Ford Festival winner from last year, and the Anglesey race winner, looking for his second win of the season, and it's Andre Lafont second, Morgan Quinn third, and then the first of the 2 Old Full Motorsport cars, I think incredibly it's Lucas Romanek. So Romanek has wasted absolutely no time whatsoever in getting himself up into 4th place, crucially staying ahead of, it looks like, I think Jordan Dempsey. In fact, no, Jordan's in there in 5th position. So Jordan himself has also got past his guest teammate, the South African Andrew Rackstraw. And now Brandon McCorkin there in 6th, 7th position as well. So the top 7, line astern in typical Formula Ford styles. They flash past the pits, one after the other. Sharp, Lafont, Quinn. Then it's going to be Lucas Romanek 4th, Jordan Dempsey 5th, Rackstraw 6th, and McCorkin 7th. They're all over each other down towards turn 1. Round the outside goes Jamie Sharp. He always gets tabbed by Morgan Quinn going round the outside and just about holds the line heading out of Ritchie's corner. The rest of the pack goes streaming through. The car that was in trouble, I'm afraid, was Colin Queen. So Colin Queen, more dramas for one of the championship contenders, came into the weekend leading. And I thought for a second there was going to be a safety car because I thought the screen flashed up yellow for a second, but it wasn't. It was just a bit of a glitch of the timing screen. But that's a disaster for Colin Queen. He was up there battling for, looking to get a strong result. A nightmare weekend for him in the championship race. He's going to have to come back and go out next time at Brands Hatch and try and make up as much ground as he can. He needs a trouble-free weekend to make that one happen. Meanwhile, there's lots going on here at the front of the field. Looks like Morgan Quinn's been edged out wide. He's been passed by Andre Lafont and by Lucas Romanek. His next challenger has been Jordan Dempsey. He slots past his fellow Irishman too, as they come up through Hamilton for the second time. So halfway around the second lap here, and this looks like it's going to be a very typical Formula Ford race where there is nose-to-tail action wherever you look. Jamie Sharp escaping, a little bit of a twitch of oversteer as he goes through Williams' corner, just clipping the apex. Everyone doing well to keep away from the tyre stack on the inside line. 1 or 2 cars running a little bit wide, 1 car very wide. In fact, I think that is possibly, that was head of David there below, that's Bryn Kinch. So Bryn having a tough season out there in National Formula 4, but running wide on the exit of Williams isn't helping his fortunes one bit. Back to the leaders again. Sharp still trying to press his advantage, but now that Romanek has cleared Andre Lafont, he'll be straight onto the gearbox of Jamie Sharp. And those two have had some lead battles before. There was one battle at Croft which didn't quite work out in either's favour on the last lap, and it was because of that, it was a rather nasty accident between both of them. Both of them were fine, and they both managed to carry on for the rest of the weekend, but it really did hamper Romanek's charge for the title, particularly when he was in the mixed battling amongst the top 3. Into the second lap here at Snetterton. Across the line they go. So Jamie Sharp this time leads for the second time. They flash past the camera one after the other. Top 7 trying to stay with each other. Sharp sets the new fastest lap of the race, the first proper flying lap. He then gets duped by Sean Rashid. As we see Lafont trying to go around the outside of Romanek as he got into the slipstream. He might try and get an undercut as they come up towards the Wilson hairpin for the 3rd time. It was Murray Shepherd in battle there. He was on the back of Gabe Tesh as they came through Ritchie's. That's a scrap over the last top 10 spot. I'd say Tom Nipper's running well in 9th, and round goes. That's Gabe Tesh. Bit of oversteer for him. Now obviously pushing a little bit too hard. Gets it going, kicks up the dust as he drops the tyres onto the edge of the circuit at Wilson. And thankfully it's quite a wide part of the circuit, so that shouldn't affect anyone in terms of any dust or dirt being thrown on. Meanwhile, that's someone charging down the outside. It's Brandon McCorkin. He's trying to get around Morgan Quinn on that outside line. He gets forced out wide, and to be fair, Brandon, you put yourself there, so I think you've only got yourself to blame on that one. Morgan took his regular racing line. You can only be in contention if you're far enough alongside to be able to make that happen. So again, typical Formula Ford racing. If you're a young driver who's looking to make their first steps into single-seater racing, this is a category, as I mentioned earlier on, that's been going for 50+ years and still is a fantastic proving ground for young drivers to learn their craft, learn their skill. It's all no slicks and wings. It's all mechanical grip only, narrow, skinny tyres, low grip. This really does teach car control, racecraft, mechanical car setup, a lot of different things, and it is a really great way for young drivers to get some proper fundamental basics of race car driving and setup before they move on to the next few ranks. And there is a prize up for grabs for the top 3 placed team drivers aged 16 to 19 years old that will still be aged 16 to 19 by 31st of December, right at the end of the year. And after the season ends, those top 3 will then go to a shootout. It's yet to be disclosed location or setup in a GB4 car. There's been a bit of a tie with the GB4 Championship. Whoever wins that shootout then gets a £20,000 prize check to use towards a budget to race in GB4 next season. And there's been a few National Formula 4 graduates moving up, including the likes of Alex Walker in recent times, and Tom Mills, and also Megan Gilks has a fantastic run. Max Maserati, who used to race in that championship, has also been doing quite well. He's been flitting between GB3 and GB4 the last few years, but he's a former Formula Ford racer too. So great proving ground for young Formula Fordsters to give a chance of progression from Formula 4 to GB4. Lots of battle going on there in that scrap going on for 3rd place downwards. It looks like both Romanek and Sharp have tried to pull away as much as they can, but it's that huge gaggle of cars battling for 3rd down to about 7th, which is all over each other. You've got Lafond, Dempsey, Quinn, McCorkin and Rackstraw all in there. And the next group is headed by Sean Rashid, who's trying to bring Tom Nippers with him in 8th and 9th. Come up towards half distance in this 3rd race. Round the outside looks, at least I think that's back up the inside goes Andre Lafond. In fact, he was ahead across the line. It looks like Lafond was either defending up the inside from Dempsey or overtaking Dempsey back again to take a podium place. So Dempsey getting caught up here, and he knows he'll be dropping a couple of points to Romanek if he can't get past Lafond and then start challenging the back of the Oldfield Motorsport Van Diemen. And it'll be roles reversal from race number 2, because it was Romanek doing the chasing behind Dempsey all over his gearbox and couldn't quite pass him. Whereas this time it'll be Dempsey chasing Romanek, and he himself is going to be hunting down Jamie Sharp, and he's caught him on the run down towards Brundle Nelson. They come down the Bentley Straight, under the bridge, they're side by side into the complex, and looks like Romanek's got his nose in front. It's going to be very close, but Romanek does it, job complete. So that is now Romanek into the lead here at Snetterton. He's looking to try and get himself a race victory. He's already had 2 2nd places so far this weekend, so if you can get a victory, that'll do very nicely. 3 more trophies to take home to put on the Romanek family mantelpiece. Jamie Sharp, of course, would love a 2nd one, and of course, again, they'll have their battles back at Crofton, so in their mind from the last couple of meetings. It's Brandon McCorkin, his 2nd of the 2 Oldfield Motorsport cars. He's got Morgan Quinn and Andrew Rackstraw on his slipstream. Look at that, it's practically an 8-wheel Formula 4 between the 2 of them at the front. Romanek and Sharp so close together that there's barely anything between them, as Sharp had the nose cone of his Medina shoved right under the gearbox of Romanek's Van Diemen. Very similar chassis, the Van Diemen and the Medina, but Medina Sport with John LaBelle and Andy Brickles of BM Racing have been developing the Medina Sport themselves, and they mainly run that team as almost the factory, in quotation marks, team of those cars. And Murray Shepherd also has a Medina Sport developed car as well, which is one of the few private entries away from BM Racing, but certainly a well-sorted car, and it is relatively Van Diemen based, I understand. I'm free to be corrected on that one, whereas the Spectrum, I believe, originates back in Australia, and they still build Spectrum race cars. There's still Spectrum and Ray and Medina Sport are still very active Formula Ford chassis. There is also the Furman chassis, of course, which is from former Van Diemen owner and part founder, if I'm correct anyway, Ralph Furman. Of course, he got back into single-seaters with the Furman chassis back in 2017, the likes of Luke Williams, who took the national title around that time. group of cars, so it's quite intriguing. Rackstraw here, he's been caught by Sean Rashid here, so this is a battle for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. We've got Morgan Quinn, so Brandon McCorkin, Morgan Quinn, Andrew Rackstraw and Sean Rashid. It's still this lead battle that's intriguing us, and still ever increasingly hot conditions, and very sideways on the exit across the curbs there for Lucas Romanek. He's feeling the pressure, and also now that Jordan Dempsey has cleared Andre Lafond for 3rd place, he's straight onto the tail of the top 2, so we're going to get Romanek, Sharp and Dempsey going at it. A 3-way dance for the lead, and here they are. Look at that, Dempsey's wasted no time in closing up to these two as they turn in through Murray, so he's now going to be joining the battlefield here. And I wonder, given how much pace Jordan Dempsey's had, how much time is he going to take to try and get past both of them? There's a black and white flag going out, and we'll get to that in a second. But now side by side for the lead, Jordan Dempsey sets the fastest lap of the race, helped by getting a tow from Romanek in his slipstream. And now we see here Sharp trying to go around the outside. Oh, it's very close, and Sharp tries to hold around the outside, which he has got enough grip to do so. Dempsey was right up the inside line. I thought there'd be contact between the two cars, but he has just held on for the moment. But it will put Dempsey to his inside for Wilson Hairpin, and he has got through. So Jordan Dempsey up into 2nd place. Meanwhile, the bun fight for 5th position continues to go on. Still McCorkin leads that from Quinn. Now Rashid ahead of Rackstraw. So Rashid in 7th place, Rackstraw in 8th. And again, like we talked about earlier on, this is 4 different teams it's 4 different teams in the first 4 places, and then another for 4 different teams again in the next 4 places. So this is also just proves, no matter what, regardless of what team you run and what chassis you run, if it's all well sorted, it will all work out well and be incredibly competitive. See there, Sean Rashid up the inside of Morgan Quinn, up into 6th position, pushing Morgan down to 7th. Just there trying to close in there is Tom Nippers. He's got these 4 cars battling over 5th position in his sights, so he might well start to close in a bit quicker. So now the roles reversal between the top 2 from race 2, because the hunter has become the hunted. It's now Lucas Romanek having to look in his mirrors, this time at the bright white and blue spectrum of Jordan Dempsey. 2 race wins so far this weekend. He wants a hat-trick because he really needs to get himself back into championship contention. I'm pretty confident he's back in the championship league, given the fact that Colin Queen's weekend's been so awful by his standards. It's been really, really poor. Having problems in the first 2 races, not really getting much higher than he really wanted to. He only got Tyres 9th in race 2, and that was only about 10 points. Finished outside the top 10 in race 1 after he had issues, and then retiring on the first lap. In this race, really has been the kick in the stomach he didn't need. So, coming up to the last 2 laps then in this last Formula Ford race of the weekend, and Jordan Dempsey gets a good run next in Murray's corner. He's going to pull alongside. They'll be side by side across the line, and Dempsey does get his nose in front by the time they get across the line. So as they come towards turn 1, Luke Romanek will try and fight back here, and here goes Jamie Sharp up the inside. There's contact, round goes Jamie Sharp off onto the grass. I think it was a bit ambitious. I think he always knew Romanek was going to come across him on the apex of the corner, but he was going to go for a move, and possibly Romanek didn't see him. But either way, I'm sure Jamie Sharp will argue the case that it wasn't his fault. The clerk of the course might well see it as a racing incident, because whilst Jamie Sharp was trying to get up the inside, arguably Romanek was trying to take his racing line. But I'm not a steward or a racing driver, so I'll just leave them to do their job, and we'll wait to see what happens. What it has done is it has now given Jordan Dempsey a tiny bit of respite in the lead. He's got about a car length or so, a couple of car lengths over Lucas Romanek. Into 3rd has gone Andre Lafond. It's a really strong drive from him, and Sean Rashid's gone up to 4th. So actually, is it the other way around? Is it no, sorry, it is Andre Lafond in 3rd. Sean Rashid is up to 4th now, and he's got past Brandon McCorkin. So it's Rashid 4th, McCorkin 5th, Quinn 6th, and Rackstraw 7th. So it's quite a close battle in that scrap for what's become 4th position. But Jordan Dempsey then back in front, and although the timing sheets will probably say, if he goes on to win this 3rd race, that he won all 3, I think we know, at least for this 3rd race, it wasn't as straightforward that in terms of being the entire story. Last lap board is being prepared. I can see just out of my commentary box window, so we will get one more lap around the Snetterton 300 circuit this time by. Turning through Brundle and Nelson. Now the short sprint towards the bomb hole for the 7th time. With the curbs on the exit, there comes our scrap 4th, 5th and 6th. Lafond, McCorkin and Rashid. Sorry, Quinn, because no, sorry, yes, no, you're right. So it's Rashid. Get confused. It was Rashid, then Quinn, then McCorkin, or something in that order. It's those 3 drivers together anyway. So sideways there from the Fond. That's going to compromise his exit coming out of Murray's. And it will put him under big pressure from McCorkle will sense the opportunity to try and possibly get a move into Richie's corner. They go past the last lap board, down in towards Richie's for the last time. And again, it's just as it was in race 2. It's Romanek doing the chasing. Dempsey out in front, off the road again for the second time has gone Bryn Kinch. As I say, having a tough one in National Formula Ford, but certainly learning the hard way in these cars, and certainly I'm sure at least enjoying himself whilst he's doing it. Here's that scrap going on, which we see Sean Rashid now holding off Brandon McCorkle, but for how much longer can he do it? Because McCorkle is right there on the outside line, back with our leading 2, and I think Romanek, since he's passed, is as close as he's ever been now in the second position. We saw this before in race 2, and Dempsey had just about enough to hold on, but Romanek, he's right there in case he needs to pounce. Ammonite Motorsport cars third and fourth, and even that was a bit of a twitch of oversteer. That was a bit of contact because of the hand signals out of the cockpit from Sean Rashid. Didn't quite appreciate the little tap in the rear from Brandon McCorkle. It helped you around the corner, that's a silver lining, but I think getting a shove in the rear from your rival when he's trying to pass you either both makes the point that he's right behind you trying to get through, but also is a little bit rude at the same time. Roger the Font, I think, of course, one of his first few, if he has taken any National Formula Ford podiums, he hasn't taken very many, so he's certainly delighted with this result from pole position. The leaders then come back down towards the Brundle-Nelson complex for the last time. And Jordan Dempsey then, he's only got a few more corners to go, but he's going to be under big pressure from Lucas Romanek as he heads up towards the bomb hole and through Coram. Still that battle for fourth goes on. Rashid now under big pressure now for Brandon McCorkle, looks up the inside. Rashid throws a block in towards the bomb hole. He might be compromised on the exit. He goes wide on the exit with the right-hander as here comes Romanek looking around the outside. In towards Coram, up towards Murray's. Can he dive up the inside? The answer is no, he can't. But Dempsey's gone wide. He's on 2 wide on the exit Murray's corner. He keeps his footing, but is it going to be enough? It's going to be a drag race towards the checkered flag. Gets another gear. Romanek will come alongside him side by side. Dempsey, Romanek to the flag. It's going to be... Romanek steals it. Fantastic by 28 1/1000ths of a second. The mistake on the final corner from Dempsey's what did it. It compromised his run onto the straight, and Lucas Romanek takes race 3 victory by less than half a tenth of a second. Fantastic. That is Formula Ford racing again at its absolute finest. Romanek wins, Dempsey second, Andre Lafont confirms his first podium of the weekend. And then Sean Rashid fourth, brilliant result for him as well. I think that equals his personal best, I think, for the season. Brandon McCorkle fifth, Morgan Quinn sixth, Andrew Rackstraw seventh, Tom Nippers eighth, really good for him. And Jamie Sharp, after he got tangled up with Lucas Romanek, is ninth. Because we've got to remember that, because there was contact between Sharp and Romanek into Richie's corner in the last couple of laps. So whether or not the stewards will see that as a penalty or something they have to look at as a possible penalty, I hope not, because obviously Romanek will be delighted with that race victory. But what a finish that was. And that one, it was Dempsey just cracking under that pressure. He was under so much pressure from behind. Romanek kept on forcing the issue, and just on the sprint out of the last corner, Dempsey ran wide. He had to keep his foot as much as he could, but being on the tarmac, Romanek just put his foot down, grabbed another gear, pulled alongside, and only just beat Jordan Dempsey to the flag. Magnificent. Brilliant stuff from Formula Ford, and they'll be out for their next rounds at Brands Hatch in August. They'll use that as a bit of a provisional warm-up for the Formula Ford Festival a couple of months after that. Well, after that breathless finish, here's the result then. So there it is. Lucas Romanek just beats Jordan Dempsey to the line by 28 1/1000ths of a second to win the third National Formula Ford race. Andre Lafont will be delighted with third in the podium finish ahead of Sean Rashid, his teammate. Then Brandon McCorkle, Morgan Quinn, Andrew Rackstraw seventh. Then it's Jamie Sharp after he made contact with Romanek later in the race. Tom Nippers an excellent ninth in the top 10. And David Maloney beat Peter on that one. It's then 11th for Murray Shepherd, 12th for Benjamin Cochran, 30th for Gabe Tesh. Bryn Kinch came into the pit lane late in the day. And sadly, we lost Colin Quinn crucially at the start after contact, I think it looked like, with Benjamin Cochran on the first lap at Wilson Hairpin. And breathe, because that was quite an extraordinary finish to the end, and well done to Lucas arranging to do that. I think we can hand down to Richard in just a moment. I think we're just waiting for the drivers to get out of the cars, and then we can throw down to him, because I'm sure there'll be some breathless conversation, at least between Lucas Romanek and also Jordan Dempsey. I'm sure we'll hear from both of them after that one. And also good to hear from Andre Lafont, see how he found his podium finish from pole position. So the reverse grid certainly benefiting him as well. Just obviously waiting for our next race to come up on the timetable. But National Formula Fords, again, ever entertaining as they always have been throughout the throughout the weekend, throughout the season. And again, if you like that as a young driver and you're inspired to get in touch with Formula 4, there is a list of teams that runs cars on the dedicated Formula page for the National Formula 4 Championship. Head to the website, brscc.co.uk for everything. So that we can now head down towards our Port Fairbairn after an incredible finish to that final race, Richard. Are those guys out of breath?
Well, you know, you've heard Scott talking about how wonderful Formula Ford is, and that race, Lucas, for you,
yes,
what a way to finish the weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I was not expecting the victory about 3/4 way around the lap, and yeah, I just managed to pressure him into a mistake into Murray's, and then yeah, just got the run up to the line. So it was so close on the line. Yeah.
See, to me, that's proper racing. You know, you work your way through, as indeed you all did on the partial reverse. You'd got into the lead, you lost the lead, but then you came back. And that, to me, is the very essence of what people want to see in motor racing. So well done.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. My tyres are just absolutely shot by the end. Like when I got to the front, I was just, oh, come on. And then he was coming up behind us, and when he got in front, I had that bit of toe, and then helped me stay with him, really. And then, yeah, obviously, all that happened, and we came out with the win.
Well, many congratulations, and thanks for entertaining us this weekend. Go and enjoy your podium. Let's see, we'll have a word with Andre Lafond, was actually third. We'll see if we can get Jordan as well. We've spoken to Jordan a couple of times, but I definitely don't want to miss talking to Andre. We had a quick word with you on the grid, but you brought the Ray home in third place. Many congratulations, great to see you on the podium. Just talk us through your weekend.
So, started off a little rough, and testing went quite well. All three of us had good pace, but quali I didn't quite put the car in the right place at the right time and wasn't able to get the greatest lap in. First two races struggled a bit for pace, but good progress with driving so far, and then managed to sneak it onto the podium for race 3.
That's great, and it's great for me to interview a new driver and a young American coming through the ranks. How long do you stay in Europe? I mean, is it a short plan or a long plan, or is that yet to be mapped out?
A little yet to be mapped out. Next year ideally I would like to race over here again. Slicks and wings, but if there's an opportunity in the States, I won't really turn it down. We'll see what happens.
Okay, we'll see what happens. We look forward to it. Great to meet you. Great. Congratulations on third place, and we look forward to following your career up the ladder. I'm going to grab Jordan Dempsey now. Jordan, will you grab a word? Yeah. You all right? So, Jordan Dempsey, I'd actually written down, and you're going to kick me for doing this, I'd written down hat-trick, and then on the run-up from the last corner, you pipped out. Great Formula Ford race, not from your perspective, obviously losing the win. Your face tells the story.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in the last corner. Like, I wasn't going through there overly quick. Like, I thought I had it kind of in the bag because I knew I got good runs off that last corner. But whatever happened, I just picked up like crazy understeer for no reason and just drove off the track. So I don't know whether did something break or whatever. But yeah, it's a bit disappointing to lose it on the run to the line. But sure, 2 wins, 3 fastest lap record, pole, you know, and a second, nearly doing the hat trick. Suppose you take that.
From what I've seen, you two guys are racing cleanly and fairly. It's a good rivalry.
No, it was very good. Like, me and Lucas, we had a great race there. Now on the way up, there was some of the defensive moves were not from any of the front runners, but some of the lads who I was coming up through. It was very questionable, like 5-6 moves on the straights, nearly a very high-speed accident, which was a bit uncalled for. But I suppose you'd have to keep it in behind some way.
I guess so. Well, anyway, congratulations on 3 podiums and all of those achievements that you reeled off. We got the cars going off on the green flag lap, so I'd say well done. We'll see you next time. Thank you, Jordan Dempsey there. Hand you back to Scott Woodwich with the grid for the Fiestas.
Thank you very much, Richard. Indeed, the Fiesta Juniors are out for their second of 3 races this weekend here at Snetterton. And here's the grid, as it's is going to be Thomas Jack Lee, who is going to be on pole position by consequence of his win from race earlier. Great battle at the front between him and teammate Al Webster. And it's Lewis Hodgin and Archie Handy on the front, second row of the grid. George Foxlow and Lexi Belk then comes next from Harry England and Jasmine Shaw, and then followed by Harry England in the Mark 7 ZTEC Next Generation Fiesta. And then in 8th position, it will be Jasmine Shaw. Hopefully she can have better luck after she retired in race number 1. Then it's going to be Hadley Simpson making his debut this weekend, and Daniel Lewis back in 10th, followed by Lucas Hayden and and Ben Mulrine in the 6th row of the grid, something's trapping on the screen there. Then James Pope and Luke Hilton on the 7th row of the grid, and then it'll be he finished on the podium in the first race. And then Sid Smith, after his technical infringement in race 1, once again, it's in qualifying, as he did in race 1, will start at the back of the grid with a 10-second delay. So because of that, he will be making that happen. So, heading around the formation lap in much sunnier conditions than we had in race 1. It was certainly bright this morning, but the temperatures have certainly gone up in for this second Fiesta Junior race. We should mention that looking at the results, we were questioning whether or not Luke Hilton would get a penalty for his jump start. It seems as though that the stewards have been a bit lenient on that one. They actually haven't, from what I can see, haven't given him a penalty, from what I saw on the initial timesheet on TSL timing. So if that's the case, it means that his third place does appear to stand, which is good for him. But of course the juniors make their way around onto their formation lap. Again, if you weren't here for the first race, just for a quick recap, these are 14 to 17 year olds who are taking their first steps in towards circuit racing, and they have backgrounds in either karting or the short oval scene like mini stocks or junior hot rods, or they can come through from the likes of junior rallycross, junior rallying even, autocross, and even having started that racing experience from a complete scratch, or even esports and sim racing these days, because that's becoming a viable route into circuit racing. And of course all these cars, apart from one, are all identical spec Mark 6 for Fiesta ST150s, but there is the next generation ZTEC S Mark 7 Fiesta in the hands of Harry England. You'll see that on screen in a moment's time as it comes through the shot, which is a little bit further back. But as they come around onto the end of the formation lap, these cars have seen plenty of top drivers come through the ranks. The championship started back in 2012, and since then it's brought through quite a few top drivers in the mix. You have the likes of, even for the first season of racing, like names like Charlie Liddell, Bobby Thompson, Aidan Moffat, who races in British touring cars now, Freddie Lee, who was a mini challenge racer and also a pickup truck racer. There's the Mark 7 car. That was the dark grey and orange car. Number 3, Harry England. That's the new Fiesta that you'll see at some point throughout this second race. And then moving up through the rest of the ranks of drivers that have done well, that have succeeded, like Jerry Nkosi, who's gone through Ginettas, Aaron Thompson, who's come back to racing recently. He's going to be competing in pickup truck racing now. You've also had in more recent years, like Ollie Turner, who has gone through VW Cup racing and into Brit Car. You've also then had the likes, a few drivers that have come through the GT5 Challenge as well, in Ginettas. And in more recent times, graduates to TCR UK, the likes of double TCR UK champion Lewis Kent, his brother Bradley racing in Fiesta Juniors, and also even more recently in the last couple of seasons, we've had Isaac Smith, who leads the championship in his Volkswagen Golf, run by Race Car Consultants, who of course have 2 cars in the front row of the grid here for this second race. And also they have Alex Lee, who was racing as recently his last year in Fiesta Juniors, and already in his short touring car career has 2 race wins in TCR UK. So plenty of top drivers coming through. If you're a young budding racer, you don't want to sit and watch this, because it should be another cracking 15 minutes of junior racing. And I'm sure if you want to find out more, you can head to the website. So the final few cars will get onto the grid. Watch for the 5-second board at the top of the gantry, and then we'll get going for race number 2 of the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship at Snetterton. Is it going to be 2 from 2 for Thomas Jack Lee, or can Albert Webster and co finally get their first wins? Let's find out. It's a good sprint off the line from the second row from Archie Handy. One or two cars struggling to get away, but it's an equal start from the front row. It's Albert Webster on the right, Thomas Jack Lee in the blue car on the left, down towards Richie for the first time. Who's going to get the whole shot into turn 1? Look, it's going to be just about Thomas Jack Lee. No, it's Webster going round the outside. Webster with the grip into Richie's corner, round the outside of the right-hander, and it looks like he's going to get back into the lead as he did at the start of race 1. Yes, he does. So Webster leads in towards Wilson Hairpin, then 2nd for Thomas Jack Lee, 3rd for Archie Handy, 4th for Lewis Hodgin, and 5th for George Foxlow. And the Mark 7 Fiesta of Harry England getting in there as well. He's in amongst the top 10, so good to see so far. Out of the Wilson Hairpin they go. All 15 juniors back up to full health after 1 or 2 had some problems earlier on, but looks like everyone's present and correct, which is great to see. And it is Albert Webster in the Race Car Consultants run, AMD tuning sponsored Fiesta, that leads the way. Thomas Jack Lee in 2nd place, then a couple of car lengths back to Archie Handy in 3rd. He'd love a podium after some up and down fortunes this year. Lewis Hodgin 4th, George Foxlow 5th, and Lexi Belch having a great start. She's up in 6th position, so she's getting stronger and stronger. She came into the weekend in the 5th position in the points, and she's had sort of top 5, it's roughly hovering around the second half of the top 10 for most of the season, but she's getting stronger and stronger and using all the experience that she's getting from the Jam Sport team to get much quicker, and good to see her making some progress so far. Heading out through Williams Corner now. Just they cock the left rear wheels as they come through the right-hander onto the Bentley straight for the first time. You see in there, Luke Hilton made a strong start for the back of the grid. He's not wasted any time. Or one car running wide, kicking up the dust. Who is it? It's going to be, let's see, it's not Jasmine Shaw. It might be Harry England possibly, because he was the next car in front of them. Someone else in the background also doing the same. As Webster comes under threat now from a rather feisty and quite rapid Thomas Jack Lee, looking for his second win of the weekend. Still one more race to go after this. He thumps the curb over Nelson, gets 2 wheels into the air. The second group of cars. There's the Mark 7 ZTEC S car, battling with Jasmine Shaw and Lucas Hayden, who was this year's inaugural Jam Sport Scholarship winner. The scholarship is back for next year, so if you've got a young driver that possibly wants to try and win the scholarship and get a fully funded season in one of these Fiesta Junior race cars, you can get in touch with Jam Sport. Ooh, big twitch of oversteer for this last part of Coram there for Archie Handy, but he helped to rotate the car a little wide on the exit. George Fox, though, going wide as well in 5th position. They're all running wide on the exit here. Harry England very wide over the curb. That backs everyone up a little bit, but everyone's staying in time. There's 3 abreast on the exit. It's cost a bit of momentum as they all charge past him. Webster leads the way at the end of lap 1 then. Thomas Jack Lee just behind him, 0.141, side by side between Jasmine Shaw and Lucas Hayden. Also Hadley Simpson's in there too in the championship winning car from last year. 3 abreast anyone? Yep, it's going to be the case. And Hadley Simpson passes them both. Great move for Hadley Simpson. Welcome to Fiesta Juniors, Hadley. Much more better fortunes than he's having right now than he did in race 1 when that car ended up in the barrier, sadly, up at the Brundtland Nelson complex. And that was simply just teething troubles and him learning at his own pace, as juniors tend to do. So Hadley Simpson then doing a cracking job. He's now up to, I think, it looks like 8th position. So yeah, the Simon Hunt and the guys at 2010 Racing will be very pleased at that. Now here's something interesting. Thomas Jack Lee's got into the lead and Albert Webster is in 2nd place, but look behind them because Archie Handy in 3rd and Lewis Hodgin in 4th are closing in here. So all this battling that's going on early doors between Webster and Lee is keeping Handy and Hodgin in contention here to possibly make it a 4-way scrap for the lead. And how great would that be? Next group of cars is headed by George Fox, though, in 5th. He might want to try and catch up to them. In fact, he's actually ahead of Luke Hilton. And Hilton, in fact, started right towards the back of the grid. So a really massive, big charge for him to come from, what was it, some 13th or 14th place up to 6th already. So excellent progress from another one of the Jam Sport drivers. Now, he is currently the highest placed Jam Sport driver in the field. So it's excellent stuff from them so far. But so far, it's a Race Car Consultants 1-2. It's the Cole Truck Sport team that run their own car in 3rd place. Lewis Hodgin of the 2010 Racing Fiesta is 4th. And Archie Handy's catching these two now. So Archie Handy, this is the most impressive I've seen him in a Fiesta Junior. He has been quite strong at times, but just bad luck and incidents and mechanical problems have just frustrated him throughout the last season and a half. But good to see the white and pink car, which reminds me of the days of when Dave Pinkney used to race in British touring cars in a BMW, and before that in VW racing, and that used to be pretty much exactly the same livery. It used to be an all pink front end and the rest of the car was predominantly all white. Here's Jasmine Shaw battling with Sid Smith, almost gets the hip and shoulder from the 99, but he managed to squeeze his way through. This is, of course, Sid battling his way through after he started at the back after a technical infringement in practice and qualifying, which meant he had to start from the back of the grid in both the last race and this one. So Smith is now managed to pick his way up into, this will be him now into quite far actually, up to 8th place, so made up a lot of places on this lap. So Thomas Lee then has a 4/10 of a second lead at the front of the pack. Archie Handy's about a second back now from Albert Webster, so he's lost a little bit of time towards the end of this lap. On to lap 3 in this second Fiesta Junior race, and there goes Jasmine Shaw, a bit of a look in behind Lucas Hayden. He's having a good battle so far in this race. And the next car behind them will be James Pope, and then we'll have Daniel Lewis and Harry England, followed by Ben Moore-Ryan in 15th position. Down the back straight towards the Agostini hairpin. Still, there's yellow flags being waved in the background, and that suggests something's happened a few corners away. So there goes Lewis Hodgin in 4th place, and the car Jake Maynard's driven mostly this season. Next comes George Foxlow, followed by Lexi Belk, and then we've got Hadley Simpson coming up next, and this will be them over 8th and 9th. That is right. And in fact, Sid Smith has wasted no time catching up to Luke Hilton. Has passed him. He's picking off Jam Sport teammates left, right, and centre. So I think he's now the top. No, Lexi Belk is still the top Jam Sport car. She's up in 7th, so doing a grand job just outside the top 6. Good run from Albert Webster off the Bentley straight, getting the toe down the back straight here, and Thomas Jatley's a bit of a sitting duck at the moment because Albert Webster really is closing in. He got an excellent drive off of Williams' corner and managed to close in about another car length or so. The slipstream helped also, but tell you what, these two were very good-natured after the fact they had such a good battle in race one. There was a little bit of bumping and boring between them, but that's just typical sort of good, close, solid saloon car racing. Of course, if there'd been some taking major chunks out of each other, that would be a lot more questionable. But a little bit of body rubbing, as you tend to get in some close saloon car racing, as you tend to. And these drivers, of course, as you remember, they're learning on the fly. They're learning as they go. This is pretty much an active sort of classroom, so to speak, for them in terms of racing. They're learning their racecraft. They're learning their setup skills. They're learning how to overtake and how to race wheel to wheel. It's a really crucial proving ground in junior racing for drivers to learn their craft in this championship. And they all use it quite well. There goes Sid Smith, just chased down by Hadley Simpson and Luke Hilton, wide for Jasmine Shaw. She did just get past Lucas Hayden. He does the switcheroo on the exit of the corner and gets a better drive off of Murray's to try and put himself alongside, thanks to a loss of momentum from Shaw running wide there. And once again, side by side between Shaw and Hayden. They might be battling over 10th and 11th, but they're certainly having quite a fun battle here as Jasmine does manage to keep herself in front. And Hayden slots back in to try and fight another day and look for another opportunity. So back with our leaders then. Thomas Jatley has now got another car length or so again on Albert Webster. And Albert, of course, still searching for his first Fiesta Junior when he was that close to it in the first race. Just denied by his points-leading teammate. This will be his 5th win of the season if he's able to hold on to that one. It will then be Archie Handy in 3rd. Again, he would be delighted with the podium. I know the Cole ClubSport team and Simon Cole and everyone that runs that car will be absolutely overjoyed if he can pick up a podium. Now, making big progress here is Sid Smith. What he's doing here is actually passing everyone here. He's bunching everyone up in the battle for what's become 6th position, because, no, it's 5th in fact actually, because he's now George Foxlow's lost a couple of spots. So we've got 5 of them all together. Sid Smith, I think, will pull away from this 4, but a bit of a scrap going on now between, looks like, George Foxlow, Lexi Belk, Hadley Simpson and Luke Hilton. So a bit of a battle going on here. There's lots of scraps going on up and down the pack, and that's really good to see. Lots of energetic, highly competitive scrapping amongst the cars in the pack. It's good to see. Hopefully, some junior drivers that are watching this, whether you're in the last few ranks of karting or just outside being 14, 17 years old, hopefully if you're watching this, gives you a bit of inspiration to possibly take a look at competing in Fiesta Juniors next year. Big bite of curb there over the sausage curb there for Albert Webster. Very lucky not to get that car up on 2 wheels a bit more. Here's that quintet, which is going to quickly become a quartet, I think, because Luke Hilton leads Lexi Belk, and then it's Hadley Simpson doing a grand job. Big run of... They're all trying to outcompete each other as to how fast they can go through Nelson. That wasn't... Luke Hilton went a bit quicker, and then thought Lexi Belk thought she'd go even quicker than that, and it's put her on the back foot now under threat from Hadley Simpson. I'm very impressed with Hadley Simpson in this second race. He really has taken to this championship very, very quickly, and even though we had a bit of a shaky first race and ended up in the barriers at Nelson, he's rebounded, he's shaking it off, and he's right back in the mix here and showing us some of his racecraft here. It's brilliant stuff from Hadley Simpson, and showing his ability in that ex-Jensen Brickley car. That's not quite the racing line. Lexi Belk back onto the racing line as she goes, and George Foxo just squeezes through. Sid Smith tries to chase after the top 4. More battle going on as Foxlow manages to pick off a place on Lexi Belk, but all together now. We've got Smith, Hilton, Simpson, Foxlow, Belk, and also catching these two that have just been swapping positions are Jasmine Shaw and Lucas Hayden. So, great race so far for the juniors. Lots of battling going on between this lot. But still, it is Thomas Jatley, who has also previous experience in Ginettas at this level. He's tackling a full season in the Fiesta Juniors with Race Car Consultants, pitches the car in through Agostini. And it looks as though that Albert Webster, I think, unless Thomas Lee's tyres start to really fade off in the final couple of laps that we're going into, I think it might well be another second place. It's not as close as it was. So we'll see if maybe he can rebound for race 3 and possibly get himself a victory there. So Luke Hilton turning his way in, followed by Hadley Simpson. And we've got Foxlow and Belk together. Some good scraps in the mid-pack here between them. It's quite a competitive mid-pack, it seems. There goes Webster. There goes Handy. As I say, really good to see the Handy car up there showing some decent pace this weekend. It seems that they've found something in the setup and managed to get rid of most, if not all, the gremlins. that the car has been sort of suffering a bit at the beginning of the season, and also they've had their fair share of bad luck a little bit as well. So could see some good fortune coming up to some of the, seeing a few different faces up towards the front of the field that sometimes have had to find their feet or haven't quite been on the pace straight away. Using all the curb and a little bit more there, just a little flick of dust there on the exit. Lewis Hodgin is quite a distant 4th, and Sid Smith is pulling away from this battle for 6th as he maintains a top 5 spot, and he'll be hoping that he can get a good slot for the final race later on this afternoon. Still out of the complex they go. George Fox, though, still holding off Lexi Belk, and then just behind him, just sort of flashing through the foreground of the shot, was both Jasmine Shaw and Lucas Hayden still embroiled in their battle. We're going to get, I think, 2 more laps, I think. We're going to cross the line, 2 minutes 50 or so on the clock. So, and the lap times for the juniors at the moment are showing at around, if my timing screen will refresh and tell me where we are, 2 minutes 24 is the fastest lap time. So we are going to get, I think, this and 1 more lap. And that would be an advantage for Archie Handy, who was 0.6 quicker than Albert Webster last time by. He was at 2:25.3 compared to a 25.9 for Albert Webster. So I think maybe his tyres have just gone off a little bit too much in these hot conditions. Temperature's currently showing us 30 degrees now, so it's certainly it's certainly arguably the hottest race they've had all season in terms of temperatures. In fact, my phone tells me 31 degrees, so it's very hot out there at the moment, and certainly managing the tyres in these hot conditions is quite a key skill, because of course you can do that like Thomas Jack Lee appears to be doing, but it really does help your advantages. Then again, Albert Webster's pace is still very, very good indeed. It's just he's falling away from his teammates right into the clutches of Archie Handy now in 3rd place. And there's a real chance here that Archie, he's in a podium position anyway. I think it will be, if not one of, if not his very first podium in Fiesta Juniors. And if he can get a step high, that will certainly be a bit of a boost and a benefit to him also. Now there's been a switch for position between Lexi Belk and George Fox, though. Lexi now up to 8th position at the expense of George. Not quite the same pace he had in race 1, which is a shame. Maybe again, the heat is becoming a factor for some of these drivers. Some that had a strong enough race in race 1, he's not quite finding the same as well. Just out my commentary box window also, I saw Daniel Lewis going past the pit straight, and that car didn't sound very much on song. It sounded very much on a lower engine note, so that's something to watch out for. Now watch this then, because Archie Handy is crawling all over the back of Albert Webster. He's sailed right up to the back of a number 2 car. And with about a lap and a bit to go, there's a chance here we could get a really big battle for 2nd place developing here. Through they go through the shot. Hodgin still 4th. Sid Smith has pulled away in 5th position anyway. Oops, that's Jasmine Shaw off the road. So Jasmine Shaw, now whether she's done that herself, I guess the big question is, did she jump or was she pushed? Well, regardless, she's dropped a couple of positions down the order. I think she might be behind. I think she'll be okay for possibly 11th place, because James Pope was some 30 odd seconds back. So she might well get away with that, staying only losing 1 position, but she'll be way off the contenders that were just in front of her in that. 25 seconds to go also as the cars come across the line to start the last lap of their 2nd Fiesta Junior race of the weekend. This looks like it's going to be, at the moment, on course for another race victory for Thomas Jack Lee, and that will help him extend his lead in the championship points. Next time out for the Fiesta, it'll be Cadwell Park in August, and the battle is now starting to get a bit more heated. No pun intended, of course, between Albert Webster and Archie Handy. And here comes Archie then, in the slipstream, just right on the back bumper of Webster as they come up towards Palmer. This long left-hander slightly off camber, so you almost get dragged to the edge of the circuit as a result on the exit. He's in the slipstream, and Webster knows he has to go to the inside line. He has to defend, because he won't be comfortable on the racing line, because Archie will find a way to get through. He goes slightly deeper down the outside line, last of the late breakers, into the Agostini hairpin. This is for 2nd place. It's for spots on the podium, but from which order it's going to be will be found out in about half a lap's time. Again, Webster to the inside line to defend from Handy, who will get the switch back on the exit for the first part of the corner. And again, he'll look towards Oggies. Again, Webster to the inside. He's just not comfortable going to the racing line. He knows he's going to be under pressure. Change around again, because George Fox, though, has repassed Lexi Belk. So that's a repositioning for 8th position. We now head onto the back straight for the last time, and Handy's close. If you can stay in the slipstream, you might have a chance to get past him here. It's a good exit, and Webster might be a sitting duck at this rate. Here he comes, down towards the B complex of Brundle and Nelson. Which way is he going to go? There's the leader, Thomas Jack Lee, but the battle for second is what we have to watch, and here they come. They are side by side. Let's see, so Thomas Jatley will go through the shot. What about second and third? They're going to come into view any second now. And who's it going to be in front, Webster or Handy? It's Webster, but Handy's all over him exiting Nelson Corner. Nose to tail, up towards the bomb hole for the last time. Handy looking for still a podium finish, but he wants to go one step higher than third if he can. Can he squeeze up the inside up towards Coram? No, he can't, because Webster goes back to the inside. Meanwhile, Thomas Jatley has been absolutely the class act in this second race. He was under massive pressure from his teammate in race 1, but no such pressure for race 2. He'll head to the checkered flag in a second, but for second and third, they're still all over each other and still wide. Both of them wide on the exit. Very wide for Handy. That's his last chance gone. He'll have to settle for third place, but up to the checkered flag comes Thomas Jatley. It's 2 from 2 from Snetterton for Thomas. A victory in the Fiesta Junior Championship. And Albert Webster to the checkered flag, side by side, just holding on for second place. Another P2 for Albert. And an excellent podium finish for Archie Handy. If that is his first, well done. Congratulations to him. What a drive from this man too, Hadley Simpson. His first weekend in Fiesta Juniors, as Lewis Hodgin gets 4th, Sid Smith gets 5th from the back of the grid. That's a really good drive from him. Watch out for him in race 3. Luke Hilton 6th, and then 7th place for Hadley Simpson on his first weekend. Well done, what a drive from him. 8th place for George Foxlow, 9th for Lexi Belk, and then 10th for Lucas Hayden. And then quite far back is going to be Jasmine Shaw in 11th place, followed by James Pope in 12th, Daniel Lewis in 13th. And then we sadly looks like we lost both Harry England and Ben Moore Ryan with problems as well. So 13 of the 15 starters making him a checkered flag. We're still waiting for Shaw, Pope and Lewis, although Lewis was quite slow past the pits with me and his engine note didn't seem quite high. There's Jasmine Shaw. Bit frustrated, I'm sure, with the spin, but still 11th place. It's still some decent enough points. And like anyone else in the field, she's still learning her craft as she goes. Here comes James Pope across the line to finish in 12th. Not quite the weekend he was hoping for sometime, I'm sure, but again, still a learning experience, still lots of more development to go on with that car, and Ali Rushforth Motorsport will go back to the awning and see if they can find a bit more pace in that car and do some more fettling to find a bit more speed. Of course, we are still waiting for Dan Lewis. If he does make the flag, then obviously we'll flag him through. He was still showing as running, but just at a very reduced pace. He was some 30 seconds off the leader's pace, so wasn't quite going at the same rate. But he wanted to at least, I think, keep going around and just score something in terms of championship points in order to be able to keep his tally up as much as possible. So, still waiting for Lewis. There he is, just heading through. And as he turns in through Coram, car not at 100% health, but still, just getting it to the flag and just finishing is all that matters. Sounds a bit more sprightly, but even then he's sort of short shifting a bit just to get it to the flag. So it looks like he's nursing something, but still, a finish is a finish. And 13th place across the line for Dan Lewis. There he goes. And that will be, I'm sure, a relief to him to at least make the flag. It'll be frustrating, but it will be certainly a relief that he was able to get to the end and pick up a position. So, great stuff from our Fiesta Juniors. They'll be out for their third race later on this afternoon. And here's the provisional result. Thomas Jatley, 2 from 2 at Snetterton so far, with Albert Webster just holding off Archie Handy at the end after that late challenge from number 41. I think it's a first podium for Archie Handy. If it is, congratulations to him. Lewis Hodgin 4th, Sid Smith 5th, Luke Hilton 6th, and one of my impressive drivers of the weekend so far, Hadley Simpson, only his second Fiesta Junior race, 7th place for him. Great drive. Then it's George Foxlow, Lexi Belk and Lucas Hayden in the top 10, followed by Jasmine Shaw recovering to 11th after a spin, James Pope off the pace in 12th, and Daniel Lewis nursing a problem in 13th, and we lost the Mark 7 Fiesta of Harry England and Ben Mulrine in 15th place at about the first couple of laps. So next race coming up is going to be the modified Fords, and the modifieds are going to be heading out for their race very, very shortly for what will certainly be a third and final race to remember. Again, their race. I'll mention there was another trophy to also mention as well for Barn for them too, but we'll get to that in a second because we've now got Richard down in Parc Ferme. We saw some very hot and bothered, but very happy Fiesta Junior drivers down in Parc Ferme.
On a day like today, Scott, we're going to say in the bar, mine's a double. Actually, it won't be because I'll be driving home, but you want a nice drink. I think these guys need a nice drink. Tom, well done.
Thank you.
Double win thus far. I'm going to disappear over here because this is about you. Talk us through that race, because again, Albert managed to pip you off the start.
Yeah, I'm not the best at starts. Obviously, Albert's he's had experience, but I should be better. That's a thing I need to work on. But we were working together for a few laps, and then I noticed I was just quicker and got past him, and then just got my head down and pulled away.
And you got a third race to deal with now, and I was talking in the introduction to the live stream today that obviously we missed a race at the last round. Was at Alton Park, and you were on pole for that one, so you got that one to look forward to at some point as well.
Yeah, that will be that. I think they're planning on putting that at Cadwell, but it's been a good 2 race weekends so far, so hopefully it goes better. Hopefully it goes just as well for the rest of the season.
For race 3, what are your hopes for that? And obviously another win. That's a stupid question, isn't it? But is it doable?
I think so, definitely. It's just obviously Albert's going to be tough behind me. Archie was there this race, so it's going to be hopefully 3 of us in the battle. So yeah.
Okay, well, let you crack on with that. Well done, congratulations, 2 out of 2. And we'll get Albert over again. So Albert Webster had a podium in the first race, and we spoke to you together in the first race. We thought we'd give you your own little bit of focus here, and another good race. But that time Tom managed to get away, and you had your windows full of the pink bonnet.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I was leading the first few laps. I always get a good start, get past Thomas, but he's a quick old driver. And then halfway through the race, I started struggling with straight line speed. It kept getting hot. Just had to troop on, try to get as much points as I could. Archie, one of my best mates, got next to me, and then I was struggling like hell to keep him behind me. He's a brilliant driver, and I'm happy to keep second.
Is this what it's about for you? You know, racing with your mates, it can't get much better, can it?
No, me and Archie have been friends for the first time we met. Me and Sid have been friends since the first meeting. We're all just a big family. It's amazing.
It's brilliant, Albert. I'm pleased to have called you to podia. Many more of them this year, mate. Yeah, hopefully we'll see you again soon. So that's Albert. Archie! This is this youngster's first ever podium interview. First podium interview, so don't blow it. No, there we go. Congratulations. Did you expect, first of all, to be up there dicing with Albert for second place?
No, not at all. It was unexpected. I see he had quite a big gap on me, and then as we were getting near the end of the session, I see I was gaining on him, so I tried pushing more and more, and then the last few laps I was right on him, battling with him. It would have been better if I had got past him, but I still got third place. I'm over the moon with it.
Well, it's great. I'll be honest with you, it's the sort of thing me as a long-in-the-tooth commentator tends to remember when a driver gets their first podium. But this is about you developing as a driver, gaining confidence, gaining experience in this championship, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. It's all experience, and even better, being further up the field now. Now I've gained full confidence in the car. I know what it can do. I know it can achieve, so I'm looking forward to what the next race brings.
And you're in the ClubSport. I know Simon of old, and I've done many podium interviews with Simon, so he's going to be... I thought he might be here.
Yeah, he is. He's over there. He's over there somewhere.
Well, he might be here going way over the fence.
No, yeah, he'll be here in a minute anyway, but no, yeah, I'm running under him as he's my dad, so I go truck racing with him, help him out all the time, and then he got me into the car racing, and it's just gone on from there.
Well, delighted to see you on the podium. Maybe it's the first of many. Well done. Archie Handy there, who takes third position. First ever career podium in junior racing, and you need to remember these names because they will move on, if not to Formula One, maybe to touring cars, maybe the supports, TCR, other BRSCC Formula. And these other youngsters have got a terrifically bright future ahead of them, and we've got another junior race coming up later on, which we look forward to. In the meantime, something else to look forward to is to hand you back to Scott Woodward, who has the grid for the modified Ford race, their third and final race of the weekend.
We do indeed. Thank you very much, Richard. And again, great to hear the juniors, of course. And it's great to see them so enthusiastic. And Albert Webster does make a very good point when he says that this group of drivers in particular, when each sort of group of drivers coming through, because there's usually a generation of drivers that comes through, the life cycle of a Fiesta Junior driver is only really about 2 or 3, at least 2 seasons, if not 3 at a stretch, if you decide to stay on for the year when you're 16 and going into 17. But they really are a family when it comes to all together. They look out for each other, they all hang out post-race, pre-race, etc. And they all are really good mates going forwards, and then they all celebrate each other's success and compete on the track, but they're good friends off it at the same time. So really good paddock atmosphere, really good championship, and of course we'll see one more race later on this afternoon. Speaking of one more race, we've got the third and final race of the weekend for the modified Fords coming up, and it's Dave Cockell, after 2 victories, who starts on pole position for race 3 alongside once again the V8 Cobra engine car Simon Light. Then Paul Neville will start third this time alongside Ashley Shelswell on the second row of the grid. Tony Paxman and Martin Reynolds then come next in a pair of Ford Escorts. Paxman's Mark 1, Reynolds is Mark 2. And then we have Mike Thurley and Wayne Crabtree on the 4th row of the grid. Another pair of Mark 1s, the Zach Speed Mark 1 with Thurley and the regular Mark 1 Escort of Crabtree. Then it's the Nigel Craig Mark 2 Escort and John Edwards Parson in Class C in his Fiesta XR2, rounding off the top 10 starters. Harry Hardy in his Ford Puma starts on row 6 in 11th place alongside Malcolm Wise, who should be in a Ford Sierra, not a Cosworth, not an Escort Cosworth. Lloyd Jameson in his Escort Cosworth starts in 13th alongside Justin Fuller in his Puma. And then we have in 15th place Rob Lewis of Club Racing UK fame. He starts on the 8th row alongside Jason Stone, Ford Focus ST170, Fiesta ST150 on row 8. Row 9 is another ST150 of Tim Sandu and Kevin Hadfield to round off the top 18. In the Puma, and then the Smiths in their Escort Mark 1, and Richard Sanders in his ST150 rounds out the top 20 starters, and still the grid comes through. Mark Hadfield in his Ford Puma, Dave Barrett in his Class C Fiesta Mark 4 comes next on the 11th row of the grid. Row 12 sees Anton Martin in his Mark 3 Escort, don't see many of those in modified Fords, the Mark 3 RS1600i, and Gurpreet Sandhu in his ST150, and still they come, Robert Tinto in his Ford Puma, another Mark 1 Escort, Dave Gadd. That car, I think, pulled to a halt, at least it was yes, at the end of the race, race 2. Jack Gadd hopefully is there in his Mark 1 Escort RSR. Ben Cochran also, I don't think it's the same Ben Cochran Formula 4s, but he's there in the Ford Fiesta Mark 2 as well. I think that's also an XR2 as well. So 28 cars here. Of course, no surprise, some of the drivers keeping cool by opening the driver's doors and just fanning themselves to get a bit of hopefully cooler air into the car as much as possible. Again, the temperature's still quite high here at Snetterton, some 31 degrees according to my weather apps and taskbar indicators. So rolling start as always for the modified Fords, and again this wonderful eclectic mix of blue oval machines is absolutely wonderful. Again, a big shout out to SHP, forgive me, Motorsport, SHP Motorsport Engineering, which is run by, of course, Sonny Howard, though he's the man who is more known to having fabricated cars such as the pickups and, of course, other things as well. I think he's also been a Ford advocate alongside that too. And great to have SHP sponsoring this weekend's rounds of the Modified Ford Series. So thank you to Sonny Howard and everyone at SHP Motorsport Engineering for the support of the series. Cars still forming up, I think, on the back of the grid. And once we get them underway, the Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car, provided by the club's associate sponsors and partners at Run Your Fleet, will lead the cars off. I think you can hear the whistle going, so doors shut. And the safety car will launch away from its standing position. Yep, the 30-second board is going up now as well. Next with the green flag, and away onto the formation lap will go our 28 strong field of modified Fords. There goes the Jaguar, and then the rest of the field follows suit in formation. So off the line goes David Cockell's Escort Cosworth. It was good to hear from the top three talking about the story of some of their cars. I didn't realise that the Escort Cosworth that Dave Cockell had was an ex-tarmac rally car, so it makes sense with how quick it is and how purpose-built it is. And he's made some modifications to it and put several hundred horsepower more into that car. So no wonder it's such a leviathan on the straights when he really turns the boost up. Also fascinating to hear about Simon Light's V8 Capri as well, with that beautiful Cobra engine in there. Listen to it go past, and it looks like a proper sort of race car with its nicely proportioned rear wing and front splitter and wide arches, and has a beautiful sounding V8. It sounds like an Aussie V8 supercar, which is exactly what you want from a car like that. So disappointed not to see either of the two RS500s on the grid. No Dave Matthias, and there's no. Well, no, I think Dave Matthias is there. I think I saw that he was on the grid. No, sorry, I'm thinking Malcolm Wise. So the two Sierra RS500s, we saw Stephen Scott Dunwoody's car pull to the side of the road in race 2 with mechanical issues, possibly overheating, and which isn't too much of a surprise, I suppose, given the fact that we've had quite high temperatures here, and cars having to cope with trying to keep themselves as cool as possible. But sadly, no Dave Matthias either, so both of the RS500s, very sadly, not in this last race. The highest placed Sierra is, of course, the evergreen Sierra XR4 Ti, which tends to be a regular in modified Fords. That's Ashley Shelswell's car with the V6. I think it's a V6. Is it a V6 Cougar engine? It's a Ford V6 nonetheless. But as they make their way around, there's another of the Escort Cosworths. I think that's Lloyd Jameson's car. I think it might well be. And he's changed that car from how it originally looked, and that was also an ex-Group A rally car, which he started off with. Lloyd Jameson coming all the way from Scotland to race in this series. And of course, as you say, Malcolm White's been listed in the entry list as being a Ford Escort Cosworth, but he's actually running in a Ford Sierra Sapphire Cosworth instead. So, making their way around on the formation lap. It doesn't seem appropriate to call it a warm-up lap, or it seems ironic to call it a warm-up lap, given that the temperatures are so high, given that the track temperatures could be quite high. I'd imagine it's somewhere possibly into the 40s. I'd imagine. I'd be surprised if it wasn't, if even higher. So as they make their way down towards the complex of Brundle and Nelson, down the Bentley Straight, now where they start to, they are weaving from side to side, so they're getting some temperature into the tyres, but obviously you kind of generate, I guess, more heat into the tyres by actually weaving from side to side and sort of brushing the surface of the tyre to create the frictions in order to heat it up. And then they will get the signal in a moment, or at least they will get the note after the driver's briefing this morning. But there we go. So the lights are off the safety car. What that now means, that's their signal to start forming up one by one on the grid. So they'll form up, sorry, 2 by 2, forgive me, 2 by 2 on the grid, side by side. And they'll start doing so here from the exit of Nelson. So remember, it's the silver Escort Cosworth of Dave Cockell on pole. It's the metallic blue Capri V8 of Simon Light alongside him on the front row of the grid. And if you look further down the order, you've then of course got a few more cars up in there too. Paul Neville's Escort marks is shown. Now that's a pleasing sight. Jack Gadd's Mark 1 RSR is back on the grid, so that's going to be a car definitely to watch for. That will not stay around the back of the grid for very long. That will certainly charge through the pack where possible. So watch for that car, number 59, Jack Gadd, to absolutely fly through the order and hopefully get towards the front. Just pace slowing up a little bit so that everyone can get into formation. Everyone is there. And Modified Ford's in a lovely, neat 2x2 formation. Really good formation stuff from the guys at Modified Fords here. Great stuff because everyone's all neatly bunched together. It's going to be a nice formation start as they come down the centre straight to get race number 3 underway. So Escorts, Focuses, Fiestas, Sierras, Pumas and Capris. There's all sorts in this championship. In the series, it's not a championship. They're about to go for 15 more minutes for the final time this weekend. It's a brilliant grid. Should be a brilliant race. 15 minutes of Modified Ford Series action ready to get underway. Here's the pit lane cameras. They go side by side. Watch for the green red lights to go out. When they do, we're going to blast off for the Modified Ford Series one last time at Snetterton. Down towards turn 1. It's side by side again as it was, but once more as it was in race 1 and 2. It is Dave Cockell who holds on to the lead. Round the outside looks Martin Reynolds in the white car with the Ukraine coloured colours on the side of that Escort Mark II. And Dave Cockell is, as Dave Cockell does, which is to pull away quite quickly and dominate the race. Although I imagine that Simon Light might possibly get back towards him. I think Simon Light, possibly even he realises that Dave Cockell's car has got in full boost mode. Will have tons more horsepower than his car will. But I think Dave Cockell's probably turn it down a tiny bit so it allows at least to have a proper race and allow the likes of Simon Light and everyone else to enjoy a bit of a battle, because I'm sure he enjoys it too, even being amongst the grid and being amongst some of the cars in the field. But of course, at the same time, he still wants to win the race and be up there in front and be on top. So they're of course getting the right setup on that car to ensure it's being at its most competitive. So 15 minutes of racing already out through Oggies and now through the right-hander at Williams. And one car again I'm watching out for is going to be Jack Gadd in that Mark 1 RSR. Now, it looks like he was making quite a bit of early progress, but where exactly he is at the moment, I need to wait and see, because I don't know if he's just behind the Puma here already, but he started, of course, back in 27, so right on the back row of the grid. So I'm like trying to go with the Escort Cosworth. And there's Jack Gadd. He has wasted no time whatsoever. But there he is. He's got past Nigel Craig, so that's a phenomenal storm up through the grid. So that Nigel Craig was 9th on the grid. So from 27, he's passed about 18 cars already through the field. That's extraordinary. So Jack Gadd was certainly fired up after his car retired midway through race 1 yesterday with some kind of mechanical issue. It had a problem which slowed him down, and then when he came onto the pit straight. He parked the car pretty much just here on the run down towards Richie's corner on the outside line. Dave Cockell leads the opening lap. Some 9/10 of a second ahead of Simon Light in second place. Shellswell third, Neville fourth, Reynolds fifth, Paxman sixth. Mike Thurley through in 7th place, Craig in 8th. And I think Jack Gadd's car might have a not immediately functioning transponder, I think, because he has come through, I'm sure, somewhere in the top 10. There he is. He's up to 7th already. That's an extraordinary run. Make it 6th, because there he goes past Mike Thurley. So Jack Gadd has charged his way from the back of the field, quite literally from 27th to 6th in just over a lap, which is absolutely extraordinary. But that just shows the pace of one of these space frame Mark 1 RSRs. Some magnificent stuff from the number 59 car. Here's the tail. So in through the right-hander at Williams for the second time. Cockell trying to pull that lead out a bit more. Shellswell in 3rd place. There's Neville on his tail. And then immediately Martin Reynolds has got the ever-rapid Jack Gadd here. And he wastes absolutely no time in sailing past. We'll give him a wave. Hello, Martin. Goodbye, Martin. He just, as quick as that, he just charges past him. Down up into the top 5, would you believe? And immediately, you can see there, the battle for 3rd isn't that far away, because you've got, Ashley Shellswell and Paul Neville. There they are, and that's how quickly Jack Gadd has not only passed Martin Reynolds, but then pulled away by about roughly a second or so. I don't think he'd have the outright pace exactly to be able to catch and pass the top 2, maybe. But he'll certainly give it a go to at least close into these two. Past the pits, past my commentary box on Dave Cockell and Simon Light. New fastest lap of the race for Cockell, 2 minutes 4.622. So they come down the pit straight once again. The RSR in good form now. Now it's on full song. Making the most of that enhanced aerodynamics package. Jack Gadd has now popped up on the timing screen, so thankfully he has been manually inserted into the times, now at 5th position. Now his last lap was a 2 minute 5.264. The only car that was faster than that was Dave Cockell, so he is genuinely one of the fastest cars out there, which is to no one's surprise, of course. But doing a grand job. So immediately, he's now looming large in the mirrors of both Paul Neville and Ashley Shellswell, and Neville's thinking about an attack on Shellswell into the hairpin. But he's now got 2 bewinged escorts on his tail, one of which is a little bit, arguably, quite a bit faster than the other one in terms of its current pace. Wouldn't surprise if Jack Gadd sends one up the inside here and goes a bit to Oggies, which he thinks about. He's going for it. But no, he sort of sat back and didn't fully commit to that. He sort of held back and braked and let Neville have the corner, because he realised that there was always a chance that Neville was going to turn across and cause a problem. So now on the straight, at least, he's got much more straight line power, puts his foot to the floor, and he's going to get past one of the escorts, just glides past Paul Neville. And the better aero on this RSR should mean that he'll be straight onto the back bumper of Shellswell within a matter of seconds, I'd imagine. It's a very potent car in its own right. It's Paul Neville's RS2000, which is good to see. There's Mike Thurley's car in what is now currently 7th position. Martin Reynolds just went through the shot there in 6th. Oh, now is that just dust, or is that a problem with the Mark 1? I'll keep tabs on that, but there was some, it looked like there's some, it was dust coming out the back from all that's been kicked up from the previous races, or that's an issue developing on the Mike Thurley car. Oh, that's Simon Light. Simon Light is the pit lane. So Simon Light is for 2nd place. A problem for the V8 Capri, I'm afraid. So into the pit lane goes Simon Light. That's unfortunate. It won't be 3 podiums in a row for the Capri. 111 car into pit lane, and that car with mechanical dramas of its own. So what you've just seen there was a pass for 2nd place rather than 3rd, because Jack Gadd has now put himself onto the overall podium. Now the last lap for him was a 2 minute 6.8. Oh no, he's pulled off again! Just so I look back at my timing screen, he's off the road again. So Jack Gadd, once again for the 3rd time in this race, once again has problems with the Mark 1 RSR. disaster for Jack Gadd. That is absolutely gutting. He was setting such a lightning pace. And tragically, we've seen two cars that were definitely going to win the podium given how fast they were, drop out in a matter of seconds. So what this now means is that Paul Neville runs in second place overall. He is quite a far away back from Dave Cockell, granted, but he's now up there in a runner-up spot. And actually Shellswell, he's going to hold station in third place in that Sierra V6. Martin Reynolds still leads Class B. Because Paul Neville leads B+, and it's Class A lead for this man, Dave Cockell. And then it's a class lead for Class C, and that is the number 97 of Justin Fuller. That's the Ford Puma, so you can see a Puma up there battling for class honours. He's ahead of the number 2 car, which has that hit problems as well, because that's John Edwards Parton. Has that had an issue? Because I haven't seen that one come through. Yeah, that's not on the timing screen. So looks like that car's had a problem between races too, also, which has meant it couldn't start the race, which is a shame because taking 2 class wins, it was looking for a third. There goes the 57 car. That is of Tony Paxman. Further back, we've got Pumas here. It's one of the Super Tune cars, and that's the 191 car, which is of Harry Hardy. Could see some Pumas out there in the series. Also had a Puma Cup at one point. Saw a few regular spec cars, but then these Pumas have been slightly tweaked and modified. They've got a bit of a rear wing on them now, and they now start to compete more regularly in the essentially any of the Ford-based series that you find that are more all-comer style Ford-based series around the UK, including, of course, the modified Ford series. So headlights ablaze for Ashley Shellswell, and whether his car will start to find a bit more speed in the second half of this race, we'll have to wait and see, because Paul Neville does have quite a good measure of the pace of the car behind him, and I think it looks like Dev Cockell really has backed off his pace a lot, because his last lap was a 2-minute 13.435, so he's not really looking to stretch out in front and be winning by 30, 40, 50 seconds, incredibly. He's looking to try at least running his own pace. And he did this in the first 2 races where, yes, Simon Light got close, but I think it was more the case that, not taking away at all from Simon Light's driving, but it looks as though Dave was simply just managing the gap that he had and just driving at the pace he needed to rather than the pace he wanted to, which was absolutely flat out. So only just going as fast as he absolutely was required to ensure that he could keep the rest of the pack at bay. And it appears that that strategy seems to be working. So the battle we're looking at here at Nigel Craig. He's got the Harry Hardy Ford Puma just behind him. There goes Harry Hardy, rear wheel on the back of that Puma, certainly helping with a little bit more rear end stability and grip. Now up towards the complex once again. We've got about just under 4 minutes to go on the clock here for the third and final modified Ford Series race of the weekend here at Snetterton. And again, another brilliant addition to the timetable. And see here, this is now second and third again, because Paul Neville has been caught relatively quickly, it seems, by Ashley Shellswell again. There was a bit of a change between those two. There's Dave Cockell, and interesting enough again, either it looks like he's just simply cruising and just taking it steady, not pushing too hard. But ironically, these two are pushing as hard as they dare, because they might sense there's a chance to have a bit of battle here with Dave Cockell. So still second place for Neville, and still third place for Shellswell. But how quickly is that going to change, if at all, if they actually catch up to the Ford Escort Cosworth? So on the the back straight they go once more. They're going to have this and probably at least, I think maybe 2 more laps to go, I think. And this, well, potentially, because look at the timer. If it takes them about 30 seconds from now to get to the line, there will definitely be at least 1 more lap to go. Then again, the leading cars are, at the moment, they're sort of lapping about 4 or 5 seconds quicker, the 2:09, 2:08 range. So they are certainly pressing on and not looking to ease off the gas at any stage of the imagination. So I imagine that either these two will swap places, or they'll see an opportunity that they could possibly get in terms of striking distance of Dave Cockell. But again, I think as soon as Dave Cockell sees them a bit larger in his mirrors, he'll simply just put his foot down and just make sure that he goes a little bit quicker to seal off the hat-trick of victories. Across the line will go our top 3, and Cockell's already gone through. Will indeed be the last lap of the race. And Cockell, yeah, immediately back on the pace again. He thinks, right, I've had my few laps of easing off, straight back in and pumps in a 2:07.859. So, again, quicker than the 2 cars behind him, just to ensure that his lead is safe enough for him to get across the line without too much worry, if any. Shelswell's got back past Paul Neville whilst we were looking at that sequence in 2nd place, but Neville coming back at him on the exit. Might get a good burst of traction towards Palmer as they hit the brakes for the left-hander. Shelswell on the inside line, so it'll have to be relying on. It'll have to rely on the racecraft of Paul Neville to try and hoodwink Shelswell if he can. It's going to be tricky, but I think he might want to have a chance to get past if possible. So Shelswell still holding on ahead of Neville. And interesting that we've got 3 of our class leaders in the top 4, because we've got the Class A leader Cockell, of course, leading. We've got Shelswell down to 2nd place, who, sorry, Neville is in 3rd place, who leads Class B+. You have the Martin Reynolds car, the Ford Escort with the wide arches, the Mark II with the Ukraine colours on the side, blue and yellow, in 4th position, and he currently holds Class B lead. So up towards what we think is the checker flag right now is going to come Dave Cockell. Meanwhile, they're still battling behind further down the order. Now this is interesting. There's a Puma and an Escort here. This is not what Ashley Shelswell needs. He has to back right off to get involved because they're both side by side blocking the road. They're in their own battle, but Shelswell here is getting really held up, and Paul Neville charging up the inside to go through. They go either side of the Escort, and the Puma almost Hackett and Schumacher Spa 2000 style, and incredibly, Paul Neville got through. That's extraordinary, and still he's boxed in. Actually, Shelswell wants to get through. The Puma's off the road across the grass. Across the line goes Dave Cockell to win the race. What an extraordinary sequence, and that truth was really no fault of the 2 cars battling for position. The 2 cars, the 2nd and 3rd, came a cropper. Paul Neville sprints to the line anyway and takes 2nd. Shelswell 3rd, and the poor Puma had nowhere to go and was practically locked up on the grass trying to get it stopped. What an extraordinary finish. But it is Dave Cockell who takes victory, 3 out of 3 for the Escort Cosworth. And Paul Neville, I think all the Christmases came at once after that one. It was a very daring move. I'd love to see the onboard of that, particularly I think from first the perspective of Paul Neville, and then from the Escort that was he passed on the left-hand side. I think he even passed both of those cars in one move. It was all 3. It was the Sierra and the Puma and the Escort all in one move through Intercorum. That was quite extraordinary and fantastic at the same time. So, Cockell leads, takes the victory. Neville actually 2nd back again on the last lap after that extraordinary move. I think Richard definitely needs to talk to him about that, because that was certainly one of the moves of the weekend, I have to say. Shelswell 3rd, Reynolds 4th, Mike Thurley 5th, Tony Paxman 6th, and then 7th place for Nigel Craig, 8th for Harry Hardy, 9th for Justin Fuller, and 10th for Rob Lewis. He'll be happy with that. P10 for Rob. Excellent drive for Rob to get into the top 10. Well done him. Hasn't crossed the line just yet, but he will do shortly, I imagine. One of the Pumas coming to the line now. And yeah, hasn't crossed the line just yet. Waiting for the last few cars to come through. I think that's him just coming out of Murray's now, so we'll keep an eye on that. And a few more cars coming to the line now. There's Jason Stone, who is running behind Lewis. That's one of the XR2s there. Rob Lewis does come across the line and does pick up P10, so that's a really strong effort. He'll be pleased with that. It's 5th in class, granted, but still an overall top 10. amongst a very strong Class B. He should be very happy with that. And if Richard can get a word with him, because unfortunately we missed out getting a word with him live in race 1, that'd be quite a good thing to do, I think, if he can. Here comes Richard Sanders. That's an ex-Fiesta Junior car, in fact. That's, if I'm correct, I think that's an ex-Jake Weston car, I think. That was Jake Weston who was here yesterday racing in the Fun Cup Championship. And then last couple of the cars, they could just come across the line. Yes, they have. So a couple of cars stopped in the last couple of laps, but everyone's come through that was still running. So the race completed. And again, big thank you to Paul Neville and everyone at Modified Fords, and of course to SHP Motorsport Engineering for sponsoring this round. Of course, do be sure to go and check them out on their website and on Facebook, and of course Scale Extrix for their perpetual support of Modified Fords as well. There goes Rob Lewis and the Ford Focus. And here's the result from race number 3. Dave Cockell takes the victory by 8.93 seconds after an extraordinary sequence for second place. Paul Neville literally snatching second place from Ashley Shelswell on the final couple of corners as the poor Sierra was boxed in between the two cars he was lapping as they were battling their own. Marty Reynolds takes 4th, Mike Thurley 5th, Tony Paxman 6th, then it's Nigel Craig 7th, Harry Hardy 8th, Justin Fuller 9th, and then in 10th place it was Rob Lewis in the Club Racing UK Ford Focus ST170. 11th for Jason Stone, then it's Wise in the Sierra Sapphire cars, not the Escort. Tim Sandu, Kevin Hadfield, Richard Sanders, Paul, it's the number 6 of Martin, Mark Hadfield and Tinto rounding out the 18 cars, and then we had the Smiths stop on the last couple of laps. The Ben Cochran Fiesta XR2 also made it into 20th position. And then we saw a few more retirements, including Jack Gadd, Simon Light, and also Lloyd Jameson as well. Right, time to head down to Parc Fermé to have a chat with Dev Cockell, and I'm certain with those second and third place cars, because that was one of the moments of the weekend. What a bizarre finish for second place.
Thanks very much, Scott. Dave Cockell, well, 3 out of 3 for you. We only get to talk to you for the second time, which is unfortunate, but I'm glad we did, and you must be glad you came here this weekend.
I'm super glad. First class weekend. I didn't expect the outcome, to be fair. 3 races a lot for the old girl. So yeah, to win 3, I'm ecstatic.
We all waffle on about the heat, but does it affect these cars? It would definitely affect me if I was driving.
Yeah, I suffered in qualifying. I think I might have said that earlier, but yeah, it's been a management of heat. So yeah, it's not been that particular race weren't flat out. Yeah.
I think you got some viewers. I mean, you wanted to say hello to?
Oh yeah. I'd like to say hi to all my family, but most of all my 4 grandchildren, Declan, Regan, David and Charlie.
BRSCC junior drivers of the future.
Junior drivers on the way, yes.
Absolutely brilliant. And the other thing I noticed about your car when I was looking in the paddock yesterday, you got Rob Boston on the back. Rob Boston Motorsport, what's his involvement?
Rob's been a mate for a while. Paul, who mechanics for me, he's done a lot of work with Rob. Yeah, so I've known Rob quite a while. He does give us the occasional input on the car.
Excellent, he's a good guy.
Yeah, he is a brilliant guy.
Dave, well done, a great weekend. Lovely to see you. Thanks very much indeed. We'll catch up with you. Got the overall podium. How you doing? We've got to get Ashley as well. Yeah. Paul's here, we'll get Paul over. Absolutely, yeah.
Sorry.
Paul, what a fantastic series this is. Obviously very welcome visitors to Snetterton and BRSCC, but what a great show. And I remarked to Dave earlier on, this was for me like watching BRSCC Thunder Saloons back in the day.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, it's just it's a bit of a revival. Everybody loves these cars, don't they?
Actually, I'll be honest, it's probably stronger than Thunder Saloons was.
Yeah, it's getting stronger by the day, I think. So more to come of this.
So how do you put all that together?
Just sharing the love, you know. We run a good series. We don't make it too tight. It allows people to come in. Every race we got different cars coming out, so we. The interest is always there for everybody, really. It's not the same stuff. Lots of different cars, and people love it.
And you're running the Mark II there. Beautiful, the drop snoot front. I love those. And you got a Duratec engine in there?
Yep, 2.3 Duratec. So, it's a little bit down on power amongst the big boys, but keep your foot in, and I'll keep up with them sometimes. So, first podium I've had. Yeah.
First ever podium.
Not ever, not ever. No, in this series, because obviously we're up against a lot of big cars, a lot of big power, and being in a lower class, I don't manage to get to it. But this weekend, it's done really well, and I had a great race with Ash. So that's what makes it all worthwhile. That's what makes us come back, doesn't it?
I need to grab a word with Ash as well. We've got cars coming out. Paul, thanks for the chat. Thanks for coming with us this weekend. Ashley, can we get a word with Ash? Yeah. Here it comes. Quick word, because we've got cars on the grid and we didn't want to miss out our third place podium man. We'll get you to stand there so we can get a good view for the camera. Congratulations. And that car's got a Mustang engine, is that right?
That's it, yeah. It's the late 2011 Mustang 3.7 V6.
You know, it would be lovely to do features on the cars and build up. We can't really do it on the live streams, but hopefully for another day we will. How long have you had that car?
I should say about 12 years now. Used an ex-Brian Long car, he had it before. I crashed my old car at Brands Hatch. I went to start building another one and Brian said, don't build another one, you can have mine. So I ended up buying that.
Much development?
I've spent loads on it, yeah. I hope the missus ain't watching.
Yeah, we won't ask how much. But great to see you on the podium and a nice battle with Paul there.
That's brilliant, really enjoyed that. Yeah, I broke a diff yesterday, so I'm on a longer diff, that's why I'm 3 seconds a lap slower. But as long as I'm battling, I don't care.
Brilliant, thanks very much. Well done on the podium, thank you for talking to us. Ashley Shellswell there in the Mustang-powered Sierra, how about that? Paul Neville in the Mark II with the Duratec engine, and triple winner Dave Cocker. We spoke to all those guys about their cars. Cars coming out on track, so no time for any more down here from Victory Lane for the moment. I'll hand you back to Scott and we'll see you in about 15 minutes or so.
Thank you very much, Richard. As always, yes, more Fords on the way. If you're a Blue Oval fan, you're in for a treat this weekend, of course. It is the second race of the weekend for the ever-brilliant AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship. And, of course, remember, if you watched earlier on, race one was halted under a red flag after Sean Reynolds' car expired on the back straight. And because of a bit of, I think, slight confusion with the safety car, they started to red flag the race and actually declare it a result. So Jensen Brickley, then, as a course of that, took his third win in as many races in recent times because he took 2 wins at Alton Park and a first win this weekend at Snetterton. He starts on pole for race 2 as a result, with Alistair Kellett alongside him on the front row, then Zachary Lucas and Marlo Cordell in 3rd and 4th, followed by Spencer Stevenson and Stuart Robbins on the 3rd row of the grid, and then row 4 should see, I think, John Cooper in 7th place. It does. Alongside him, Ethan Rogers, last year's top ST150 runner in his 2nd run out, and an ST240 this weekend in 8th. Jamie Going, JamSport team boss, starts in 9th. And crucially, watch for Simon Horrobin, P10. He started from the back of the ST240s after problems in qualifying earlier on, so he'll want to get a good start from 10th. Morgan Kidd having a good first weekend in her Fiesta in 11th place, alongside Rob Smith. Had problems in race 1, not quite sure what they were, but he'll start back in 12th, and hopefully the JamSport squad have fixed them. Marco Ricci is on row 7 alongside Connor Blackburn in car 664, but it's Barry John McHenry and Aaron Walker in 16th place in his first weekend in senior Fiestas. He starts on row 8. Row 9 is Luke Bannister and Caitlin May, also making her first appearance of the championship in an ST240 after racing in ST150s at the start of the year. And then Sean Reynolds, hopefully his car is there after expiring on the back straight. He should start 19th. Then we get into the ST150s. Nick Moore, who won race 1 earlier on, starts on pole for them, ahead of Thomas Davis and Matt Chambers. And hopefully we'll also have on the grid as well Joseph Knight, who also returned from that one. Now, I mentioned also Thomas Horton. Very sadly, I saw on social media, his car actually developed quite a large electrical fault, which I'm afraid prevented me from getting out for qualifying, which is absolutely gutting. So fingers crossed we will get Thomas Horton out for the next rounds at Cadwell on the 20th and 21st of August. I hope we do, because it's good to have Thomas back on the grid and another ST150 on the grid as well. So hard luck, but of course hopefully we'll see him bounce back for another one later on this afternoon, later on in the season. So once again, the Fiestas just lifting their wheels up left, the rear wheels up left and right as they weave from side to side to get some, ironically, heat into the tyres, into the brakes. Not going to need too much more heat because it's warm enough out there as it is. It's still 30, 31 degrees out there today. Very, very hot here at Snetterton, but beautiful weather conditions nonetheless. And you know, fantastic club racing, fantastic weather conditions. What more could you ask for in many cases? Probably an ice cream at this point in time in the afternoon with the weather, but we haven't got a supply of those just yet, but unless someone wants to oblige. Still 19, at least expected 19 Fiesta ST240 class cars and 4 of the ST150s. Bit of vigorous tyre warming there from Aaron Walker as we go side to side. And I can see also there I saw Sean Reynolds at the back, so thankfully they have managed to fix the 777 car after its problems earlier on, which is grand to see. So, both Jensen Brickley and Alistair Kellett were both quite disappointed that they couldn't finish their battles on track rather than behind the safety car and under a red flag. But they're hoping that they can have a good scrap here at the front of the field. And Alistair Kellett got a good start in the first race, and he was saying at the end of the first race that he was lamenting the fact that he got a really, really good start, which he was very happy about. And then Jensen Brickley managed to squeeze through, and then pull away by a couple of seconds, which meant he couldn't quite stick with him. I've been intrigued to see if Rob Smith's got some pace back again, because the defending champion was up there in the first couple of laps, but then just fell back with whatever issue he had, whether the car was possibly overheating or had a tyre problem or something that was causing him to drop backwards, but only starting back in 12th, so hopefully he'll want to do a bit more better than that if he can from the 6th row of the grid. Watch for him to come through the order in the number 1 car, the black, white and green machine. As they still weave their way down the Bentley straight to continue to put some more heat and pressure into the tyres and get more temperature into the brakes. They're nice and warm in the optimal range, so they can make sure they don't hit the pedal and find that they can lock up. See there, John Cooper, side to side. These cars are quite stiffly sprung, so you see them when they're weaving side to side or going through corners, they will lift their inside wheel. As soon as you see them series like Clios and Minis and even Civic Cup, it's very similar to that with front-wheel drive cars. All the weight's on the front end of the car, so the rear ends are quite light, so when they are moving from side to side, they do tend to do pretty much a lot. Actually, sorry, I was mistaken. Forgive me. I thought that was Sean Reynolds, but it's not. I'm afraid it's Kate. Well, I say I'm afraid it is Caitlin May, which is good to have her on the grid. But sadly, no Sean Reynolds though. So it looks like the problem he had. I'm not mistaken. Sadly, looks like it was something that's caused him to have to miss at least this second race. But hopefully he'll be out for the next race at Campbell Park. It looks like we've got a really nice bunch of drivers who, while not every single driver that's raced this year is out on the grid, I think if they did, we'll be close to nearly 30 cars, which is incredible for the Fiesta Championship. Really is nice to see the Fiesta Championship back getting towards a really strong position, because there were a couple of years when it was a little bit in the wilderness. It went to sleep a little bit, but as I like to say, it just went to sleep for a while, but it's been woken up again. Thankfully, thanks to these brand new ST240s in their 3rd season, their 2nd season as a point-scoring class of a championship. It was debuted in 2020 during the pandemic and the shortened season, but it was a good chance for them to get some developmental running as invitational cars. We've had drivers like Paul O'Neill races at Silverstone in one of these cars back in 2020. We've also had the likes of Jessica Hawkins, who's been racing at Paul Ricard in W Series this weekend. She raced one in the ClubSport Trophy back at Donington in 2020 and won the race outright in the invitation class. We've also even had Josh Cook and Jane Edwards drive these cars as part of a ClubSport Trophy race as well. So some top-class drivers getting in the wheel of these ones and helping the development. And so it's a car which many people are raving about, and hopefully there'll be more of these that continue to pop up. They tend to breed, so to speak. We started with 4, now we're about 19 or 20 in existence, and there's still more to come, I'm sure, throughout the rest of the season and going into next year. We should get hopefully a nice grid of about, I'd like to think, somewhere between 25 plus cars if the continues at this rate. Right, let's continue with racing then. Our 2nd Fiesta Championship race of the weekend is about to begin. 5-second board is up. Red lights go on. Tiny bit of a creep for Jensen Brickley and for Spencer Stevenson, but they're going to get underway. Don't think they should get hampered by that too much as they charge off the line. And let's see who wins the sprint now down towards turn 1 again. It is going to be Brickley. No, it's Kellett again from the front row. So Kellett's done it again from the outside of the front row of the grid. Gets into the lead. So Kellett leads it then. Brickley 2nd place. They all pull their way through Ritchie's for the first time. I think in the ST150s, it looks like Nick Moore has held on. I think, are we missing an ST150? Was that just in the middle of the pack there, possibly? I'm not sure. Wheel to wheel between the leading cars as they come through. And now we see just the Aaron Walker in the red, white and black car just in the middle of the shot there, making a couple of positions up. Now they come out of the left-hander at Palmer, and yet again, Jensen Brickley is now trying to charge after leader Alistair Kellett, but of course, Alistair on his day, when he's allowed to get in front and his car's working well, he is incredibly hard to beat. So let's see if Alistair can do it this time and hold on to the position. 20 minutes of racing as they head out of Agostini for the first time. Looks like Simon Horman's made up 1 or 2 places. He's got past, as has also Rob Smith. Looks like he's inside just about the cusp of the top 10, which is good to see for him. Now they make their way in towards the left-hander at Williams for the first time. Now down the Bentley straight. Look at them all stringing themselves out, these incredibly powerful ST240 Fiestas. Of course, the base car is an ST180, but of course it has a remap on the ECU to bring the power up, along with an uprated intercooler and an uprated air filter and everything else in the exhaust system, brings the power up to 240 brake horsepower. And I said it earlier on, I'll say it again, these cars, when they get on the straights, are absolute rocket ships in a straight line. They are so fast. A lot of the drivers are raving about these cars and the fact that it really has revitalised this championship. It's the new era of the Fiesta Championship, of course, with these ST240 turbos, and Zach Lucas there, the triple one car trying to go around the outside of Jensen Brickley, understeering through Murray's, and that's going to kill his momentum onto the straight. Good start from Spencer Stevenson, up into 4th, past Marlo Cordell. So as Kellett leads with Jensen Brickley 2nd, and then it's Lucas 3rd, Spencer Stevenson 4th, and Ethan Rogers up to 5th actually. So Ethan Rogers made a cracking start. There he is in the number 11 car. That's the car that Luke Pinder was going to race this year, but his season pretty much stopped before it even started because he had an incident in testing at the opening rounds at Brands Hatch, and unfortunately it caused an injury to, I think, his collarbone, which has put him out pretty much for the rest of the season. So we wish Luke a speedy recovery, and hopefully we do see him in a Fiesta again at some point. And I just saw there, whilst I was talking about Luke Pinder, is that Kellett and Brickley were quite close together again, as they have been pretty much all season, or most of the year anyway. The great thing for Brickley is now he has the taste for winning. Now he knows how to do it. He's taken 3 victories so far this year. He now knows the formula that he needs to be able to string together a race that will see him come out on top. So just notice Simon Horrobin in the order on the left-hand side is up to 8, so he's got past a couple more cars, and also a strong start for Rob Smith. He's up to 9th place, up 3 places from where he began in P12. So it looks like whatever issues they had, they've managed to get going. That was a bit of a better exit from Jensen Brickley, a bit of a slower exit there from Alistair Kellett. Couldn't quite get the power down, it seemed, or he missed a gear, so to speak, exiting Oggies, and because of that, there was a little bit of turbo lag as well, possibly. He tried to spool up the turbo. On wide, there goes the 100 car, Stuart Robbins, as he continues to pursue Rob Smith, who in turn is trying to chase after Simon Horrobin. They come into the complex here, and Zach Lucas is putting an attack here on Jensen Brickley, having a look up the inside into Nelson, forces his way through, and up into 2nd place he goes. Zach Lucas past the championship leader, and also look for the red car, Spencer Stevenson. He's in the mix there too in 4th place, number 11. So number 12, number 12 of Spencer Stevenson. Brickley there in 3rd place. He shuffled down, and he knows the longer he stays behind, Lucas trying to get past him again, the less time he'll have to start chasing back after Kellett, who himself now has got clear air in front of him. And we'll see if Zach Lucas has got the pace to try and catch him, because Zach was saying in the Parc Ferme interview afterwards in race 1 that things are looking pretty strong. So he will hope that he can start to chase after him. Case in point for Zachary Lucas, new fast snap of the race. Here's a scrap going on. This is Aaron Walker in the 115 car. He's battling with Luke Bannister in the 20 and the number 15 of Marco Ricci, the London-based Italian. Been quite rapid support to the championship the last few years. And that's a brand new build ST240 for him this season, so good to see him in the mix. For the ST150s across the line, it is Nick Moore battling with Thomas Davis. That's been a perennial battle that's been going on since the start of the year. Nick Moore, I think, is the leading ST150 class car in the overall point standings. So he's really hoping to try and come out on top and achieve the same accolade that Ethan Rogers did. And speaking of Ethan Rogers, really solid drive from him so far. P6, only his 2nd weekend in that STC40. There it is, the blue car, number 11. There's Simon Horrobin, battling with Rob Smith. Of course, Simon Horrobin, 3rd of the points coming to the weekend, but that less than ideal start in qualifying meant that it put him right on the back foot to try and pick his way through. And he did, but unfortunately it just put him into a position where he had to really think about how he was going to work his way through, and had some difficulties picking his way through the packet points. I'm certain if he hadn't had the red flag and the safety car, he would have gone at least a couple more positions higher. He's got around, he's ahead of Rob Smith, but Rob has now managed to get a good run on him exiting Williams. It was a bit wide there for Horrobin on the exit of the Williams corner. So Smith will now get the chance to pull alongside and possibly make a move around the outside of Brundle Nelson, which is where the leaders are right now. And looking back, where are they? They've just gone through the shot already, but this is further back. That is, look at who that is. That looks like Price's Barry John McHenry. Yeah, here they are. There goes Simon Horrobin, and also is that... No, Rob Smith's dropped back again. So for the 2nd time, Rob Smith has dropped back down the order, and it's more problems for Rob. I'm not quite sure why, because that's rather confusing. I don't know why he's having problems out there today. He's got Stuart Robbins on his tail now, so yeah, coming through, because Morton Kidd's gone through. Then the next car after that is Rob Smith. So Zachary Lucas with a new fast snap of the race to 11.883, and it's about 4/10 quicker than what Kellett's just managed. He did a new fast snap of the race himself, which was a 2 minutes 12.2, and then Lucas thumps that by getting a 2 minute 11.8. He's only less than half a second away from the lead now. So Zach Lucas would love a victory if he can pick one up. I think he picked one up. I don't think he has actually this season. So if he can do that, that'd be excellent. There's Caitlin May, who's still loving life in her ST240, still doing a decent job holding firm. There goes Connor Blackburn, followed by Marco Ricci. So, let's see if we can get a view on what's happening possibly to the front, because I can actually hear Paul Trosper in the background getting quite excited, possibly because Jensen Brickley might be on the back of Zach Lucas, who in turn is on the back of Alistair Kellett. There goes Rob Smith. And just for those wondering, those hazard lights are not because there's a problem, it's because there's a system in these Fiestas where, I think with any car that you drive on the road, where if you press the brake pedal incredibly hard, in the same way these guys have to do to hit the brakes for a corner, to change and brake as late as they dare, there's a system in these cars, particularly if you brake as hard, and it's obviously not disconnected in some of these cars, but if you hit the brakes, it can actually set the hazard lights off, because of course you have to brake very quick, very hard. So so that's the reason why the hazard lights come on, particularly when they're going into corners, and then they switch off when they come out, because it is simply just the system in place where they brake pretty hard. Let's see, they're just there, that Simon Horowitz car. It's flashing away, but it's not indicating, it's simply just the hazard lights because he's hitting the brake so hard. So they really do push the pedal, not all to the floor, but they do get quite a lot of purchase out of it. There goes Caitlin May. Top two just gone past the pits. Another new fast lap again for Zachary Lucas. Again, he was 2/10 quicker than Kellett last time by. Another 2:11.8. And Brickley, meanwhile, it's just a loss of momentum, or simply because the increased heat is playing havoc with tyre temperatures and pressures. He's fallen into the clutches of Spencer Stevenson here, so Spencer could be on course for a podium if he finds a way around the championship leader. But he will push on as hard as he can. So, top two, nose to tail now. Alistair Kellett and Zachary Lucas together now, under brakes. Again, you can see both of them really pressing the brake pedal incredibly hard just to activate that the hazard light warning system on the cars. It's a regular and rather amusing feature of these cars, that they don't tend to turn the ABS, that kind of sensor off. So the cars always tend to kind of just flash their hazard lights quite often. I'll stop talking about hazard lights now, that's way too boring conversation. We've got a race to look at here, which has just gone past half distance. Commentator telling himself to shut up, that's new. So, up towards the exit of the Williams corner and on towards the Bentley Straight for the 5th time. And, well, that's interesting. Zachary Lucas has lost a lot of time to Alistair Kellett. Did he run? I don't think he ran wide on the exit of the corner, but he was very close to him, going through Oggies and Williams. So what's happened there? Has he missed a shift properly? I'm not 100%, but he's not as close as he was before, so that's intriguing. I can only think he's either run wide, but then if he had run wide, there'd be a cloud of dust that would be moving across the exit of the corner. So my explanation is possibly a missed shift, which has to be, I think, because if you lose that much time whilst trying to fish for gears, whilst Kellett's fully on the throttle, it's Aaron Walker, right? Now, just like that, you see someone else kicking up the dust there. I think that's probably, possibly either Jamie Going or Connor Blackburn, I think, because that was Aaron Walker battling with Marco Ricci. Here we go with leaders onto the pit straight to end lap 5. Yeah, 2:12.4 for Kellett last time, 2:14.2 for Lucas on that last lap. So a problem issue for Lucas on that one. I suspect it probably was a missed shift, that's my best guess. And then you've got Brickley in 3rd, Spencer Stevenson in 4th. There's Nick Moore, who is by far and away commanding the lead in the ST150 class. And he's ahead of Thomas Davis and Matt Chambers. So sadly, it looks like no Joe Knight in this race either, I'm afraid. So problems for his car, and that he's had to sit on the sidelines for this one, which is very unfortunate. But for Misty Racing, who great to have in the championship, is certainly doing a grand job having their car out in front in ST150s. And then you have Thomas Davies in the 888 car turning his way through Coram. through Murray's off the pit straight once again. Gap now at the front is 2 seconds between Kellett and Lucas.
It depends where you make the mistake, yes, but you're absolutely right. Coming out.
Across the line, there you go. So Nick Morgan carries on. There goes some of our ST240 guys in the foreground. Back to our leaders, and still Kellett with the race in command at the moment. And I think Lucas has gone backwards towards Brickley at this point. Yes, he has a little bit. And they both seem to have dropped and got away from Spencer Stevenson. So I think Spencer will be pleased with 4th, though. Good, strong result for him. And back into Coram now once again for the 6th time. Now make their way back up the pit straight towards the end of another lap. Let's see what the gap is now between Kellett and Lucas this time by. So Kellett now has a lead of, okay, it's come down again, 1.4 seconds. So looks like whatever the issue was for Lucas, he's found some pace again, because he's now got the gap back down by another 6/10. So last lap was 2:12.6 for Kellett, 2:12.0 for Lucas. So maybe it's not over yet. He is visibly closer, and if he's whether he's bringing Brickley with him or not, we'll have to wait and see. Brickley was 4/10 slower than Lucas on that last lap. Did a 2:12.4, so at the same time he's also still pulling away from Stevenson, who, even though he did a personal best of 2 minutes 12.8, still 4/10 off the pace that Jensen Brickley currently has at the moment in 3rd. So top 4 a little bit strung out at this point. You've got Kellett, Lucas, Brickley and Stevenson all together. They're covered by about 4 seconds as they're all in shot together. Quick check for the rest of the field. Marlo Cordell holding station in 5th. Ethan Rogers is in 6th. John Cooper 7th. Stuart Robbins 8th. And then Simon Horrobin in 9th. Not really making that much more progress. And a shout out to Morgan Kidd. Good drive from her so far. And only her 2nd Fiesta Championship race ever. And already running in the top 10. That's really good stuff. She's got a really good car underneath her. Of course, being one put together by double Fiesta champion JB White. And he knows a thing or two about putting a Fiesta race car together. So definitely a good bit of kit there. There's a car that's being shown a black and orange flag. Okay, so it's for Carnival 1. So it's actually the defending champion Rob Smith, who's running currently in 11th place. Now, whether that's because it's smoking, or whether because it's got possibly making too much noise, or whether it's possibly got some bodywork flapping around and trailing off it, could prove a danger to others. Either way, he's going to have to call into the pits, and this really hasn't been a great weekend for Rob in terms of his luck this weekend. He showed some good initial pace in the first couple of laps of race 1, but wasn't able to translate it into anything for the rest of that race, and he fell backwards, and then race 2 hasn't really been any better, unfortunately. But so a frustrating weekend for the defending champion. Lap time's pretty much even between Kellett and Lucas on that last lap. 2 minute 12.5 for each of them, but it was Lucas who was about 300ths quicker, but even then, that's hardly done anything to the gap. It's still 1.4 out in front. Brickley's back a further 1.8 seconds, so at this point, I don't think there's possibly any, unless there's something comes up between the top 2, I can't quite see Brickley getting back into this anytime soon, unless he does find some pace and manages to close back in again. So I think Zach Lucas looks a tiny bit closer. Out through Agostini. Again, I know we talk about the temperature, but it's still very hot out there, and the track temperature must be playing havoc with the tyres out there in many cases. So it's genuinely those who can look after the tyres and pressures as best they can. Was that Kellett off the? No, I thought it was Kellett off the road for a second. I think he just clipped the inside curb on the early apex and then managed to pitch the car through on the apex on the exit. So I thought for a second he was running off the road, but Lucas then still giving chase. Spencer Stevenson's quite a way back in 4th. Then we have Marlo Cordell, highest Jam Sport car in 5th. 6th for John Cooper, and 7th place for Ethan Rogers. I think Milo Cordell's missing on the timing tower. I think his transponder's not working properly. Although that's... Yeah, even his transponder's not working properly. I think it's working properly because he's showing he's being down in 20th place and not crossed the line, but it's not showing him as being stopped on track. So I think Cordell definitely is there. See the AIRTEC number plate hanging off the front of Ethan Rogers' car. Now here's something interesting. Zach Lucas has got closer, but I don't think he's going to have enough time. Well, it's 2 minutes 12 for a lap time, so whether or not they can get across the line just about before they get to the end of it, 15, 14, 30, they might get 2 more laps potentially, and that would be a saving grace for Zach Lucas, particularly when he can do a 2-minute 11.6. Another new fast lap of the race, and he's taken practically nearly 0.8 of a second out of that Alistair Kellett. So an extraordinary turn of pace now from Zach Lucas. He's woken up again, and there he is, straight onto the back of Alistair Kellett. A battle of a leader once again. Jensen Brickley wishes to be in part of that, but he's sat back in third. But again, it's all points towards the championship. If you can't win, it's a crucial thing about a championship campaign. On the days you can't win, you have to try and minimise the damage and score as high as you can. And third will still be a very solid result for Jensen. Another podium, another trophy, another bag of points to take home. And his 2 wins, and his win plus a third place here will certainly be enough to keep him nicely at the top of the points, I think. Oops, big wiggle there from Alistair Kellett. Big moment there as he got off onto the curb on the exit. Got very sideways. Managed to catch up quickly. And of course, in the front-wheel drive car, if you have a big wiggle or a slide like that, you just boot the throttle and the front end will come around. So the fact he was accelerating, exiting off the corner, would have sorted out the issue mostly all of itself. Barry John McHenry, he's got some training bodywork on the back of that car. So now they come up through the exit of... come through the exit of Williams up towards Brundle and Nelson, and it's going to be touch and go in terms of when they get another lap or not. It's either be last lap board or checker flag. I'm just looking out the window of my commentary box and I can't see exactly what they're preparing yet. Just looking further back, this is Stuart Robbins and Ethan Rogers battling over what is currently, I'm certainly 7th, because Milo Cordell is there. It's just his transponders essentially stopped working for the last few laps. Look at this! Zach Lucas is right on the tail of the rear bumper of the Kellett Fiesta. That's at 10 seconds to go. It's going to be touch and go here. Then the checker flag's being waved, so it's going to be the last lap. And we'll run to the checker flag to see who wins the race. Nose to tail to the flag, but Alistair Kellett will just hold on and take victory in race 2 of the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship, but only just by a mere 0.2 of a second from Zach Lucas in the end. Zach Lucas in second. Jensen Brickley, race 1 winner, will have to settle with third, but again, it's good solid points for the championship, so he'll be disappointed not to win, but he's got to be happy at least getting a solid third, and that will do him nicely heading towards Camberwell Park the next rounds. And still they come through the order. We've still got there Marco Ricci battling with the 115 car Aaron Walker. Now they come up towards the checkered flag. Aaron Walker finishing quite well, 13th place for him. Ricci 14th, Connor Blackburn will be 15th. And looks like, I think Nick Moore's going to come across the line and be the top ST150, which he hasn't come across the line just yet, but he is in the mix in somewhere there too. There's Rob Smith. He had to come in after he had the black and orange flag for some kind of mechanical fault that was causing problems. So 18th for him. That'd be disappointing. And here's Nick Moore, who'll be coming through to take the ST150 victory as he makes his way all the way through Coram for the final time. And as he turns his way in through the right-hander, then flicks it left through Murray's, he'll onto the pit straight, and it'll be yet another ST150 class win. His window's trying to reach for freedom on the driver's side, but you can fix that in a second. But he's got more pressing matters, which is to head to the checker flag and once again be the dominant victor in the ST150 class. He is marching towards the win in that category. Good solid job from Nick once again. Misty Racing, we're very pleased with that. Another strong afternoon's work. Here comes Thomas Davis, the 888 car. He will make his way to the line, and he'll take second place in class. He'll be 20th overall, but second in the ST150s. So of course, the majority of the pack are all ST240s. And I think that's just about it. Pat Chambers is shown as being finished, and Marlo Cordell has been slotted into 5th in the result as well after his transponder problem. So, Alistair Kellett taking another race victory in the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship. He'll be delighted with that one. Zachary Lucas just missed out with second place by 2/10. And then it's Jensen Brickley, race 1 winner 3rd, for Spencer Stevenson 4th, Marlo Cordell with a very strong 5th for Jamsport, John Cooper 6th, Ethan Rogers 7th, Stuart Robbins 8th, Simon Horrobin 9th, bit of damage limitation for him, and Morgan Kidd, very impressive top 10 for her on her first weekend racing in the Fiestas. 11th for Barry John McHenry, 12th for Jamie Going, 13th for Aaron Walker, and then Marco Ricci, Connor Blackburn, Luke Bannister in 16th, Caitlin May in 17th, and after he pitted due to getting a black and orange flag, Rob Smith was 18th, followed by Nick Moore, who was top ST150 in 19th place, then Thomas Davies and Matt Chambers, and we lost, it looks like, Joseph Knight, possibly if he did start, on the final lap, on the first lap. So I think we can throw down now to Richard, who'll have a chat with our Fiestas, who thankfully did get to finish the race this time, and he's down there with our top 3, I'm sure a very happy Irishman in Alistair Kellett.
Happy spectators around the circuit as well, because we've had the treat of 2 great BRSCC Fiesta races. Alistair, many congratulations again. You had all the work to do off the start, which you did again, and this time the race goes the distance. And of course it wasn't Jensen in your mirrors, it was Zach.
Yeah, another mega start. I think Jensen just gets a great start, mega start, got into the lead, and then Jensen behind me, and I presume Jensen was just going to pass me like he did in the first race. Didn't seem to have the pace, got a gap, and then I seen Zach going past Jensen, and then Zach was all over me. I think he had a little bit of a problem with power at one stage, and I pulled a huge gap on him, and then I tried to manage it, but I think I not managed it enough anyway. But it came up when it was nearly the last lap, and I says, one more lap I'll try. I'll get him behind, so it's good. It's good.
And you know, that makes the long journey home a little bit more bearable, presumably.
It makes it a lot easier, all right. Yeah, that's for sure.
When's the next round?
Cadwell, I think, in end of 4 weeks' time or something like that.
Oh, great! I'm there for that one as well, so hopefully we've been a lucky talisman for you.
Yeah, might see you, talk to you again, hopefully.
That'll be good. Alistair, thanks very much. Well done. Great win for you. Let's get Tom. We're going to whiz over here and just get Zach. Zach, can we grab you for a P2? Zach Lucas, it's getting hotter out there, I think. Well done, many congratulations. So we'll get you in the shade and it'll be a little bit cooler for you. Well done. I was just saying to Alistair, I think he was expecting Jensen, no disrespect to himself, but obviously he was on the front with Jensen, expecting him to race him. And then you popped up in the mirrors.
That's right, yeah. Luckily I got a good start again, and yeah, I was beside Brickley and he made a little mistake and I managed to just capitalise on it, so it's good. Lost a bit of power up the back when I was behind Alistair, and I mean, I lost loads of time, but then it come back luckily, and I've managed to catch back up. But I was hoping for one more lap. I think I might have just got there in time if there was one more. But
we thought it was going to go for another. I had to sprint out from the press office, you know. But
really?
Yeah. So what causes the power loss, or is that a mystery?
It's a mystery. Yeah, I don't have a clue. It doesn't normally do it. It's just happened out of nowhere. It might be the heat. I don't have a clue. But I'll leave that down to the mechanics that I told you last time.
Fastest lap as you did at Alton Park earlier in the year. So good way to end the weekend.
Definitely, yeah. It's a brilliant way to end the weekend, especially with the fastest lap. It's great. No, that makes me feel like I'm up there and I'm ready to fight with the top lads, so that's good.
Looking forward to Cadwell Park?
Definitely, yeah. I love Cadwell Park, so I'm really looking forward to it. It's a brilliant track, and yeah, be great. I really can't wait for it.
Brilliant, Zach. We'll see you there. Well done.
Thanks, buddy.
Peter, good to see you.
Jensen!
We get Jensen over. Again, as we saw on the Formula Ford race earlier on, he might be a little bit sad. Thanks for coming over and having a chat. I know the look on your face when you got out of the car. Did you have to jump up and interview him, just to keep the people that commented on that before? Looks a bit disappointed, but again, you've kind of rubbed that off your face, and I don't know how you drivers do it. So what went wrong for you in that race?
Well, we made some adjustments before the race because we didn't have enough rotation in the first race, and we must have just went too much. It was undrivable. The car was like driving on ice. I was having to overcorrect it everywhere into the first corner, round corner. Most corners, it was like I was just losing the back. I was lucky to get third, really, but yeah, I'm not happy with that result.
That's a good result. If you've got problems with the car, you manage the car as best you can under the races where you're struggling, and that will help for the championship.
Yeah, we'll see about the championship. We're still, it's a good thing, but we needed a win really. But yeah,
The thing is with you youngsters, I know you've done lots of years in mini stocks and things like that, but you can have bad years, never mind a bad race. But third place for a bad result for you is worth brushing under the carpet and moving on for the next race. But not a bad weekend for you overall.
no, not a bad weekend at all. Pole, fast lap in the first one, a win in the third. You can't really complain, but I would have liked 2 wins.
Of course you want to win, that's the fighting spirit we see. Well done, great to have met you this weekend. We'll see you later in the season. Jensen Brickley, the reigning junior champion who takes third position in that race. Zach Lucas in second. Alistair from Ireland taking a race win to wrap up the BRSCC Fiesta Championship races, which have been superb today in the sunshine here. And talking of sunshine, let's go and talk to Scott Woodward, get the grid for the next race.
And right on cue, thank you very much, Richard, as the cars head off the grid for the formation lap of our third and final race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. We've had 2 wins, or win apiece, for Richard Bliss and Andrew Dyer. And now we head off onto this for our third and final race, which I believe, if I have a look at it, is a partially reverse grid. Only literally partially, because it is going to be slightly jumbled up, but let's have a look at the order then. So Elliot Lettis then gets drawn on pole position alongside Adam Reeves on the front row of the grid. Then it's Richard Bliss and Patrick Booth on row 2. Andy Burgess, who's also top student motorsport car, he's on 5th on the grid alongside Stuart Bliss on row 3, and then John Booth and race 2 winner Andrew Dyer on the 4th row of the grid, followed by George Palozzi starting 9th and Dan Selleck rounding out the top 10. Richard Snug starts 11th alongside Alex Blees in 12th place. Impressed by Alex Blees, his first weekend of the championship, been doing really well, starting 12th on the grid here. Charles McKenzie starts 13th on the 7th row of the grid alongside Richard Jett for Met Motorsport and the Student Motorsport Challenge. Then Dan Lockett for Colin Gwent and Gary Coburn for number 110 on the 8th row of the grid. That's then followed by Brandon Savage and Paul Savage, so it's an all Savage 9th row of the grid in 17th and 18th position. Just scroll through, there we go. So Brandon Savage and Paul Savage in a pair of Peugeot 107s. And then we move on to the top 20, which is Bradley Porter and Paul Martin. Bradley Porter in his Citroen, a Peugeot for Paul Martin, row 11. Andrew Payne in the Peugeot 107. Leon Wild in his Toyota Aygo in the Student Motorsport Challenge. And then we have Alex Walker and Bob Bannister on the 12th row of the grid in Citroen and Toyota respectively. A few more positions still to go, so the 30-car grid for this race. George Jones and Dominic Fletcher on the 13th row of the grid. So George Jones for Student Motorsport Challenge, Dominic Fletcher on the regular grid. John Nicholson, who retired later in the race earlier on, he starts back in 27th, as does Christopher McKenzie, who has been a front runner in race 1. And then 2 more cars to watch out for from the back. Ben Craner in the Oxford Brooks Motorsport car in 29th, and Liam Browning in 30th at the back of the grid in the Bitcoin racing car as well. So, as we mentioned, 2 races gone already in this CityCar Cup, 1 more still to go. And again, the temperatures will have changed again since the second race, so other teams will have to adapt their tyre pressures or tweak the setup a little bit more so they're not overly using the tyres or having too much camber or too little, or seeing different ways they can keep the tyres in the optimum range whilst preventing them from overheating. But the track temperature might also play a factor in that, and they might find it difficult to get on top of temperatures given that it continues to get warmer and warmer. Now, of course, the last round we had a last round we had a last time we had the SD CityCar Cup out at Anglesey. We had the reverse grid pole for George Palozzi, and this time with Elliot Lettis. And the reverse grid pole, because these cars are so evenly matched, it does give an opportunity when you jumble up the first 7 or 8 cars to get one or two different drivers towards the front. And naturally, the first couple of laps, they'll be staying with the leaders, and then it's down to that second part, next phase of the race, after you get the opening laps out of the way, to figure out who's going to be potentially taking the fight to the what you perceive as the regular ones that are always up on the podium and at the front of the field. Elliot Lettuce is a proven race winner, so he knows how to do this. So, of course, Adam Reeves hasn't won a race yet, so he's in a bit of a unique position. It is an Auto Bliss Toyota on the front row, but it's not either of the Blisses in it on the front row. There is a Bliss piloted Toyota in third place with Richard at the wheel, and then Stuart Bliss is just back in fifth. So second, third and fifth for their three Toyotas, all in close proximity. And also be sure to watch out for the two 4G racing cars, Patrick and John Booth. Patrick starting fourth, and then John Booth starting seventh. And Andrew Dyer, of course, from the fourth row of the grid. He will want to make quick progress from P8 for this race. There's, of course, our leading Student Motorsport Challenge car. That being, of course, the Andy Burgess car in fifth on the grid. So that lights will be coming up any moment now. And for 15 minutes, one more time for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. The 5-second war goes on. Let's see if Elliot Lettuce can take another win in the championship, or if any of the Bliss Toyotas can try and stop him, or if Andrew Dyer can take a second. Red lights go out. We are racing again for the CityCar Cup. Strong start for Lettuce from pole, and a good start from third on the grid for Richard Bliss, already alongside his teammate Adam Reeves as they storm down towards Richie's again for the first time. But it looks like Lettuce has it under control. Down towards the right hand, they go. He'll sweep across. It's 3, nay 4 abreast behind them. That's never going to work, boys. And thankfully, they do manage to get through it relatively unscathed. All the way through. Can we count them all through the other side? I think we can. So, decent stuff from our City car drivers. Back into Wilson Hairpin. Big dive deep under brakes for Richard Bliss. The Adam Reeves car's dropped a few more places. And lots of skirmishing going there. Oh, was that car being turned around to the background there? Just at the back of the field? I think it was. One car, I think, was facing the wrong way up against the curb. So, possibly one or two cars getting into strife at the hairpins. Oops, that was Elliot Lettuce. Now, I'm not sure if that was either getting a bit loose on the exit the corner, if he was helped by them, got a bit of a tag in the rear. It might look like it was possibly the latter, as now Richard Bliss goes back into the lead here. And look down the outside now, trying to make a move there. That's Patrick Booth, number 33, going round the outside. Adam Reeves still in fourth place. And as they head back into the left-hander at Hamilton. Bliss now holding on to that position. Good run off the exit the corner there on John Booth, Patrick Booth, it looks like. From there, and they're all jostling for positions. The Andrew Dyer's getting in there, Andy Burgess in there too. That's all over about 5th down to 8th position. So there's lots going on between these guys as they come up through the couple of corners. One car's pulled off on the road on the right-hand side. It's one of our rookie drivers. I can't quite tell who it is from that distance, but we'll tell by the timing screen when they don't come through. Looks like, I think, some good progress from John Nicholson and also from Ben Quick. Oh, goodness me! Goodness me! That is a big accident. I think that's for the Paul Martin car. And I hope he's all right, because that car stood on its end. My goodness, that was a big accident. I hope he's okay after that one. And immediately, no surprise, red flag. Now, let's obviously not speculate at all, but one thing we can hope is that he's okay after that. And that's not a sight you ever want to see. So rightfully so, red flag, race stopped immediately. And that's really bad luck for Paul Martin. That's the second time that car's been over on its roof. It was on its roof at the Nelson complex in the first race, did a really strong drive in the second race, and then just, oh goodness me. So, thankfully we're hearing the driver is out of the car, so that is the main thing. That's the biggest relief you want to hear, that the driver is out of the car. And if anything, that's a testament to the strength of the safety equipment on these cars, particularly, I have to say, big praise in that sense then, to not just the seat, because it has a motor drive seat and of course the hands device, but also the SW Motorsports CityCar Cup rollover protection system in these cars, because every single car has exactly the same roll cage. That's been created by Sean Woods at SW Motorsports, and that is really, really, the fact he's got out of the car unscathed, he will of course naturally go to the medical centre for a checkup as a precaution, to be seen by the chief medical officer to make sure there's nothing untoward that isn't immediately obvious wrong with him. But yeah, that's a sight you never want to see, a car effectively standing on its nose in a roll like that. So, rightfully so, immediately as soon as that accident happened, red flag out straight away.
Midway down the centre straight before they get to the start-finish line, but in a position where they can adjust the grid positions by all rights.
So, driver is out of the car, but I think we'll spare looking at the remnants of the car. I think just out of respect for him and, of course, the car itself. But again, just to reiterate, for those watching that incident, the best possible news initially we can hear is that the driver is out of the car. He managed to get out under his own steam. That is a massive, massive relief. So, of course, there's going to be some clear up now before we get this second race, so this third race of the CityCar Cup back underway. Just looking at the timing, because we have got one more junior race to come after this one. And then we've got the ClubSport Trophy set to run at ClubSport. Now, it looks as though they managed to regrid them very quickly. And just to those who need confirmation, when the race gets stopped within the first 2 laps, the grid refers back to its original format. So Elliot Lettuce then will retake his pole position. And everyone forming back up onto the grid now, which means that, again, we refer back to the original grid. So it's going to be Elliot Lettuce that will start on pole position, with Adam Reeves alongside him on the front row of the grid. Richard Bliss will start on the second row. Alongside him will be John Booth. And then run through the rest of the order. We'll just quickly run through it again. So there's been a slight change to the top 10 positions as with a general shuffle around. So Elliot Lettuce starts on pole, Adam Reeves on the front row of the grid, Richard Bliss and Patrick Booth on row 2 again. Andy Burgess once again starting as top student motorsport challenge driver on row 3 alongside Stuart Bliss. Then John Booth and race 2 winner Andrew Dyer. Of course, Richard Bliss won the first race. And then George Palozzi and Dan Selleck round out the top 10. Then it's Richard Snuggs and Alex Blees from Charles Mackenzie and Richard Jepp. Dan Lockett comes next on the 8th row of the grid and Gary Coburn. Then it's Brandon and Paul Savage on 17th and 18th place on the grid. Bradley Porter and Paul Martin. And actually, no, forgive me. Car 24 was the one that had the rollover. And of course, that incident is that car, of course, is not going to won't be taking the restart. So car 24 will not take the restart for obvious reasons, and hopefully Paul is well, we know that Paul was able to get out of the car by his own steam. Hopefully, once he's been checked over by the chief medical officer and gone to the medical centre, he is perfectly A-OK. But the fact he's able to get out under his own steam is certainly quite a relieving sign initially. So fingers crossed he is all 100% and A-OK. Obviously, I'm sure quite stunned and a little bit maybe shaken, if even that, due to the fact that it probably happened so suddenly. Go through the rest of the grid quickly. Bradley Porter and Paul Martin on the 10th row of the grid, ahead of Andrew Payne and Leon Wild. Then Alex Walker and Bob Bannister on the 12th row of the grid. George Jones and Dominic Fletcher, followed by John Nicholson and Christopher Mackenzie, and then Ben Craner and Liam Browning. We're hearing it might be possibly another 5 or 10 minutes till we get racing underway, maybe, possibly on that side. And also as well, one thing to be determined is, given the fact that we have got this race and the third Fiesta Junior race and also the ClubSport Trophy race to fit in as well, one thing we have to work out. I mean, I think the curfew is up until about 6:30, so we've got an extra technically 15 minutes to squeeze in if we need to. But of course, BRSCC being ever efficient, is that they'll want to try and finish as early as possible and claw back that time if they can. Only rely on it if they have to. So just waiting for racing to get back underway when we get the all clear. Hopefully we'll hear from that shortly once we know that the incident has been cleared. Of course, for those wondering, of course, with an accident like that, of course, even though we know the driver's okay, just out of respect for the rescue crews and anyone that needs to be down there, obviously we're not showing footage of what's happening down there. Of course, again, we know that Paul Savage is out of the car. We know that he's managed to get out himself, but he appears to be on the surface okay. But just out of respect, we're not showing the crash site to make sure that the marshals and the rescue crews and any possibly, particularly if required, any medical personnel can do their job without any more prying eyes on the live stream, out of respect for them. So we're going to keep on watching the grid as it shows at the moment. And what we should be seeing, hopefully, is once we get a signal that we can get things back underway, of course we will get them going once more. So it certainly means now that we're going to be... Obviously the clerk of the court has to make a decision now as to how long this restarted race is going to be. Now whether or not they probably may have to cut it down by maybe from 15 minutes to maybe 10 because it's a bit of a clear up here. So it will be a shortened race. I'd be surprised if it wasn't, but if they can give them the full length, then I know that obviously they will give them as much time as they feasibly can, whilst also wants to being mindful of the next couple of the final two races after this one still coming up, which of course is the third Fiesta Junior race and our 45-minute ClubSport Trophy race as well, with a mandatory pit stop. So
on the other side of the track, and 115 Bradley Porter, I believe. So that's the gaps that I can spot down there. I didn't see the start, so I'm not sure how many of them existed already.
Just waiting for a signal for when we're going to get back racing again. Just whilst we wait for that, as one of our cameras is having a bit of a tantrum there for a second. But whilst we are waiting, I guess a couple of bit of info about some upcoming events we've got with the BRSCC. Of course, the one of the most immediate ones coming up is that we have the second race for the Supersport Endurance Cup coming up at the Brands Hatch meeting that we have coming up on August 20th and 21st. It's really good feedback from the first race we had last month at Brands Hatch, and it will be another sort of pit stop race. And if you want to get involved in that, there's information about the Supersport Endurance Cup on the dedicated formula page on the BRSCC website. So you can go to brscc.co.uk/formulate, scroll down to the Supersport Endurance Cup. You can find out all the information about what you can do to get involved in that. It's kind of like a slightly longer distance version of the ClubSport Trophy, with you can have at the minimum of up to two or three drivers sharing a car. There's refueling, there's longer races, I think of at least an hour, even to an hour and a half or 2 hours going into those races, and a wider variety of cars available, since the maximum power to weight ratio available is about 310 brake horsepower. So they are looking to do a more fuller season across a more broader reach of circuits this year, and that's definitely one to look out for. For Formula Ford racing fans, if you have a Formula Ford and want to contest it, the entries are open currently for the 51st running of the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch. That's on October 22nd and 23rd, and already there's about a quarter of the grid that's been filled already. So if you want to get involved, any age of Kent engine Formula Ford is welcome to race. And so you can if you want to race, you can head on to the BRSCC Race Hub, so racehub.brscc.co.uk, and if you're a race that has an account on there, you can log on and then add the Formula Ford Festival as a series that you can want to register for. Registration is free. If you have a Formula Ford and haven't used the new Race Hub system yet, you simply register an account for free, then register for, or add the registration for the Formula Ford Festival onto the system for free. You don't have to be a member of the BRSCC either to race in the Formula Ford Festival, because you just get a Formula Ford Festival membership, which again, that's free. Registration on it is free. It's just the race entry for about £380. And again, all ages of Kent engine Formula Ford are welcome. We've got, of course, the Neil Shanahan Trophy will be up for grabs for the main event, and of course for those in running any of the cars that were fitted to any of the Super Classic class designations, that being either cars built between 1998 all the way through back to 1967 are eligible for that, and they can contest the wonderfully named and wonderfully tributed Brian Jones Memorial Trophy for the historic final. And Matt Rivette's the defending champion of that trophy, so they'll be able to make progress with that and possibly even try and take it away from him. I do understand he is coming back to defend that, and also so is a certain Jamie Sharp, because Jamie won last year's festival and he is coming back for this year's 51st. And he'll aim to do something as anyone who wins the festival has done before, whether it's in in odd years of coming back and won it a couple of years ago and then come back and do it again a few years later. No driver has ever won the Formula Ford Festival in consecutive years in terms of the main, what you perceive as the main festival final. So that's going to be interesting to see if Jamie Sharp can manage that. And then in November, we also have the second running under the BRSCC, but not the second running total, of the Race of Remembrance at Anglesey on November 11th to the 13th. That was a fabulous event last year. The first time the BRSCC had run the Race of Remembrance in 2021, and had a standout grid of some 53 teams entered. And Mission Motorsport, the charity behind the Race of Remembrance event, so they raised more money than they ever had at any other Race of Remembrance weekend that they had done before. So a mega weekend. It's a three-part endurance race, which pauses after 6 hours on the Saturday into the darkness, and then starts again on Sunday morning, pauses for a second time so they can hold the traditional Remembrance Sunday service, and then the racing gets back underway again until cumulatively the top of the 12 hours has been done. Now we should mention what's happening on the screen, because it looks as though that there's going to be a bit more of a delay here, in that the drivers are actually getting out of their cars now while still on the grid. Now we have been told apparently there is some barrier repair going on, and we had some of that for the ClubSport Trophy in their qualifying session. And then on top of that, we also had this second set of barrier repairs that we need in order to make sure we can go back racing again. So the drivers have been, so they can now get out of their cars. One or two of them actually sort of stretching out and sort of airing themselves out a little bit, I can see there, just as they've been sat in the cars. It's when you're in hot conditions like this, when it's 30 degrees and you're wearing a full race suit and you're sort of squeezed into this little bucket race seat that's going to be obviously fitted mainly for you. Of course, when you've got the cars cold or shut, obviously with no proper ventilation in the car, obviously apart from the regular stuff that you need to keep the engine cool and everything else, it gets unbearably hot in those race cars. So of course they have to get out and have to try and cool off as much as they can. But of course we're just waiting for any signals to when that barrier repair is going to be finished off. But as we mentioned, the barrier repair will take as long as it needs to in order to get the racing back underway. I guess it is one of those scenarios where possibly if Richard's around, he might want to go and have a chat to some of the drivers on the grid, but I imagine he's relaxing up in the media centre, keeping cool whilst so. So just a bit of a break here whilst we get things back underway. I think what we might do is we might actually just step away from comms for a moment and just wait for a signal as to when we're back to get racing back underway. So do stick with us. Of course, we'll be waiting until we get a signal for when racing is going to get back underway. And, of course, then we'll get the third and final race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup back underway. So stick with us. More racing action coming up when we have an update as to when the barrier repairs are finished. So bear with us. We'll be back going in just a few moments' time. If you want to.
Given that actually, contrary to the message on the screen, the race may not be restarting, and that we may be.
So I just mentioned there's just some conversation here in the production system that I think. So I think actually the drivers are being told to go back to their cars now. So the short break we were going to have looks like it was just that, short. So we're going to get back to racing, I think, faculty very shortly. And I don't know exactly what length is going to be. Let me check the TSL timing system to see what the length is going to be for this restart. So just getting some signal to see exactly how long it's going to be. Well, it said scheduled. That's the original scheduled start time. It said scheduled start time of 16:25, but of course we're way past that. Of course, the timing screen still says 15 minutes. But I won't trust that just yet until they get around with their formation app. But the car drivers are getting back into their cars now, so you can't be too far away from getting racing back underway. The safety car is also just reversing its way up to the front of the grid. It just backs itself into shot. And again, we'll take a moment to give a big thank you to Run Your Fleet, of course, for the ever-present supply of their Jaguar Sport Brake, XF Sport Brake safety car. Of course, head to the website runyourfleet.com for any needs when it comes to business management and fleet management for your business is the phrase I was looking for, and so they can do so. Right, I think we can quickly head down to Richard, who's possibly around either the pit lane or on the grid somewhere. So, Richard, what do you have?
Yeah, thanks very much, Scott. Pit lane, the original thought when we saw the incident was to go out onto track when the cars got back here, but we were originally told that wasn't probably a good idea because we weren't sure how quickly things were going to get going. So again, just offered our services to go out, but it was closed. There was only race officials out there. Anyway, what we've heard is that we think the race is going to be cancelled. Esther Crook from the BRSCC just walking down the grid, telling the drivers what's going on. So they'll probably go, I would imagine, back around via Parc Fermé, which is where they've been coming in after all the races, and then head back to paddock. So it's a bit of a shame for the Nankang City Cup boys, but as you've already said, the repairs are the most important thing to the barrier, and as one of the cars has hit that, it means that another car could. You know, when you're coming out of Williams Corner onto that main straight, we've seen so many cars kicking up the dust. Most of them have held on to it. The driver there was a little bit unlucky going across the track and clouting the barrier. But the barrier did its job, which is the good thing. I understand from talking to one of the officials, driver's okay, which is the best news. And so the barrier repairs will carry on, and then we'll hopefully be able to have our final junior race of the meeting, and then look forward to the ClubSport Trophy a little bit later on. But disappointment for the City Cup cars, but they have, of course, had two great races and got to start their third one. But, you know, as ever with noise concerns and the end-of-day curfew that we have to respect, of course, sometimes the schedule has to be changed around. So that's really the latest that we've got here from the pit lane.
Brilliant, thank you for that, Richard. And again, yes, unfortunately, it looks as though that the third CityCar Cup race is sadly going to have to be cancelled, I'm afraid, because of the incident that we had, and of course the subsequent barrier repair that's been required, and of course the fact that we do need to fit the last two races in to the schedule today before we hit the, I think it's 6:30 curfew for noise, essentially. So the barrier repairs will carry on for a moment. What we will do is, I think, whilst we can let the officials actually go away and do what they need to do to rebuild those barriers to get them into a state where they can race. You see the cars are heading their way back towards the Parc Ferme area. Although that 119 car is stopped on the track, so it's just stopped right just before the entrance to Ritchie's Corner. So if that car's also had a problem, that's is something else that will need to be cleared up on the track. So I think what we'll do is, rather than hearing me waffle on for the next 5 to 10 minutes until we wait for the barrier repair to be completed, let's step away and take a few moments break and come back when we've got some more news and we're ready to get the second to last race of the weekend underway, which is the third and final one for the Fiesta Junior Championship. So hold tight, use it as a chance to get an afternoon refreshment and sit yourself back in position for 2 more races this afternoon, Fiesta Juniors and the 45-minute ClubSport Trophy race. But for the moment, we're going to step away for just a few moments' time whilst they complete the barrier repairs and get everything back in perfect condition to get the last 2 races back underway here at Snetterton. So bear with us and we'll be back very, very shortly.
So we will shuffle the paperwork once again and move on to Fiesta Juniors. In fact, the third race of the day, because they've already had 2 races today, and both of those won by Thomas. Such are the frustrations of the racing grind, but they still come back for more, don't they? And it's, I think you said earlier on, it was something that you get addicted to, and increasingly it becomes more and more difficult to do sometimes.
At least with these guys, is it was caused by their own race, if you will. Where it's more frustrating is when you end up losing out because of another championship competition or that. You also say, well, but there's nothing you wouldn't do about it.
No, exactly. I think anybody who's been involved in racing very length of time knows that there are days like this. You get good days and bad days, and every day of motor racing, I always say, is always better than a day in the office.
A bad day of motorsport is better than a good day in the office.
Exactly, yes. Yeah, that work's still carrying on with the Luke Hilton car. Still, you haven't diagnosed what the problem might be there, Chris, as to what they might be having trouble with on Luke Hilton's car.
I love your blind confidence that I'd be able to.
Well, you could go down and help. Just turn up and you'd help.
They'd laugh me away if I said, can I help? You know, my renowned lack of mechanical knowledge.
Yes, I think Luke's feeling the same way. He's standing, talking to the team there. It's certainly an engine-related problem. We don't need it to have a transporter bump into the car now, is there?
always amazes me actually the way that they're able to drive these big trucks and transporters in a packed, tight paddock. It's just always they manage to find these gaps. I'm thinking, but even if I was in my car, I'd be more sort of cautious than they are. They're brilliant.
It's when they're parking them in the up against the backs of Formula One garages.
Oh
that,
yeah.
It's very impressive indeed. There's a different skill set of drivers altogether involved in motor racing, and
including the old truckies, definitely. I agree. So it's the same sort of GT racing as you and I both. You can quite often be in packed paddocks with those guys, so they're sort of randomly tied there. You go to say Donington Park, and they're all up at the top garages there, in the top paddock with the garages, and they just sort of randomly everything in. It's always like, how are you not worried about this? And they don't. It's like, yeah, no problems. Through they go. It's forward or reverse.
so my time between is still telling me that the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup is next up. It does, however, now tell. Waiting to come out into the assembly area, and I'm still waiting for that barrier to tear and be completed. And definitely, my transit van is still there, and the big yellow barrier building device. JCB has done description.
Because I always come up with so untechnical, but sometimes it's the best way to describe it.
I'm not an expert on JCB.
No.
I can't comment on what it is. Day, wouldn't get time on time. It's less days today where we managed to be on time, but various things are driving against us, and sadly having barriers in a condition to allow us to go racing is one condition. The car has gone. The driver has been left behind, and I'm assuming that to help us on.
Yeah, just driving it round and back towards them again now, make sure that it's healthy.
Right. The barrier repair is still underway. This is either a big barrier repair or a long length of it. And of course, vehicle heading the wrong way around the track. We'll be back to the paddock now.
In theory, that would be promising, wouldn't it? The telehandler JCB thing's disappearing back to its hidey hole. Just while that hold is going on as well, also a big sympathies and sadness expressed for the loss of Paddy Hopkirk as well, that we've lost. Was it yesterday? I've lost track of when it was.
I didn't read that, so
yeah.
No, that is bad news.
Obviously, synonymous with mini racing and rally driving and the like, isn't he? 89 years old, started his career in 1955, won 5 circuits of Ireland at the Monte Carlo Rally in 1964, making his red and white Mini Cooper S a global icon. In later years, he worked tirelessly for the sport, including being president of the BRDC, as Motorsport UK says, thoughts with family and friends. Rest in peace, Paddy Hopkirk.
So, thankfully, due to some very quick turnaround time and repairs by our recovery and marshal teams, and a big thank you to them, we can now have cars on the grid for our second to last race, which is the third of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Just for those who were wondering, who just joined and wondering what was happening with the third Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race, very sadly it's had to be abandoned due to an accident on the first lap involving a car which hit the barrier and unfortunately rolled over. So because of that, it required barrier repairs, and because of the tightness of time in the schedule, particularly with the about 6:30 curfew, excuse me, we have to try and get these two races in towards the end, both the Fiesta Juniors and the 45-minute ClubSport Trophy race. So unfortunately, they've had to sacrifice the last CityCar Cup race. So for those who were looking to tune in and watch that, very sorry, but unfortunately due to schedule constraints and also due to the fact that there are other races still to be run, we have had to forcibly abandon that. Hopefully, if there's a chance to do so, to add it in as a third race elsewhere in the season, I'm sure they'll happily try and do so at a future event. So, meanwhile, we have got the cars on the grid now for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. It's been 2 wins so far for Thomas Jack Lee, and it's also been 2 second places for Albert Webster, and he'll be desperately hoping that maybe this race could be the one that helps him possibly get a victory that he's so desperately been looking for in the championship. He'll be hoping that he can pick up a race win that he came very close to in the first race.
Just coming into position now, 48 in and 47 on the 6th row.
Last couple of the cars has been formed up. Just see if I can look on my screen to double check what exactly good is. I think it should be a reflection of what the race 1 result was. Now there's Sid Smith. He'll be there as a result of where he finished in race number 2. So if I refresh my timing screen, or my live stream, so my live timing page, I'll be able to look on the grid for race 3. So before we get it up on screen, I can tell you who is starting where. We should have all 15 cars on the grid, hopefully, and we should have in the mix Thomas Jack Lee on pole position. He'll be starting alongside Albert Webster. Then it's Archie Handy, courtesy of his podium in race 2 earlier on, starts in 3rd, one of his best grid spots. He starts alongside the silver car of Lewis Hodgin. Then it's Sid Smith, hoping to get into the mix here after he's had to start from the first 2 races from the back due to a technical infringement in qualifying, which forced him to start race 1 and race 2 from the rear of the grid with a 10-second time delay. So there, for this 3rd race at least, he is going to be in a much better position to do some possible good work towards the front and claw some points back after having to fight his way through all day. He starts alongside Luke Hilton as the cars move on onto their formation lap. In fact, I was hoping we'd see Luke Hilton, but he doesn't seem to be on the grid, I'm afraid. So no Luke Hilton, and also I think, unfortunately, no Ben Mulryan either. So those 2 cars both hitting problems, which has forced them to, unfortunately, miss the start of the 3rd race. So it's Hadley Simpson, who had a great drive in his only 2nd race in Fiesta Juniors to finish 7th in the car that took Jensen Brookley to the title last year. He's brought that car back out and doing a grand job in 7th on the grid alongside George Fox, though. Lexi Belk and Lucas Hayden then come next, followed by Jasmine Shaw and James Pope, and Daniel Lewis and Harry England in 14th on the grid. And of course, the car we're missing, I'm afraid, is Ben Mulryan alongside, it looks like, Luke Hilton as well. So it's been quite a day of racing here at Snetterton on all fronts. It's been one of those days when just about anything could happen, and it generally has. So as the cars make their way around on the formation lap to get some tyres heat into the tyres, it is still relatively warm out there. Well, I say relatively warm, it's still 30 degrees out there. There's a little bit of cloud cover, so it's making things a tiny bit cooler, but it still feels quite hot and quite humid in some cases. So that will certainly have an effect on engines, on not just power, but engine temperatures, and also as well tyre temperatures, brake temperatures. Everything's going to be affected by the heat here. So the Juniors certainly braving the element of hot weather. Definitely one of the warmer race weekends that they've had in recent years. But Thomas Jack Lee then, in car number 26, the Race Car Consultants prepared car. It's been a good day for Race Car Consultants. David Elsie's young Chargers have picked up 2 wins and 2 second places so far today. I'm sure they'll want to try and carry that on and pick up a couple more pieces of silverware to take back to the factory, like the workshop. We'll see if anyone else can put in a strong performance. We'll be intrigued to see how Archie Handy gets on in this third race, now that he's starting from third on the grid behind the pole sitter in terms of geographically on the grid. Also, I'll be very intrigued to see what Sid Smith can do now from P5. He's now in a much higher position, a much better position than he felt he should have been, given the fact that he had that technical infringement that forced him to start at the back of the grid in both race 1 and race 2. And also be keen to see how Hadley Simpson can get on. He starts 7th this time for this race, so he can climb a couple more positions. It's a well-sorted car, that ex-Jensen Brickley car. No wonder, title-winning car, so a lot of responsibility for him in some cases to make sure it performs well. I hope that this race is another strong one for him. There's also Harry England in the Mark 7, tiny bit patched up after, looks like some accident damage on that car, but it's back out on the grid, and that's the main thing. So the car is back on the road and ready to race. Look at the paint scheme, you could almost think that Hadley Simpson and George Foxlow were teammates, but almost, but very similar colour schemes, but of course run by 2 different teams. The Hadley Simpson car run by 2010 Racing, and Alistair Rushforth Motorsport taking on George Foxlow this season. Also see how our two female racers get on. Lexi Belk starting 9th, Jasmine Shaw starting 11th. They've been making some decent progress up the grid, particularly Lexi, who came into the weekend 5th in points after soaring in every round and just keeping consistent and keeping her nose out of trouble. She's definitely been developing a lot since she started the season back at Brands. So they all start to form up on the grid. Everyone's starting to get into position. Time is now about 25 past 5. If we were on schedule, we would be starting the ClubSport Trophy race in about 5 minutes time on schedule, but we have got an extra 15 minutes built into the schedule that we can play with, so it means we have to get this race pretty swiftly underway and hope there's no dramas and have it trouble free so we can get the ClubSport Trophy race done. But before that, we have got one more Fiesta Junior race to crack on with, so red lights come on. Can it be 3 for 3 for Thomas Jack Lee, or can Albert Webster and co finally dethrone him? It's actually a wicked start from Archie Handy from the second row of the grid. It's a good start from row 2 for him. Everyone gets away cleanly, and it's almost 3 abreast down towards Richie's corner, but it looks like Webster again for the 3rd time. There's bumping with panels between Handy and Lee in towards turn 1, and very close between Handy and Hodgin. I thought there was going to be contact, but they managed to get away relatively unscathed by that one. Bit of dust being kicked up on the apex of the corner, but again for almost the 3rd time this weekend, Thomas Jack Lee has lost the lead to Albert Webster. So once more, yet again, Albert Webster leads into the first few corners. There's James Pope trying to go around the outside on corner exit of Hadley Simpson, but if he can stay there with better acceleration, he can put himself level on the run towards Palmer, which is a left-hander. And once again, as you turn to expect, as we have done so far this weekend, it is the 2 Race Car Consultants team cars that are trying to pull away in the early stages. So Webster with Thomas Jack Lee all over him. There goes Archie Handy back up the inside for 3rd place, and they're just hidden behind him there with Sid Smith. So Hodgin loses 2 places in one move, and now Smith will try and get past for 3rd place if he can up the inside into the left-hander at Hamilton's. And as these two pull away, they've got to be careful, because if Sid Smith's got some pace in him, which I'm sure he will be, being fired up, he might be a factor in this race too. We could have a 3-way scrap for the lead, like we did at Croft. We had a great battle between Sid Smith, Albert Webster and Luke Hilton. And we see there, Smith is into 3rd place, side by side for 4th. Up the inside has gone Hodgin, but a better run off the corner for Handy, pulls him level and gets him in the inside line for Brundle. Here comes Foxlow, here comes Belk, here comes Hayden. This could be a good scrap on the opening lap. Nose to tail. The leading two are coming into the complex now. Brundle and Nelson together. Then it's Smith. Then everyone trying to be fourth. Handy currently has it. Everyone else wants it. Big dive up the inside for Lucas Hayden. Past one car, past two. Off the road goes Archie Handy. Bradley crossing his way back onto the circuit. Tries to hold on in front of Hodgin. Can he hold on this time? No, he can't. And Hodgin gets through to fourth place. So Archie Handy down to fifth. If he wants another podium, he's going to have to work a bit harder than that and keep it on the road. There goes Sid Smith. Then it's Hodgin, Handy, and then the next group, which is headed by George Foxlow, followed by Lucas Hayden. Good start for the Jam Sport Scholarship winner. And then Lexi Belk in the Jam Sport run car behind her teammate. And then you have Hadley Simpson in that 2010 car. They get the encouragement on the pit wall. Come on, let's go. Top two together as they get the hurry up down the pit straight. So Webster leads. Lee all over him on his rear bumper for second place. Sid Smith is now into third place now. Now he's got some clear air. What can he do to try and catch up to the top two? It looks like we missed 3 drivers on this grid, because it looks like we have got only missed the 2, and that's, I think, we haven't got Luke Hilton, and there's no Ben Ryan either. So 13 cars out of the 15 we had enter this weekend are still present. As they come down the short straight for the second time, it looks as though at the moment Webster's got Webster has an opportunity to hold on to this lead for the moment. But of course, we saw in race 1 that Thomas was really all over his back bumper. Whoops, off the road. Someone's gone that exit stage left. Who's that? Was that Archie Handy off the road? Someone just exited stage. I think it was possibly Archie Handy, because now I don't think he was at speed. I think he either had a problem and had to pull off the road, but his car suddenly just disappeared off to the left-hand side, and hopefully it wasn't an accident, because of course the last thing we need is obviously an incident that could potentially cause any further delays and possibly compromise whether or not we get this third Fiesta Junior race done. It might well be that if Archie Handy's car has gone off the road, it's gone straight off back into the into the paddock. And there is Archie Handy, he has pulled off the road. That's a real shame. He's having such a good weekend, and unfortunately that's his weekend done prematurely, so he's off the road. He's parked it well off the road, so I can't see, at a slow part of the circuit, so I can't see that being too much of a problem, I don't think. And I think he should be able to get away with that and just push that car into Parc Fermé to cause minimal to zero fuss. Saw there with the lead, it's a little wide for Thomas Jack Lee. There's Hadley Simpson running his own a bit at the moment, currently sat in 7th position. Well, no, make that 8th because he's lost a position to Lexi Belk, so Lexi's up to 7th now. But now Albert Webster, though, has got a chance to go for his first Fiesta Junior win here, but this man could cause a problem if he gets close. There's Sid Smith, and what that time is he doing as he comes up to the end of the second lap? This is the first proper flying lap. They'll get a judgment of pace. Across the line they go, Webster, Lee and Smith. Well, Webster's a 224.779, 225.0 for Lee, 224.8 for Smith. So there is a bit of a gap. There's 2.2 seconds to find for Sid Smith to try and get up to the back of these top two. But Webster was 2/10 quicker on that first proper, 3/10 quicker on that first proper flying lap. But he knows that Thomas is going to be all over him here. And yes, they're teammates, but they might be friends off the track. But on the road, Albert's just another rival to Thomas. And he will be looking for another race victory to try and extend his championship lead. And as much as he'd love to see Albert win a race, being his teammate, right now, ultimately, as a driver and a championship leader in his own right, he has to think about himself at this stage. And he's forcing Webster to go defensive as Thomas goes all down the outside line. Lee will try and get the switch back if he can, but Webster shows him the edge of the road, and that's a bit cheeky from Albert. But again, it's him trying to defend his position, so he's not simply just going to roll over and let him through because he's his teammate and the championship leader by chance. He wants this race win. He's been searching ever since he joined the championship. His first weekend of the championship at Cadwell Park back in 2020, he got a podium, and then since then he'd had some up and down fortunes in terms of pace as Lee runs a little bit wide exiting Oggies. And now he's with Race Car Consultants, one of the previous champion teams. He's got a real opportunity here, particularly this weekend. He's looked strong all weekend long through practice, through qualifying, and through these 2 races. And that little mistake there from Thomas Jatley just gives Albert a little bit of respite to try and create a small gap of about a couple more car lengths to try and give him a bit more comfort, because immediately under pressure, he is more likely to feel it and possibly make a mistake. A little wide on the exit of Nelson, but still keeping it relatively tidy. I'm keen to see Sid Smith's lap time this time by, because if he's able to hold on and start closing in on Thomas, that might well be an advantage to Albert out in front, because if Albert can hold on to this lead, and if he can go on to win his first Fiesta Junior race in his 3rd season, then it'll be quite a moment for them and the team, and of course his family. And I think indeed the whole paddock, because Albert, I think, genuinely is one of the much loved personnel within the paddock here in Fiesta Juniors, and he's known for being quite rapid at the best of times. And he's had many podiums. He's looked at his strongest this year, particularly joining David Elsley's team, and I think that if he can hold on for the next 7.5 minutes, he can do so. That's Jasmine Shaw off the road, I'm afraid. It looks like her car has pulled off with mechanical problems. So unfortunate for Jasmine, I'm afraid, but her car forcing her to retire early. Now, Lee getting back onto the rear bumper a little bit with Webster here. So, unfortunately, Jasmine Shaw out of the race, so we've got still 11 of our 13 competitors that started the race, because we had no starts for Luke Hilton or for the other car, Ben Moore. Now that's intriguing. Jasmine Shaw, whatever the problem was, she's got the car refired. She's obviously going to bring it into the pit lane to have a look. So she at least recovered the car that was down at Murray. It was down at Murray, so she's brought the car in. I don't think she went into the barriers anywhere, otherwise there'd be a bit more damage on that car. But I think it's more a case of she simply just pulled off the road with a mechanical issue, but she's managed to get it refired and get the car back into pit lane so that the 2010 squad can have a look at it and possibly get her back out if it's a quick fix. So through this infield section, Webb's pulled away ever so slightly now. So come onto the pit back straight once again. There is Sid Smith in 3rd place, looking for an opportunity to possibly make a move. We've also got Lucas Hayden in the pit lane as well, so he's also having problems in his Jam Sport scholarship car. There's Jasmine Shorts, whatever the issue was, she's been sent back out again. Possibly if the car has been... I think it could be potentially if she's possibly locked up and gone into the... just nerfed the barrier at Murray's. If she's then got the car restarted and brought it back into the pit lane just to have a very, very quick check to make sure the car is okay. They've given it a very quick glance at everything, and everything looks to be straight. So they've obviously given her a couple of taps of the roof, and away it goes again. Here's Lexi Bell, our other female racer in the pack, currently holding in 6th position, ahead of Hadley Simpson, again running in a very strong 7th. Here's George Foxlow. This is one of his strongest weekends so far. He's managed to find the groove, also running with Ali Rushforth Motorsport. And that car looking pretty well sorted in 5th place. That's the ex-Joel Wren car that's had some podiums and good success in the past couple of years, back in 2019 at one stage. So with the lead, well, across the line, there's actually been a change off camera. So Thomas Jack Lee has managed to just squeeze his nose in front ahead of Albert Webster by 74/1000 of a second. Now, whether or not that means he's managed to get through or not, it remains to be seen. We need to see our leaders, if we can, in a moment, because here goes that battle for 7th. But in terms of the leaders, we need to see if there has been a definitive change. The answer is, well, we're still looking at the battle for 6th and 7th at the moment between Lexi Belk and Hadley Simpson. Turning out of the hairpin. Hadley looking quite good in this first few corners. Right, back to our leaders. It has now changed, but Webster again is feeling like he doesn't want to just let Thomas get away again, because he knows so far he's had the best possible chance all weekend to win a Fiesta Junior race, and he will not let go of this unless he has no choice. If his pace starts fading, he will obviously be falling into the clutches of Sid Smith, but he knows he has to keep close to Thomas and try and find something. He goes for a big dive down the outside in towards Oggies, but he might get shown the edge of the road if he's not careful, but he's going to stay there around the outside line. He's got great grip round the outside. They're going to be side by side into Williams. Has he got the momentum? Can he go round the outside, can Albert Webster? Possibly. Got the grip momentum. It's the title line for Thomas Jack Lee. If you could pull this off, that would be a fantastic pass for Albert Webster. He's done that several times, of course, in the world of short ovals, where they do make lots of outside passes. Side by side. And he's, from his junior hot rod days, not one from his book of tricks from that class of racing. And he has got back through. Brilliant move from Albert Webster. And that all started back at Oggies. He went round the outside, had the grip to hold on past Thomas, and then got round the outside at Williams. But the key thing is look for the car behind them, because you see Sid Smith. He is now in 3rd place. He's closing back in because he knows these two are fighting. It gives him the best possible chance to get in amongst them. He knows that he hasn't got exactly the ultimate pace to catch up to these two, but he knows the harder they fight each other, the easier it is for him to get involved, and we could have a 3-way scrap for the lead. Is Sid Smith about to call? Oh, big bite over the curb there from Thomas Jack Lee, trying to really carry so much speed off the corner, and somehow he's got quicker off the corner than Albert Webster did, which is quite bizarre. Yeah, he really threw the car into the apex of Murray's corner, and now look, Sid Smith is in the tow here. 2 minutes 47, I'd say 2 laps to go here. 2 more laps for Albert Webster to hold on if he can. And his heart must be in his mouth at this point. So must be for Dean and Annabelle and everyone else in the Webster family. We're watching on tenterhooks for this. They'll be willing him on for this one because he knows he's that close to his first Fiesta Junior win. But here comes Thomas Jack Lee down the outside into the apex at Wilson. And here comes Sid Smith on the inside in 3rd place. We've got a 3-way fight for the Fiesta Junior victory. Fantastic stuff. If you're watching this as a young driver, a karter, a short oval racer in juniors, whether it's mini stocks or junior hot rods, if you're watching this and thinking this looks like fun, you can race one of these cars, either a Mark 6 or one of the brand new Mark 7s, next season by getting your racing licence from 14 years of age. A really close battle towards the end here. He's got about a lap and a half to go now, and Albert Webster is going to be defending for his life here. Out of Agostini. Sid Smith now just relying on the tow he gets from the 2 cars in front. All 3 together. Through Hamilton. Nice and tidy. Under brakes. Further back whilst that's calmed down for a bit. Here's a scrap going on again between Lexi Belk and Hadley Simpson. This is just still over 6th position. If Hadley get through, that'll certainly be quite potent, as now out of Williams' corner they go. And still, Webster holding off his teammate, with Sid Smith just keeping a watching brief behind. And he'll get a double tow for the 2 cars in front, and Lee will start to close in a little more. Remember, these 2 are teammates in 1st and 2nd, both from the same stable, both in the race car consultants awning. But of course, when it comes to race victories, they're only out there for themselves. Webster then turning his way through. Brandon Nelson, nice and tidy, but Lee's getting a little bit closer, just creeping up the back bumper of Webster once again. He knows there's an opportunity to try to possibly get through, and possibly Albert Webster might be about to start possibly the most nerve-wracking racing lap of his racing career, because he hasn't yet won a race in Fiesta Juniors. He has won, of course, and done pretty special things in junior hot rods at short ovals. The big sideways moment there for Thomas Jack Lee. The tiny bit wide for Albert Webster. Way off the road goes Sid Smith in his efforts to try and keep up with the top 2, but it hasn't happened. So on to the last lap, and the Webster family will have their hearts in their mouths for this one. More time around the 3-mile 300 circuit. Can Albert Webster hold on for his first ever Fiesta Junior victory? Here we go. Up towards Ritchie's. Lee gets close. Good momentum through Ritchie's corner. Is he going to challenge again down the outside towards the Wilson hairpin? Sid Smith will watch on in 3rd. Under brakes, they're possible. Look up the inside line for Thomas Jack Lee. Look up the inside. They almost make contact. They're both run wide. Sid Smith goes up the inside for 2nd place. And Thomas Jack Lee is through. Thomas Jack Lee is through on the Wilson hairpin on the last lap, but it might not be over yet, because we're still trying to get him back. He's also got to try and defend from Sid Smith here. But has Albert Webster cruelly just lost the lead on the last lap of the race? He's in the slipstream. He's got to defend from Sid Smith. He needs to rely on a mistake or a better run off the corner to get past Thomas Jack Lee if he can. He did it once going into Oggies all the way through to the complex. But he's just about seeing off Sid Smith here. Gets a decent run off the corner, heading up towards Hamilton, but now he's got Sid Smith trying to poke his nose up the inside for 2nd place. He darts back in, goes back to the racing line. Thomas Jack Lee now is half a lap away from completing a hat-trick here, but is he about to deny his teammate Albert Webster that first Fiesta Junior win once again? Will he have to wait for the next meeting at Cadwell Park? He runs wide on the exit of the corner. That might well just lose him 2nd place, that it has. Up into 2nd place he goes, tries to get the undercut on the exit. There's a little bit of contact. Can't quite get it stuck, and again he has to sit back in 3rd. Tiny bit of desperation sinking in now for Albert Webster. He's seen that race just fall away from him in the last lap. They're watching on the pit wall to see where he's coming through. They're listening to the circuit commentary, but meanwhile Thomas Jack Lee is away and gone, it seems as though, in the lead. Webster tries to come back around the outside. He's throwing caution as the wheel. He knows he has to. He's got no choice. Tries to get the undercut, forcing Smith to make a step. But on the curb, 2 wheels onto the air for Albert Webster. Goodness me. That was a full Gabriele Tarquini moment. Goodness me. Somehow he survived that one, but I think in his desperation to try and get back past again, he had to try something, thump the curb and put it up on 2 wheels. He was that close from going over. Meanwhile, up towards the final couple of the corners, it was a heroic effort for Albert Webster, but it will be his teammate and champion either Thomas Jack Lee who will come out of barriers at the final time. Webster will push as hard as he dares. He's rolled over the back of Sid Smith towards the line, but it will be a 3 out of 3 victory for Thomas Jack Lee, and Sid Smith will just hold on for Albert Webster. Checker flag in the air. It is 3 for 3 for Thomas Jack Lee, second for Sid Smith. And cruelly, Albert Webster again has to wait for his first Fiesta Junior win. He was 1 lap away. And while it will still be another podium finish, it won't make it any easier. 4th for Lewis Hodgin, 5th for George Foxlow, good top 5 for him. And then Hadley Simpson will come across the line. He beats Lexi Belk, so good stuff from him. He improves on his race 2 effort. 7th place for Belk, 8th for James Pope, 9th for Harry England in the Mark 7 Fiesta. And then 10th for Daniel Lewis, followed by 11th for Jasmine Shaw, after her off earlier on, and of course Lucas Hayden's been the pit lane for quite a while, and Archie Handy's car of course stopped up at the Agostini hairpin. I imagine that Richard will have a rather relieved Thomas Jack Lee, I suppose a rather relieved Sid Smith, and a rather dejected and gutted Albert Webster. He was that close, 1 lap away from getting his first Fiesta Junior victory, and just heading into the Wilson hairpin, that big dive up the inside is what did it, and that set the chain reaction off to him being under pressure from Sid Smith. That then saw Albert try to get back up there, and Albert tried everything he could to throw it back past Sid Smith, getting right up on 2 wheels over the curb. And for a moment, I thought we were going to see him go over again, but thankfully he didn't. And it was a full-on, if you ever watched British touring cars back in the early 90s, that moment at Gabriele Tarquini at Donington Park when he goes over the second curb at the Grand Prix section, and then just launches it onto 2 wheels, and somehow it doesn't go over, and that was very much how it reminded me of. That will be something that gets into the end of season montage, I'm pretty sure. So, as the cars head back into Parc Fermé, I know that I think Albert might take some comforting after that, but even so, I think he'll still have at least enjoyed the fact it was a really good, strong race, and he'll certainly be pleased with that one. Now, I imagine that we're going to have to get this ClubSport Trophy race coming up next underway fairly quickly, now that everyone's pretty much clearing off the circuit. As soon as the last car is off, which I think it is now, the ClubSport cars will be on, so we might only get time for a very quick brief interview with our top 3. We'll give you the results, I think, just very quickly then, if we have them on the screen. For the record on the screen, I've got Thomas Jack Lee, who wins, from Sid Smith in 2nd place, and then Albert Webster in 3rd, after leading for so long in that race and just losing out on the final lap. Then it's Lewis Hodgin in 4th place, followed by George Foxlow in 5th. And here come the results on the screen. Just as the ClubSport Trophy cars come out, it is Thomas Jack Lee who wins then, Sid Smith in 2nd place, Albert Webster 3rd, Lewis Hodgin 4th, George Foxlow 5th, and Hadley Simpson 6th from Lexi Belk. Then James Pope, Harry England, and Jasmine Shaw rounding out the top 10. And then it'll be 11th place for Harry England and co. So Daniel Lewis, Lucas Hayden, and Archie Handy. So we're going to very quickly throw across to Richard. We'll have a very brief chat with our top 3, but a breathless finish to that final race. Richard, how are they down there?
Thanks very much, Scott. Yeah, here's Thomas, who managed to drag him out of the car very quickly. Many congratulations. 3 out of 3. It didn't look like it was going to go that way, and you had to keep working.
Yeah, I had a few attempts, but that final move, I just kind of, it was the last lap, I was like, it's a kind of, it was going to work or it wasn't, and luckily it worked. We both came out. Unluckily, Albert lost the position to Sid, but it's still a good weekend for us and the team, I think.
You two-wheeled it at Murray's on one of the corners.
Yeah, we did. Well, Albert did as well. We noticed it. The curbs are massive here.
Well done on 3 wins. Sorry to cut you short, but we're going to have a quick word with Sid Smith. Sid, can we grab a quick word? Because we've not spoken to you all weekend. Sid Smith had to start off the back. Obviously, congratulations on P2 and coming through, obviously, in race 2 to get that position to get you towards this in race 3. First of all, going back to the exclusion, how hard does that hit you?
Yeah, so we unfortunately got hit with a safety infringement in qualifying, which, well, we didn't really know about, but a safety rule is a safety rule, and we respect that. But it was really hard coming from the back, especially with a 10-second delay in race 1 and 2, but we still managed to get a 7th and 5th. So I'm really happy with that. That's good points. And then I'm so happy with that result there, coming through from 5th and having a really good race with Albert and Tom. Really good. I'm really happy with that. Yeah.
It's been a good weekend. Well done, Sid. Thanks for chatting to us very, very quickly. And finally, we'll have a quick word with Albert Webster, who congratulates Sid. Well done. 3 really good podiums this weekend. Fastest lap, I think, in that one as well for you.
Not bad.
What happened on that last lap?
Well, Thomas made a dive on me up the insides. I moved out of the way of it so I didn't get hit. We made a bit of contact, what put him in front, Sid next to me, which then ruined the rest of my lap, which is really annoying because I was leading comfortably for most of it.
We thought it was going to be a first win, wasn't to be, but another day will be your day.
Hopefully.
It will be. Thanks for entertaining us this weekend, Albert. Well done. Congratulations, Albert Webster there. Obviously a little bit raw with that third place finish, but got the fastest lap. And Sid Smith second, and another win for Thomas Jack Lee. Let's go back now and look forward to our ClubSport Trophy race with Scott Woodwis.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, right on time. The 30-second board has just gone out, and as the car head off onto the formation lap, we do get our final race onto the formation lap for the BRSCC ClubSport Trophy, which has always been a sensation wherever it goes in the 2022 racing calendar. Here's the grid then, quickly writing it through. So it's Jasper Sapra in his bright blue BMW M3 in invitation class that will start on pole position. Alongside him, Kevin Talbot in a Honda Integra DC5. Row 2 is Paul Hinson in a BMW Compact and the bright green VW Scirocco of Feroz Bilamoria. Then Ollie Samways in his Toyota MR2 V6 Super GT Roadster on row 3 alongside the invitation class car of Malcolm Ash in his Caterham. Chris Maris and Jake Johnson in their Honda Civic Type R come next on the 4th row, alongside Thomas Smith in a Mark IV Clio Cup car. Good to see that on the grid. Then Jeremy Crook in his Honda Civic, and Brian Chandler at BRSCC Storwood in his Mark IV Mazda MX-5. Martin Cully in his bright yellow Seat Leon Cupra R starts on row 6 alongside Daniel Sylvester in his Toyota MR2. Then Stuart Kilroy, always a regular in these races, in his 207 GTI alongside David Weinberg in the BMW Z4. Wiggins and Hyde in the Mazda MX-5 alongside the Adcox in a BMW Compact. And it's on to row 9 where we see the Butterworths in their Clio 172. Good to see them back on the grid. And Robin Lee in the Jamsport entered Clio 172. That was in the barriers at qualifying, but so hopefully we'll see that on the grid after it got repaired. The Tunbridge and Sawyer MX-5 comes next. Nick Dougal in the Sol Mazda 2 on the grid. And then the back of the grid is Colin Whitehouse in his BMW E36. And the Coins, who hopefully will get that car on the grid. It's another Toyota MR2 after they had that fire in the pit lane, which hopefully will allow them to... they've managed to put it out and get the car fixed. They can get it on to race once again. So, ClubSport Trophy, for those who haven't watched it before, it's a 45-minute mini-endurance pit stop race. So, all the cars here, apart from 1 and 2 in the invitation class, have a maximum power to weight ratio of 235 brake horsepower per tonne. It's split into 5 classes, all based on power to weight ratio. You have to have a minimum pit stop time of 2 minutes whenever you make your pit stop within the pit window when it opens, and then you also can run either solo or run with a second driver if you so wish. And it's pretty much an all-comers type race where you get all sorts of different cars entering in the ClubSport Trophy. As you can see, there's all sorts of mixtures. Regular cars you find here, BMWs, Honda Civics, Mazda MX-5s, occasional Ford Fiestas. You also get in there a few Toyota MR2s, some VW Golfs, all sorts of different mixtures of cars. Of course, you get some extra unique cars thrown in, like some Seat Leons. You've also got the Caterham in the invitation class, and bigger cars that can fit in but are running on different tyres. So for example, you have to run list 1A, 1B or 1C tyres, but if you want to run on slicks you can, but you have to run in the invitation class, and that means any invitation class cars don't get classed as the winner in inverted commas because they might win on the road, but the actual recognised winner of the ClubSport Trophy race is the first car up past the post that has a that is in part of one of the 5 classes within the structure, whether it's A, B, C, D or E. So in any case, for example, if the race order were to stay exactly as it was from race number 1, so from qualifying, then Jasper Sapro, even though he would win on the road, the actual declared winner of the ClubSport Trophy would actually be Kevin Talbot in his Honda Integra. Now, speaking of Jasper Sapro, what's happened to the BMW? Because it's either coming to the pit lane or it's coming to the pit lane. So a problem for Jasper Sapro, he'll have to start from the pit lane, it seems. So all on his own, and problems on the end, the bonnet is up on that car, so whether or not if Rich is down there to find out what the problem might be, unless it seems as though it's all okay again. So quick check under the bonnet. He will start from the pit lane, it seems, but a bit of an extra challenge for him to start from the pit lane, which means he'll have to go once everyone else has crossed the essentially got through the end of the pit straight through the first corner. So on his own then, inheriting pole position is Kevin Talbot in the Honda Integra. Watch out for Paul Hinson's BMW Compact, as well as Feroz Bilamore's VW Scirocco, and also Ollie Samways in his Toyota MR2, and the Caterham, of course, of Malcolm Ash as well. I suspect because we are now, we've got less than 40 minutes to go, they might possibly flag this early, given they have to get inside the curfew. But we'll see how the race plays out. Nonetheless, here we go then for 45, possibly 45 minutes or less of ClubSport Trophy action here. Kevin Talbot on his own on the front row of the grid in the Honda Integra. Then it's the VW Scirocco, a BMW Compact, plus a Toyota MR2 and the Caterham. Here we go, 45 minutes, a great start initially for Ollie Samways for the Toyota, firing it off the line, as is also Feroz Bilamoria in the VW Scirocco. Down towards turn 1, Samways leads in towards Ritchie's for the first time. Bilamore's up to second place and Hinton up the inside of Talbot for third place. There's the Caterham around the outside of the Marison Johnson car, and also we've got one of the Fiestas in the field as well. One or two Fiestas joining on the back of them as well. As they come into the complex for the first time, whoops, the Malcolm Ash Caterham goes quite wide through the apex of the corner. We have got one or two Fiestas joining in. Didn't have them on the qualifying sheet, so I'll quickly bring up the grid to find out who they are. I think one of those cars is Jamie and Daniel Going, and the other one is, I believe, has Antwater Neils as part of its driving strength. Let's have a look on the grid. We're not showing on the grid, so they've lined up and not been recognised as, must be late entries to that one. I'll look at the notice board in a second to find out. Now those Fiestas, they go either side of the Clear Cup car. Those Fiestas, again, will also be in invitation class because they'll also be running on the Goodyear slicks that they run in that championship. So again, even if they win the race outright, they will not be classed as the overall winners. And there you can see as well, in the middle of the pack, charging his way through like a hot knife through butter, is Jasper Sapra in the bright blue BMW, not wasting any time at all to get himself back towards the front. So Bilamoria leads then, Hinton second, Samways third, Talbot, then the Marison Johnson Civic, then the first, that's Daniel Sylvester, I think, in the MR2. Down the back straight they go for the first time. Now they have shortened the race. They could look, it's 35 minutes rather than 45. So a change of race length then, unsurprisingly, because of course they have to get in within the curfew. Now under brakes, and Hinton then just about holds on for second place. Samways did try and make a move there, but he has to try and hold as much as he could. And the slick-shod cars are quickly carving their way through. You can see there's the Jazz Sapra BMW on the back of Jeremy Crook's Honda Civic. He runs a little bit wide. And then as Bilamoria makes his way around through Murray's for the first time, he's going to be heading the way up towards the end of lap number 1. So it'll be the VW Scirocco that leads the way onto the start of lap number 2. And there goes Jazz Sapra past the Martin Cully Seat Leon. Bilamoria leads the opening lap, followed by Hinton second place, Samways third, Talbot fourth, Marison Johnson the Civic of fifth, Daniel Sylvester is sixth. You've got the Malcolm Ash car in there as well. And then Antwater Neils, it looks like he's in the 127 car. So he started that car and already carving his way through. So Antwater Neils, of course, former Clear Cup racer, BTCC racer, and now currently racing for Jam Sport in the TCR UK Championship at the wheel of a Subaru Impreza TCR. Subaru WRX, to give it its proper name. So as we now watch the cars head round for their second lap, the other car is, I do believe, if I look at my timing screen, let's have a quick look. The other Ford Fiesta ST240 doesn't look like it's shown up on the timing screen just yet, but it definitely is in there in the order. In fact, it's just there, just behind the Jazz Sapra BMW. So it's probably just not showed up yet, and the transponder's been a bit late, I think. So we have got all 5 classes represented, classes A, B, C, D, and E. So Feroz Bilamoria's Scirocco, of course, leading the opening lap in Class A. Class B is currently being led on the opening lap by the Marison Johnson Honda Civic. And then you have in Class C lead the Sylvester Toyota MR2. Class D is being led by the Butterworths in their Clio 172. And then Nick Dougal in one of the 2 Class E cars leads the way in that class in his Mazda 2. There goes Jazz Sapra, who is not totally carving his way through, but he's managed to pick up at least half the field in this first lap and a half or so. He's being followed, or was trying to follow the progress of Antwater Neils. He's going up inside of the Marison Johnson Civics. That'll be him up into 5th place overall. But if you want to count actual proper drivers in there, then you... Sorry, proper cars that are designated to their class, then you have to look at the leading car being Feroz Bilamoria. carving his way through as if it's not even there, goes Jazz Sapra doing his way through. Now, car 46 is showing as being unknown, but I know, having seen the entry for that, that is Jamie and Daniel going. So which of the two goings is in the car, we don't know quite yet, but we know that Ant Wharton Eels is at the wheel of the ST240 Turbo. I think it might be him solo, so if he is running solo, be a good run out for him. Some extra track time ahead of his next rounds in TCR UK. The Jazz Sapra BMW now up to 4th place now. His next target is going to be the battle for 2nd, as he's right on the tail of both the BMW and the Honda, the Compact and the Integra. Now under big pressure from Sapra in 4th place. As I say, slightly shortened ClubSport Trophy race. We'd normally run over 45 minutes, but because of the time constraints, we've had to shorten it to 35 minutes. Whether or not they'll get the time back going forwards, I'm sure they'll have to let us know. But as they now watch here, that's Kevin Talbot with a big dive up the inside, up into Agostini hairpin, caught Paul Hinson completely off guard, and Paul Hinson tried to squeeze him out, saying, no, I'm not going to let you through, let's see if we can hold on to this. And here goes Jazz Sapra, getting past both of them in one move. Out of the way, boys, I'm charging through, he says. So from 4th to 2nd he goes, and there goes Paul Hinson, remember me, up the inside. Almost a bit of contact, but he manages to get it anchored up on the curb and just about holds on. So, still Billamoria leads then, but Sapra's pace is some 4 seconds quicker at least than anyone else out there. So, not surprised given he's in the invitation class on slicks. And so his next task will be to charge after Billamoria now and take the overall lead. And again, we remind you, in the any invitation class cars will not be counted, recognised, if you see what I mean, as the overall race winner. So any social media posts that go out alongside, even though the timing screen will say that they won the race on the road invitation class, the actual winner of the ClubSport Trophy race is anyone who's the highest placed finisher from any of the 5 classes within ClubSport Trophy, either A, B, C, D or E. So for example, if Jasper Sapra does get to the lead now, but Billamoria stays 2nd, he'll be recognised as the ClubSport Trophy winner because he is the first of the class-eligible cars to cross the line and take the checkered flag. There goes Paul Hinson, who has managed to get around Kevin Talbot's Honda Integra. Saw that car at Alton Parks. Good to see Talbot back out again. And Jazz Sapra, as you expect, has not only just passed Billamoria VW Golf in quick succession, Scirocco in quick succession, but it's also, of course, set the fastest lap of the race and charged away round the outside to repass Paul Hinson. Looks Kevin Talbot. Good battle developing here early stages. There goes Jasper Sapra. Probably the last time we'll see that for a while as it goes to disappear up the road. Meanwhile, these two are having a really good battle here for 3rd and 4th position on the road. Ollie Samways is back in 5th, and he's having a good scrap also with Ant Wharton Eels in the ST240 Turbo. That's the car which was in the hands of Marlo Cordell throughout today's racing in the Fiesta Championship. And then Jamie Going is making good progress too in his ST240. He is in 8th place. It looks like he's solo in that car as well. So it's just Jamie Going and, by the looks of it, Ant Wharton Eels who are racing a car apiece this weekend in this race. Marison Johnson's Civic is in between the two ST240s. Although I say that, now Wharton Eels has completed the pass on 5th place man Ollie Samways in the Toyota MR2 V6 Roadster. So out of Oggies and in towards Williams again. This is the 4th lap of this race. I'll keep an eye when they're going to open the pit window, because I imagine it won't be very long until they open the pit window. And if it is a pit window, it'll be quite a short one, which means it'll be quite a busy pit lane here at Snetterton, given it's a slightly reduced time in the race. Quick update on class leaders. Still, of course, Jasper Sapra being invitation class leader. Feroz Billamoria is still 2nd overall and leading Class A. Class B is being led by the Marison Johnson Honda Civic still in 7th place overall. 9th place overall and leading Class C is the Sylvester Toyota MR2. And then Class D lead is still the Butterworths in the Clio in 19th overall, and then in 21st place leading Class... no, not anymore, they're not. I thought it was the Nick Dougal and the Mazda 2, but it's not. It's in fact actually the Adcox and the BMW Compact that are leading. Change of position. That is Jamie Going making a move on the Marison Johnson Honda Civic. So through it goes into... well, that will be 7th place. And... ooh, has the Sapra cut... either there's a transponder problem or Jasper Sapra's had a problem, because it's gone tumbling down the timing screen, not showing he's come past. Ah, yes, he has now. So bit of a transponder glitch, the glitch there, and wouldn't you know it, he pops back into the time. Probably thought, is that really the time he set? But it took a while to check it because it was a 2 minutes 5.952. So that was the fastest lap of the race, of course, so far, as you'd imagine. And Antwater Niels also pops in as well, 5th, of course, the 2nd invitation class. So in through the hairpin. Good battle, good little battle for developing here. Look, we've got the Seat Leon of Martin Cully. He was we've won this for a couple of races so far this year, but he's was also here at Snetterton earlier in April. You got the proper Renault Clio Cup car, the proper Renault Clio Cup UK X race car there in the field. That is Thomas Smith, and he's got that car working nicely. They're all chasing down the Dan Sylvester Toyota MR2. Also in there too is the Caterham, the Malcolm Ash car, which is running in invitation class. Just behind them, who have we got? It should be Jeremy Crook. It is. There he is, Jeremy Crook, former Mazda racer. Of course, picked up the Honda Civics. He's been doing some endurance racing either solo or with his regular co-driver Alec Livesley. It was one of the few cars which took part in the first of the season race for the BRSCC Supersport Endurance Cup, which is kind of like the bigger brother to this series, where it's slightly longer races. That car also competed in it too. That's Brian Chandler, former Mazda MX-5 Championship champion back in 2015. Of course, runs a very successful team of Mazda MX-5s and other cars for his BC Cars Motorsport outfit. He's out in that incredibly striking and unmissable chrome, purple and silver Mark IV MX-5. As Jasper Sapra sets another new fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 5.904 to lower the time ever so slightly. So good consistency from Jasper up at the front. I'm just keeping an eye on the race control messages to see when pit lane's going to be opened. I would imagine possibly maybe after 15 minutes possibly. So possibly when we get to 20 minutes left to go, they might well open the pit window. Then it'll be about roughly a 10-minute pit window, I would imagine. It typically is in ClubSport Trophy. And there's the final sprint for the last, 10 minutes or so. Still, this battle rages between the very powerful BMW Compactor, Paul Hinson with a little front splitter on the front bumper, and Kevin Talbot in the Integra Type R. And Orton Eels in car 127 is in 5th place still. And actually, it's not Jebby going. It's actually I think it's Daniel going. I think it is, or David going, or the other going sibling in the JAMSport team is actually running the 46 car. So he's still running that car. Lock up there from Paul Hinson, trying to defend from Kevin Talbot. It's quite a well-sorted car, that Integra. Good to have it on the grid. As I say, did its first ClubSport Trophy race ever, I think it was ever, in Alton Park. First ever visit for ClubSport Trophy at Alton Park this year. Good to see a nice, well-turned-out grid for them. And here's this battle that continues to go on. Martin Cully's got past the Dan Sylvester Toyota MR2. Then we've got Thomas Smith in the Clio, or Tom Smith in the Clio, followed by the Malcolm Ash Caterham, then Jeremy Crook, and then Brian Chandler. That might be a nice little midfield battle going on. There's Feroz Bithermoy putting a lap on, I think that's the White House BMW, which is all the way back, running in 22nd and last position. So White House there running his own race and taking his time. Not taking his time. Looks to be this pair of, it looks to be Paul Hinson trying to get away from Kevin Talbot. And meanwhile, we see here Daniel going, chasing the back end of Ollie Soundways. Good to see Ollie back on the grid as well. He's also a regular in this series with the Toyota MR2. It was built, if I'm correct, to what they call the Super GT regulations, not the Japanese GT series, but there was a class in the Toyota MR2 Championship called Super GT, and it was one of those cars that was built to that regulations, but of course that class is now sadly no more, and because of that, that car became available on the market, and Ollie's now taken to using it in endurance races, or kind of 45-minute sort of mini endurance races, or pit stop races, so to speak. And that car's had a couple of wins outright in ClubSport Trophy before. There goes Antwater Niels. Very used to, of course, front-wheel drive, having raced, of course, Clios and been successful there, and raced the British Touring Car Championship, and of course, racing in TCR UK with that Subaru WRX TCR. Still finding one or two teething troubles with that car, from what I can see from the coverage I've watched, but certainly finding a bit of pace whenever there's a circuit that it seems to enjoy. So, for the record, Jazz Sapra's lead is now out to 25 seconds over Feroz Bithermoy. And I think we can, for the first time in this race, we can hand down to Richard, who's down in pit lane. Richard, what have you got?
Yeah, thanks very much. I've got brilliant news that we've got Ant Waterhill's with us here. So it's Marlowe's in the car, is that right?
Yeah, Marlowe's been working, well, I've been working with Marlowe all weekend in Fiesta Seniors. We decided to have a go at this at the end of the day, if the cars were in one piece, which they are. So yeah, Marlowe's doing the first half and I'm going to jump in and just have a bit of fun really, have a pound round.
I don't blame you. It keeps your race ready?
Yeah, I mean, I've planned it well really, because we're only running on the one set of tyres. So if I'm not as fast as Marlowe, I can blame the tyres at the end, can't I?
And always ready with it. Good to see you. Good luck for your stint. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Thanks. Back to you, guys. Back to you in the commentary box, Scott.
Richard, so TSL was hoodwinking us there. We thought it was Ant Waterhills. It's not. It's Marlowe Cordell in that car. So at the moment, but Ant Waterhills will be taking over in that car when he jumps in. So I suspect it is, I think, both Daniel and Jamie going. But I think what's happening with the timing screen is it's only showing that there's one driver racing that car. It's not like how we have in the C1 Racing Club where you have like a sensor or some kind of a hue tag where it tracks whoever's in the car and goes out. Simply, I think the entry's been put in with primarily Ant Waterhills and Daniel Going's name's on it, so therefore that's who is being shown as being in the pit lane. Now then, the pit window is now open, which means that cars can start to make pit stops. I think that it was with 20 minutes to go, so has literally just opened. And so the first pit caller is the Butterworths in their Clio 172, currently sat second in Class D. So one it's Craig and Gary Butterworth, I think. So it's one Butterworth gets out, another Butterworth gets in his place. Just doing the belts up, and there is a bit of a fine art to try and get into a pit stop down to 2 minutes, and that includes from pit in to pit out. So not the length of the pit stop staying stationary, it's when you cross the pit in line, the pit lane speed limit line, all the way through to when you get to the pit exit line, and you have to try and time it nicely. Into the pit lane has come the 46 invitation class Fiesta ST 240, and that will be, I think, if it is Daniel going handing over to Jamie. Or maybe it's Jamie handing over to Daniel. Again, maybe some slight confusion on the timing screen. No, it is Jamie getting out. So Jamie gets out, Daniel gets in. And these are the only... and also Brian Chandler is in for his pit stop, running solo in the Mark IV MX-5. So he's got his pit stop to conclude as well. So 3 cars in from the pit stop sequence. Watching here, Martin Cully, who's just lost 8th place to the Malcolm Ash Caterham. 2 very different cars that you could not find anywhere else. The Seat Leon versus the Caterham. And Cully forcing the issue, going up the inside to allow Ash to give him the room. But the Caterham, of course, with better grip around the corners, arguably, is holding on around the outside, and it can do that, which is quite key. There's Brian Chandler, parked at a 45-degree angle. And also in the background, I can see is the David Weinberg car. That's the Weinberg BMW Z4 that's been in a couple of ClubSport races as well. Good to see a lot of regular cars competing in the series. A lot of drivers do come back and have a go and get involved, and it's good to see that they do come on kind of regular basis. It is, of course, only a series, but therefore you get drivers who do like the format and like the paddock and like the way that the series works, that they do tend to come back on the regular and compete in a lot of the races. So nice to see some regular drivers consistently coming back. No matter where the ClubSport Trophy is, they'll always come back and support it because it's such a nice format of racing that they enjoy to have. Saw the Adcocks in their BMW. That's the Class E leading compact, so that car's coming in for its scheduled stop. And again, one Adcock will get out, one Adcock will take its place. Here's an interesting square up. Civic Cup car versus Clio Cup car. And I'm intrigued to see also how the Fiesta stacks up against that Clio Cup car as well. So far, it seems to be beating it at the moment, so good pace. Now then, in comes Marlowe Cordell. He pulls the car in to hand over to Ant Waterhills. So, scrap everything I said about Ant Waterhills driving the car at the start. It's simply going by what the timing screen was telling us, and it is, in fact, Marlowe Cordell at the wheel as Brian Chandler rejoins the track and completes his mandatory pit stop, and he will carry on. See how high he can climb. Just Nick Dougal there in the Mazda 2 was going through shot. Meanwhile, this battle's still going on between Hinson and Talbot. Hinson getting another lock up into Agostini, just shows how hard he's pushing. And the Billamoria car has... Is he coming to the pit lane? Yes, he has. Yes, the Firmo's Billamoria car is into pit lane. So that is making its mandatory stop. So is Jeremy Crook in the Honda Civic. There is the Cordell and Waterhills car. And we're waiting for another car to make it come into the pit lane. And this is that's the White House BMW. Ooh, and that's been quite precarious. I think that's come in just... It's come in just as the Adcock car's trying to leave. and I think I'm not quite sure why it's almost forced the Adcock cars to move out of the way, which is a bit rude. But here's a 65 car, one of the MX-5s, the Wiggins and Hyde MX-5 with the hard top on the roof. Here's Hinson and Talbot still together as they come up towards the bomb hole for the 9th time. And a few more pit stops being made. As I say, it's Billamoria, Waterneals, Crook, the Billamoria Volkswagen, the Waterneals and Cordell Fiesta, the Crook Honda Civic, the Wiggins and Hyde MX-5, which you've seen in the pit lane. A few more pit stops being made. And Paul Hinson decides to abandon the battle for second place out of the legal class car, shall we say. Not that the invitation cars are illegal, but you see what I mean. The cars that conform to the regulations are not invitation. And he is coming in for his mandatory pit stop. See if he can get a bit of an undercut on Talbot. Ollie Sandways has gone past the pits. Into the pit lane also comes the 114. That's the Tunbridge and Sawyer MX-5. And yeah, the White House BMW also going out as well. Also into is the Marison Johnson Honda Civic from what was 5th position. So a few pit stops being made in a flourish. There's Billamoria back out on track. I believe that's a VW Cup spec, or an ex-VW Cup spec Scirocco, so quite a decent car underneath him. There is, I think that's Jake Johnson, who is just jumping into the car, taking over from Chris Maris. And the Martin Cully Seat is just there to the left-hand side into the pit lane too. He's making his mandatory pit stop. Martin Cully with the distinctive open-faced helmet, so you get to see plenty of his expressions behind the wheel when he's driving. But again, becoming a regular supporter of ClubSport, good to see him. And the Hinson BMW pit stop is just going on. We see there just to check some tyre pressures for the Seat. Still 13.5 minutes to go. I think we're going to get possibly another, 3.5 minutes or so with the pit window. And then a 10-minute sprint to the end after all the pit stops were shaken out. So at the moment, even though, yes, Jasper Sapra is in the invitation class, leading the race, he's in the invitation class, of course, so it means that essentially the winner, in inverted commas, at least it is the recognised winner of the race, outside what it says on the timing screen, is going to be, at the moment, Kevin Talbot in the Honda Integra, but that all depends on how well his mandatory pit stop goes, and if he can possibly beat Paul Hinson. So out goes Paul Hinson leaving now. Yes, it is. Paul Hinson leaving now. So 2 minutes done. He comes back out. Is it ahead of Billamoria? It is. So that's interesting. So Billamoria has been leapfrogged here by the Paul Hinson BMW, which is quite a turn up for the books. And these two cars are in the same class. So this is for essentially in many cases not just the recognised overall lead of the ClubSport Trophy outside the invitation class, but also for the Class A lead. And up the inside with the superior power off the corner goes Billamoria, and Hinson will fight back. But he realises that he was going to try and do that. It was always going to end up to be some kind of an accident. So in that interest, he sits back and realises maybe my fight's not with the VW, it's with the Integra instead. Now Talbot hasn't pitted yet, but I imagine he will do possibly this time by. There's only about 2 minutes left to go. The Ollie Samways Toyota is in. There it is, making its mandatory 2-minute pit stop. Quick check of the tyre pressures. Have a quick chat with the driver. Some feedback on how the car's feeling. There goes another MR2 in the pit lane. That's the Daniel Sylvester car that's been in. I think also the Stuart Kilroy car is leaving pit lane, which it is. There's the Malcolm Ash Caterham that has come in from what was 4th at that point, but of course it will go down the timing order once its pit stop is complete. And here's Jazz Sapra as well. He's coming in to make his mandatory pit stop. He's left it right to the end of the mandatory window in order to make it happen. Meanwhile, these two aren't finished, actually. I thought that the Billamoria Scirocco would pull away, but not so. It looks like, in fact, that Paul Hinson has got a bit of a second wind after his pit stop. And the fact that he's managed to keep with the Scirocco is maybe a good omen for him. Now, here comes the Kevin Talbot car. That's practically a lap ahead at this point in time. However, of course, it has to pit in this time by, otherwise it will get a penalty for pitting outside the window. It goes past the Adcocks and their BMW Compact. So I'm almost certain that he will come in this time by. These two are still nose to tail. Again, remember, once this all shakes out, it will technically be for the lead unless Ollie Sandways can leapfrog them in the pit stops. I don't think he can. I don't think that car's left yet. And they might get past Jasper Sapra as well, unless they're probably a lap behind. Yes, they are. So technically they're a lap behind or so as Jasper Sapra makes his pit stop. And Kevin Talbot, does he... No, he's carried on. So Kevin Talbot, oh dear, I think he might well get a penalty for that, because if the pit window closes in about 10 seconds, which I'll see if it does on the timing screen, that might be a penalty for Kevin Talbot. There goes to Malcolm Ash Caterham. 3, 2, 1 and 0. And okay, it still says pit window opens. Maybe they've extended it a bit, so it makes it a little bit longer. So it looks as though anyway that possibly the pit window might well be okay for him. So I anticipated it might have been a 10-minute pit window. Maybe it was a 12-minute pit window as a result of that. Now here's a bit of inter-squabbling between these cars. They've been battling all race so far as we go see, oh, Jeremy Crook! Oh, goodness me, that was so close to the Caterham. The trouble with the Caterham is it's such a low-down car that you don't know exactly where it is when you're going past it, but that was close for Jeremy and close for Malcolm as well. I'm sure it'd be a bit of gesticulation for Malcolm on that one, but in fairness to Jeremy, of course, he was carrying momentum through the corners, therefore he can only see what he can see, but ultimately the Caterham would have been right there to his right-hand side, so that was awfully close. Samway, as the Jasper Sapra BMW in the background outside my commentary box window, heads back out of the pits after its mandatory stop is completed. The only car left to make a pit stop, quite literally, is the Kevin Talbot Honda Integra. Pit window's still open, so maybe for another year or so. Whoops! And that's Malcolm Ash off the road. Now, that was quite crucial, and he comes back on the road just in front of rather bemused, or just behind a rather bemused, Brian Chandler. Lights ablaze on the Honda Civic. Honda Integra. It's been a long day. I'm misnaming Hondas now. Honda Integra here of Kevin Talbot. But I imagine he will have to pit this time. I imagine if it's like a 12-minute pit window, he might well get away with it. So out through Coram into Murray's. Now let's see, does he pit this time? Does he stay to the right-hand side? He does not. No, he doesn't. He goes back on for another lap. So that's confusing. That's quite odd. But let's see. Does the pit window close this time by? Let's have a look on the timing screen. No, it stayed open for another minute, so you might be okay for another minute or two. So I think we can hand down to Richard, actually. He's got more interviews down in the pit lane. Richard, down to you.
Thanks very much, Scott. Jamie going with me. Jamie, obviously you're a big part of the BRSCC family, and great to see you out in the ClubSport Trophy races. How was your stint?
It was really good. We decided that me and my son was going to do it, so Daniel works in the team now and he runs most of the cars and preps them, so a bit of a father-son end of day race. So we've done the 240s today. And it's quite nice that we could just go and do this together. Also with Marlo, who races in the 240s, he's managed to do it at Walton Hills as well. So it's a bit of a, we all go out and have a bit of fun. So me and Marlo started, we didn't qualify, so we decided to start from the back of the grid. And it was great fun, yeah, tussling through from the back. I think we got up to like 8th and 6th, I think, in one lap. So yeah, it was real good fun. I enjoyed it.
Well, it's great to see you out there, and a good nice end to the weekend.
Definitely.
Okay, thanks for chatting to us very much. So that's Jamie going there, as I say, big part of the BRSCC family with the Fiestas. Let's go back to Scott Woodwist for the remainder of the race.
Correct myself again, it's not the first time I've mislabelled family members in the racing team. So, of course, Daniel Going is Jamie's son, not his brother. So I'll correct that right now. Apologies for that. So, 6 3/4 minutes to go. Still this battle between Billamoria and Hinton going on, although Billamoria has pulled away in the car. And just behind them, almost a practical lap ahead of them, is there the Kevin Talbot car. Now, I have to admit, I didn't see exactly where the pit window, how long it's going to be, whether it's still 15 minutes, whether it's only 14. But the pit window is still showing as being open, so this is intriguing. I presume that if Kevin Talbot is going to pit, he'll do it. But whether it's going to close with 5 minutes to go, which is quite late in the day. But then again, I guess with the pit window closing that long, I think after the first 15 minutes or so, or after 20 minutes to go, it goes until from 15 minutes to go until 15 minutes left. So we'll wait and see. Anyway, into the pit lane does come now. So into the pit lane does come the Kevin Talbot Integra. He decided now's the time to make it happen. And then he's the last car to make his mandatory pit stop. Now, the gap between them, of course, Jaffa Sapra will go through anyway, but the gap between them at the moment was 1 minute 59.991, and then it was Hinson was at 2 minutes 1 behind him. So, given the fact that it's 2 minutes pit in to pit out, and the gap when he comes in is pretty much exactly 2 minutes. Interesting. That'll be quite a close one coming out from. We could get quite a tight three-way fight for the lead. This is going to be very, very close indeed. It depends on how quickly Billamore can lap here. Now, bear in mind, Talbot actually on the last lap was half a second quicker than both Billamore and 8/10 quicker than Hinson. So perhaps it's going to be very touch and go for this one. Very, very close between the Integra, the Scirocco, and also with the BMW. Hinson can get back onto the tail of Billamore at the end. We could get quite a strong three-way fight for the ClubSport Trophy victory away from the invitation class cars. So everyone else has made their mandatory pit stops, and as we anticipate the release of the Kevin Talbot Integra, Jaffa Sapra comes in at 2 minutes 4.9 to further
the aerials over there, so we can't,
this ClubSport Trophy race. Pit window has now closed, but of course I think if any cars are making their pit stops whilst it closes, you're allowed to finish them because you pitted when it was still open, so I think that's acceptable. Now here's the key thing. This is now Billamore and Hinson heading up through Brundle and Nelson. How close are they going to be, or how close in turn is Talbot going to be when he exits the pit lane? It's all down to exactly when he exits and when he gets to the end of the pit lane, when that pit lane stops. So heading through Coram, he's got quite a way to go down the pit lane on the speed limiter. Here comes Billamore, and of course it's going to be touch and go to see where he comes out. So up through Coram into Murray's. I guess we need to see exactly where the Talbot car is. Hinson's back in the mix there too. They're quite close. Now here's the key thing. Where is Talbot? Where is he? Down the pit straight they come. And has Talbot left? He's not left the pit lane yet, so he's going to be quite a few seconds away. There goes Billamore and Hinson, and no sign of the Integra just yet. I'm going to look at my commentary box window, and it still hasn't left yet, so it leaves now, but it's several seconds back. So Kevin Talbot then tries to leave it late, but didn't have it the ultimate pace to try and hold on to the victory. So out he goes, and he'll stay in. Well, it was going to be third. It might be fourth actually out of the regular class cars. So there goes Ollie Samway. So from the lead down to fourth goes Kevin Talbot as Ollie Samway sweeps around the outside. He's got Ant Water-Niels in the Fiesta, and it is actually Ant this time. Of course, it was Marlon Coyle who started the car, and also we had Jamie going starting the number 46 Fiesta, and then we had his son Daniel getting in to do the second stint. Whoops, that's not quite how Paul Hinson wants to try and make up positions. Now remember, of course, given that Jasper Sapra is the invitation car, in terms of the recognised winner of a ClubSport Trophy race, this is the fight for the lead. And Paul Hinson making mistakes like that's not really going to help too much. So Jasper Sapra, though, continues on. He heads across the line. He'll start his second to last lap. So we're going to get, I think, 2 more laps in this because it's based on when the leader crosses the start and finish line. Sapra goes through. He's completed 14 laps onto lap 15. This shortened ClubSport Trophy race because we had one or two incidents throughout the day that would cause some couple of red flags and subsequently some barrier repairs as a result of that. It's been unfortunate, but this is the case. That is just part of motor racing, and again, I'm sure if there's an opportunity where possible, if it's possible, that the lost 10 minutes may or may not, depending on how the BRSCC could fit it into, whether it's an extension of a qualifying session or so, that whether or not there's any potential at all to be able to hold on to get that extra 10 minutes back at a later date in the event. Now that's a change for third technically in the ClubSport Trophy result, if you see what I mean, outside the invitation cars. That was Talbot getting back past Samways to essentially mean that nothing changes on the timing string, because before it was showing Talbot in 4th overall and Samways 5th overall, and it was going to be the opposite had Samway stayed ahead, but Talbot managed to get back past him in through Brundle and Nelson. So we're going to have 2 more laps to go because, of course, the Jasper Sapra car has already made its way through past the pits about roughly, well, it was about a minute ago or so. It was about a minute ahead of this battle. Billamore is getting stuck behind a back marker as we look now to the Jazz Sapra BMW. He's coming up to put a lap on the Butterworths in their Clio. Quick check on the class leaders then. So Billamore leads Class A. In second, of course, Paul Hinson all over him, of course. They're getting back around the David Weinberg BMW Z4. Chris Maris in Class B. leads that category in 6th overall. Jeremy Crook leads Class C. He's on course for a possible class victory. We're good to see Jeremy get a pot for his troubles. And then Class D is good with the Butterworths in their Clio, who of course will be very happy with a success there. And the Adcocks and the BMW Compact look as though they're going to take Class E as well, which is looking good for them. So, looks like we're on to the last lap now for Jazz Sapra. He's crossed the line, and he's got crossed the line with roughly around about 35 seconds to go. So, the Bilimoria and Hinson fight will go on to one more lap, it seems. And Hinson, looking at their lap times, they're very sort of back and forth. The last lap for Bilimoria was a personal best. It was a 2:12.7 compared to a 2:13.6 for Paul Hinson in 3rd place. He's quite close. Whoa, big sideways moment for Paul Hinson. You can tell he's pushing. Big sideways moment, getting very leery on the exit of the right-hander at Nelson, and again just tweaking away at the steering wheel as he got a little sideways through the bomb hole. As they come in through the right-hander at Coram. We've got just a couple of minutes left until the circuit curfew cuts in 8th at 6:30, but of course, as we're live streaming rather than the circuit commentary, we should be able to carry on for as long as we need to get the reactions from our class winners. So on to the last lap go our essentially main ClubSport Trophy leaders, as Jazz Sapper will carry on in the BMW and take the on-the-road victory in the invitation class. Here's Ant Wharton-Eales just behind the Ollie Samways Toyota in his ST240, of course also in the invitation class because they run on the same Goodyear slicks they run in the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship, the same car, exactly the same spec. Just there's Kevin Talbot, who's pulled away from the Toyota MR2 in the end. So Jazz Sapra will be, I'm sure, through any moment now to pick up victory. Oh, and that was well, that was bizarre. I just caught that at the end of that. That was Brian Chandler off the road in the Mark IV. Only caught the end of that, but that was a rather bizarre incident. Not quite sure why he was off the road kicking up so much dust, but not sure if there was somebody else involved, but we'll have to wait and see. Jasper Sapra, meanwhile, will come across the line, and he will be the overall race winner in the invitation class on the road, at least, so he takes victory there. But it's the cars behind him that will determine who wins essentially the recognised ClubSport Trophy race winner and the actual official race winner of ClubSport Trophy here at Snetterton. And it's between these two cars, the Feroz Bilimoria Scirocco, the Paul Hinson BMW, and Paul Hinson still pushing, a bit wide on the exit of the right-hander at Williams, but still going as fast as possible. And as they come back into the complex for the final time, it's going to be Feroz Bilimoria, I think, that's going to be holding on for this one, even though Paul Hinson will get close. He was about half a second away. It looks like his car is stronger in some points than it is in others, so it's going to be quite key. But as we now watch the VW come through, it's been a good strong drive from Feroz. He's been a front runner regularly in the ClubSport Trophy all through this season in that car, and now I think he's going to pick up an official race victory in the ClubSport Trophy. Up to the checker flag he comes. He'll be successful in Class A, and he will take victory in ClubSport Trophy. So a win for Feroz Bilimoria in the VW Scirocco at Snetterton in ClubSport Trophy. Second for Paul Hinson, and also second in Class A as well. So he'll be delighted with that, I'm sure. And then it will be the rest of the class winners to come through and put past the line. I think we have quite a few of them already, but we'll clarify who is where. The Marison Johnson car hasn't come through. There's a time penalty of 31.4 seconds for Ollie Samways. That must be for a short pit stop, because obviously I think you get whatever you're short by your 2-minute mandatory pit stop, you get that added to your time as a penalty. So that's key. Colin Talbot picks up Colin Talbot. It's been a long day. Kevin Talbot picks up 4th overall, 3rd of the registered of the class running ClubSport Trophy cars. There goes the Marison Johnson Civic, picking up victory in Class B. And we've also had Jeremy cross the line in Class C. Class D won by the Butterworths, and the Adcocks in Class C in the BMW Compact. Still a couple more cars to come across the line. And then we have, I think that's everyone across the line, apart from Ant Wharton-Eales apparently. So, not sure what happened to him, unless it's just slow on the transponder, I think, possibly. but that will slot in just there. But that race, of course, concludes this weekend's action at Snetterton for the BRSCC live race weekend. Hopefully you've enjoyed it and all the races that we've had. One or two small unfortunate delays we had with incidents, but apart from that, it's been brilliant racing all from start to finish, I think. A penalty off for Stuart Kilroy also, 30.788 seconds. That's how short he was on his pit stop, and he will, of course, have that effect in the result too as well. He gets relegated down to 16th. He was battling actually with the Weinberg BMW, but he actually loses out in that place because of that penalty. So that's something to watch out there. So hopefully we'll get results in a second. Of course, once we've done that, we'll be able to throw down to Richard for our final set of podiums. Hopefully we can have a chat to all 5 of our class winners if we can. And possibly if we do get time also, Jazz Sapra also, of course. Still waiting for the results to come through, but whilst we're doing that, we'll quickly, till I get the signal, say a big thank you to everyone who's competed here this weekend, of course to our Fiesta paddock, of course to the seniors and the juniors, to everyone in the Fun Cup yesterday. Congratulations against GCI Racing for taking their first Fun Cup win, finally, after 4 races. And we'll get back to that in a second, after we've had the interviews and the results here. So Jazz Sapra, the invitation class winner, wins the race on the road outright, but it's going to be the actual class winning cars will be Feroz Billamore, seen as the official winner of ClubSport Trophy for today at Snetterton. He heads Paul Hinson in the BMW and Kevin Talbot in the Honda Integra, followed by Walter Niels in the Invitation Class Fiesta, the Marison Johnson Honda Civic in 6th. Ollie Samways with the penalty gets relegated to 7th in his MR2. Then the Martin Cully set, Leon Jeremy Crook, who wins Class C in the Honda Civic. Of course, Marison Johnson also won Class B, and Feroz Billamore Class A. And then Brian Chandler, Tom Smith, Jamie Going and Dan Going in the Fiesta SC240, Malcolm Ash in the Invitation Caterham, David Weinberg, Stuart Kilroy, Wigginton Hyde in the MX5, then the Butterworths in Class D, and the Adcocks in Class E ahead of everyone else. Right, for the final time, down to Parc Fermé. Let's see if Richard can wrap up the last few race class-winning interviews here at Snetterton for our ClubSport Trophy race.
Thanks very much, Scott, and well called, mate, over the course of the race. Jazz Sapra was here. He's gone. Where's he gone? Oh, he is. Jazz, sorry, mate. I know we kept Jazz waiting quite a long time. And congratulations on a fine race win. Yeah, I know it's invitation class, but win's a win.
Yes, win. Yeah, it was okay. We just dialing the car in, and yeah, went all right. Yeah, to tell you the truth, it was okay. Yep. Started from the pit lane, so I had a bit of problem with the throttle, so I wasn't sure. So I didn't really want to have anyone going in the back of me, so the throttle was missing a little bit. Yeah. So then we put Simon had a quick look at it and sorted it out. It was okay after the race then.
Okay, all good then?
Yeah, all good, thanks for that.
Excellent, congratulations on that. We'll have a chat with, we've got to try and find now, are we going to go 1, 2, 3 or are we going to go class winners? So I might go class winners next. Are you a class winner?
I think so. I don't know where I finished. I think I finished. Right?
No name on the suit for physically. Oh, sorry,
Richard.
I'm totally losing it, Feroz. Losing the plot. So Feroz, yeah, you finished second, but class winner and technically overall winner.
Yeah.
Good race.
It was a great race. I was a bit concerned this morning because we had heating problems where the car was overheating.
I saw you getting the bonnet up after quali.
Yeah, it was in quali. I pulled in because we were at about 108 degrees and so slightly concerning. So I turned the air vents on and made the car hotter inside to keep the engine cool. And yeah, great race. So really pleased with the result.
Is that your first ClubSport win?
For ClubSport, yeah. Yeah, first ClubSport win, yeah. So,
what do you normally race the car in? Where can we normally see you?
In this I mean, the car's quite new, so we've only had it out this year, and we've been steadily threatening to take the top spot each time, and finally come good on the promise.
That's really good. Many rounds left this year for you?
Yeah, we're going to do all of them.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
well, hopefully we'll catch up, and I know we've got to have a proper social catch up as well at some point.
Definitely. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Feroz. Well done. Congratulations on that. Well done.
Thank you.
So that was Feroz, our Class A winner, second overall. Let's have a whiz up, and well, Jeremy's class winner, so we're going to go in here. Love the way Esther just disappears out of shot. Make sure you get Esther in shot. Okay, who coordinates the Formula 4 Championship, works very hard. Well done.
Hello, mate.
Congratulations, good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your race?
I absolutely loved it. One of the best races I've ever had, so there you go. Well done to BRSCC, and thank you.
They got everything in. It's amazing how,
yeah,
I know
incredible.
We lost a little bit of city car racing, but hey, you know, what a great squeeze for everyone to get in.
Yeah, great weather and great people, so how about that? Yeah, thank you.
So any problems during the race?
No, absolutely none. Not a great start, but clawed it back bit by bit. bit. We had a good pit stop. I think I was about a second late coming out, and that was it. Yeah, just kept my head down and kept push. Jam Sport set my car up last night.
Oh, cool.
And the car drives like something else now. So big thanks to Jamie Going and his team. Thank
That's
you.
a really good one. Just one final question before we go.
Yeah.
Esther was saying that you kept her waiting because the race is the end of the day. Does that mean you've got to make the tea?
I think we're probably going to go to one of our sponsors tonight, which is the George at Spaldwick in Cambridgeshire, because it's their last night at the pub, so we're going to help them out.
Oh, bon appetit. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much
Well done.
indeed. Brilliant stuff. Let's carry on. And right now, I might need some help here because I don't know a lot of the drivers. Is Jake Johnson around for Class B? Jake Johnson. I've met Jake because he was with Chris Marris. I think he did the race on his own today. Is Jake Johnson anywhere? We can grab a quick word with Jake. Or Craig and Gary Butterworth, or Philip and Matthew Adcock. I don't know if we'll go and do that. An Adcock moment over here. So, Jeremy's following me around.
Yeah.
Well done, guys.
Thank you.
It's difficult to tell which one's just finished the stint, isn't it? Because they both look pretty cool, but it was yourself.
It was, yeah. Dad gave me the car in a really good position. He drove really well for the first half of the race, and it was just a case of keeping the black stuff at a decent speed, which I just about managed. And yeah, really good day. Shame the race was cut a little short, but still a lot of fun. Still a lot of fun.
It's a relatively short pit. There's a lot to do in the pit stop, but do you get a chance to do a sort of briefing of how the car was in the first stint?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, we've been waiting for this moment for such a long time. I used to be at this circuit with my dad every weekend, so I've waited 40 years for this. We've talked about it, we've planned it, so yeah, it's quite a sweet trophy, but this one we planned a lot. So even though the car had an advantage, there's a lot of thinking.
Oh, it's great. I mean, you've still got to finish the race and get the car home. And other events coming up?
Next weekend, here.
Yep, same. I'm racing with him again next weekend.
Okay, I won't see you next weekend because I'm up in Scotland, but wish you well with it.
Thank you
and great to have met you today. Many congratulations on a great class win. Well done. So, right, and if we have any other all class winners moving out of the way. So a quick final call. Have we got Craig and Gary Butterworth? Nah. Darting around here. Well done on the class win.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Easy?
Well, it never is easy when you're trying to do this, but it was definitely challenging the second half. My dad did a great job in the first half, so good. Take it out of you though. Take it out of you. We've been racing for Florence this weekend, who needs a bone marrow transplant.
Oh wow, bless.
So they've just raised £500,000 for her, and they need to push that on to try and get to $1 million. So we've been taking the Florence Rainbow around with us this weekend. So
how can we point viewers in the right direction of fundraising?
Yeah, so if you go to the Just Giving page for Be More Fab, you'll be able to find donations for there, or simply just register to be a donor. They're struggling to get a donor, so go to the Anti-Nolan Trust, register, get yourself a swap kit, and get to use what, post it off, get on the register.
That's great, cool. Thank you for that. Thank you both for that. Yes. And just about your race as well.
Well, the thing is not to lose any spaces because it makes hard work for Craig. Because obviously a bit older, like a bit slower, you know. But
more experience. We're experienced, you know.
The coincidence as well is his name's Craig Butterworth. We've won our class today. Yesterday in the Fun Cup, there was a Craig Butterworth as well. So we appear to be taking over slowly but surely.
Long may it continue. Very best of luck with the fundraising and the treatment, cool. and raising awareness of that great cause. And thanks for chatting to us. Well done. Thank you very much indeed. We've just got to talk to Jake. Is Jake Johnson here? Was it on you, Todd?
Yeah, all on my own.
I thought so, because we were you're down as a two driver, but I saw the car come in and didn't see the changeover, and we didn't get a chance to tell Scott. But congratulations, hi Chris. Good race.
Yeah, it was all right. Busy start. A few cars come from behind, and then it was quite quiet after that. Really, just on my own, just keeping it in a straight line, and that was it.
Why on your own? Was it too hot for Grandad?
Yeah, he's struggling a bit at the minute with the car, so. Yeah, I'm not far off dead at the minute. I'm bloody knackered. So.
It was a bit of a hot day, wasn't it?
Yeah, roasting. So get cooled down a little bit now.
Good. Well, great to have a chat with you again. I think first time was here, wasn't it? So very well done.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Jake. Well done. Nice to see you, Chris, as well. Hopefully see you back on track real soon.
Oh, well, we get my house fixed, we'll try.
Chris Murray says so when he gets his house fixed, he'll be back. We've got some fixing to do now in terms of the end of the day, the results, reports, points and everything else. The final tidy up, of course, of the day is to go back to the man in the main commentary box, Scott Woodwis. From me, Richard, John Neal and Jeremy down here, our cameraman for the weekend. Jeremy, thanks very much, mate, for following me around and putting up with me. I'll hand you back to Scott. Thanks everyone for watching, and we'll see you next time on our next BRSCC live stream. For me, bye for now. Over to you, Scott.
Richard and Jeremy, you've been absolute troopers all weekend. Thank you ever so much. Fantastic work from both of you on the camera, both behind it and in front of it as well. Always a pleasure, never a chore at all. Thank you. Just to reel off some thank yous to finish off, of course, we were saying thank you to all the competitors this weekend, to everyone in the Fiesta paddock, to the Fun Cup Championship with the first win for GCI Racing, for our National Formula Ford runners, for our CityCar Cup runners. Commiserations that we didn't get the third racing due to the accident that we had. Also as well to the, I'm forgetting one other series, I'm sure I am, and that's really, really bad. ClubSport Trophy to all the drivers in that as well. A Modified Ford as well, of course. Fantastic grid for them too. Thank you to all the officials. Thank you to all the fantastic marshals, particularly in the 30-degree heat at one point today. You've been absolute troopers today. You are the best in the world. No moving from that at all, and you do that because you love the sport we do, and without you, we couldn't do it without you. So fantastic job from all the marshals, volunteers and officials. Thanks, of course, to Snetterton. Thank you, of course, to all of our sponsors and partners, of course, on top of that, including RunYourFleet.com, of course, for the supply of the Jaguar XS Sport Brake Safety Car. Go and visit them at RunYourFleet.com. And of course, thank you to you for watching as well, of course, for supporting the club, supporting Club Racing, and for enjoying the coverage, of course. Hopefully you've enjoyed it as much as we've had making and producing it. It's been two very action-packed days here at Snetterton. The next live action you can catch for the BRSCC is going to be in about a month's time or so, and that's going to be at Cadwell Park on August 20th and 21st, where we've got quite a plethora of different sprint champions, some of the best in the business from the club, including BMW Compact Cup, CityCar Cup, Fiestas and Fiesta Juniors, Modified Ford Series, and the return once again, of course, of all three Mazda MX-5 championships, plus, of course, believe it or not, the Vinyl Detail STXR Challenge and the Civic Challenge on top of that as well. So plenty of sprint racing, all packed into 2 days of Lincolnshire action at Cadwell Park. If you'd like any of the championships that you see and want to learn more about them, possibly take part in them, head to the website brscc.co.uk. Also like us on Facebook, subscribe to our YouTube channel as well, and keep involved as well. I think that's about it from me, other than to say thank you ever so much for watching. From myself, Scott Woodwis, from Richard and from Jeremy down in the pit lane, also from everyone here at Digitex and everyone here at the circuit Snetterton. Thank you ever so much for watching, and catch us at Cadwell Park in August in a few weeks' time for more live stream action from the British Racing and Sports Car Club in 2022. But until then, have a fantastic evening, and until next time, good night.